welcome back everyone, welcome back to our third broadcast of the day. Welcome back to another season, another edition here of Cheeseadelphia 2025. I can't believe it's been so long, been almost a year, since our last Cheeseadelphia. Of course, we were live last year towards the end of 2024. Now we're here once again with a new year, a new season, a new Cheeseadelphia. Let's go. Hope you've been enjoying yourselves. Hope you've had a great day so far of StarCraft. We started the day off with a KSL, the Green StarCraft League, then into Ducklings Open, and now into Cheeseadelphia. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats, and by my plushies as no plushies this time. No plushies, but some lovely hidden emotes instead. Let's go. As we are live with a big offline LAN event happening in the Americas, in Philadelphia, Cheeseadelphia. And this one is stacked, to be honest. Like, I'll be honest, Cheeseadelphia was getting a little bit smaller, you know. It was a bit of a more tight-knit event, I feel like, last time, but now it's gotten so much larger here. We have even some international representation and also some offline casters as well. I believe there's going to be, especially for the playoffs, there is going to be an offline casting setup there with some of those that are competing there at the event. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look back yourselves. Let's head on over, let's catch up on all the matches, on everything that is going on. Oh boy, this will shed light on the situation at least a little bit here, as from the top we have our group stage. So the playoffs will be played out later on, of course. It is going to be a one-day event, group stage first into those playoffs, and we have our lineup. We have we have a lot to catch up on as well. From the top we have Gerald. I mean, that's the big name here. Gerald, he is of course traveling. Gerald, the Polish Protoss player, he does travel all the way over from from Poland down to the Americas, and he's going to be facing up against Cheeseadelphia in the first round. Gerald, fun fact by the way, we were going to jump into Gerald's series first, but he is unavailable because, as always, he's actually playing another tournament. It reminds you of Home Story Cup. Fun fact, those that remember, Gerald, he played at Home Story Cup, but he actually played in our tournaments in the morning, I should say. He actually got into the venue, he was able to play in our tournament, and then play in Home Story Cup thereafter. Like, Gerald, he's always on that grind, and right now he is playing in Wardy's tournament, and as a result... and as a result, he is unavailable to play initially. He's going to be playing against Spirit in Woody's tournament first, and then he'll be playing in this group stage. So he's playing, yeah, just multiple events at once. That's always on that grind. Always happy. So shout out to Gerald. But we have not just Gerald, but we have other representation as well from the Americas. We'll get there in one moment. So just setting up. So just setting up the in-game lobby. But likewise, we have from the top, we have Cheeseadelphia, we have Future, we have S-River, Reverse, one of our own amateur players that we do cover on a regular basis here on the channel, at least we used to back in the day. Likewise, we have Epic, we have Clovis, we have PiLiPiLi, Vast, Dolan, OP, Zesty. We have OP Zesty, we have Rob, Falling Ninja, Foxer, Omni Skeptic, J Hefe, Schnubdub, Starkiller, Kaiboy, Warren, and Tempo. It's been a while since I've seen Tempo in a Cheeseadelphia, not gonna lie. Disrespect, the StarCraft 2 historian, John's Shadow, Dave Testa, Awesome Source, Mango Rock, Pardessa, and Full Heart. Oh my god, a very stacked bracket here, full of players from the Americas and even outside of the Americas as well. And yeah, I mean, I did just mention a couple of names here, but Dave, Testa, and Temper, I believe, will be covering the event as well at the event itself. They're going to be having their offline casting, and I believe they're going to be covering the playoffs alongside us. Let's go. Let us go. As I do apologize if I was a little bit distracted, but we were just setting up our in-game lobby and we are jumping in our first series. First, we do have Dolan versus Zesty. Let's go. There we go. Sorry, I was just zooming in. But as a reminder, it's a round robin group stage. So, sorry, my apologies. I believe Swiss group stage. Regardless, a lot of matches will take place. A lot of series are going to be ongoing, but up first we have our first best of 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon we have the American Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Detonate. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top left hand corner we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the American Zerg for Berserker Esports. It is OP Zesty. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. Here we go. Coming into this, of course, a little bit biased. Dolan is he's one of our own. He's one of our boys. It's definitely going to be stepping into this as one of the favorites. But I say that there are some heavy hitters. I kind of glossed over the names. When it comes to Terran representation, we have Dolan, we have Future, we have Epic. I believe those are kind of the players we're going to be looking to here to make a deep run in the tournament. Likewise, Gerald is going to be one of the favorites to win the entire event as well, repping that Protoss. From the other side of Zerg, we have Starkiller, we have Warren as well. It's going to be a great event. It's going to be beautiful, man. Yeah, let's go. As now, Hatchcast Pool, standard opener out of OP Zesty. Likewise, Dolan going for his own Rax Expand setup here. Nothing crazy yet. Now, when it comes to Dolan's playstyle, you may be familiar with it, but Dolan, he does like to embrace mech from time to time against Zerg. He can be a very cheesy, very cheeky player against Protoss. That's where 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins, proxies do come into play and do factor in, but against Zerg, typically Dolan is a lot more mid-game oriented. Typically. Just catching up. Maybe doesn't have to forfeit. Oh, as I mentioned, like he is free to compete in both at once. Like there's no. Like we are accommodating, of course, we are accommodating. We also have a clean feed cam as well, and I was actually we actually saw Dolan interact with I should say Gerald interact with everyone else. It was fun to see. Go. As we see Dolan scouting here on the right hand side, just make sure everything is as it should be. We don't often see. Okay, oh, he's looking for the Overlord. Never mind. He's searching for the Overlord. Does barely miss it. Overlord does get away safe and sound over on the right hand side. And we'll see what we're trying to hide here. So far, we have the racks into the factory. From here, we can go into an armory and try to go for that on top into something like a Hellbat push. We do see a 1-1-1, no third command center, so much more aggressive here, much more committed from the side of Dolan. Oh boy, much more committed. Likewise, back at home. Again, standard play here by Zesty, droning, saturating, pulling out of gas, getting into link speed, nothing crazy yet. But this is more committed here from Dolan. I should emphasize that as well. Typically, by this point, we would see a third TC, but nowhere to be found. Not yet. Going for an add-on swap, so Reactor Hellion going into Banshee play, and our eyes are peeled looking for the armory. The Overlord has yet to dive in. Hellion's epic forward, going for a Roach base opener from the side of OP Zesty. Okay. Does open Roach. I did just mention that Dolan, he's willing to play mech in this matchup, so I do think Roaches will be a very smart way to open up. And here it is, not an armory, going for the Fusion Core. We knew it was going to be something a little bit different here, but it is going to be a BC base opener. BCs do often lead into mech. Overlord Scout is coming in, and OP Zesty, he will see the 1-1-1. He'll confirm the eventual Banshee play, but he does not confirm. He does not confirm the Fusion Core. And he shouldn't. As the Marine will hunt this down. There we go, a faking Cloak. Yeah, Cloak is being faked. Overlord up. Oh my god, does not confirm. Yeah, check the vision here. OP says he did not see the Fusion Core at the same time. Hellions are going for the dive. Yeah, they're going for the dive into the middle line. Hellions, they try to slow this down. No Roaches. Oh, where are the Roaches? Roach Warden is down, but 0 Roaches to defend. Hellions, they bustled in. Drones are getting roasted. 6 drones already going to be going down, getting it to 9. And he's not done. He's not done. Tower, they're lighting up. They're lighting up, Pappy. 12, 15, 14. 14 drone kills, 15 drone kills. And can we get any more? We can get one more volley of 16. And 16 workers do go down. And remember, this is not even Dolan's final form. This was the initial wave of aggression. Up next, BCs. Up next, battle cruisers. Now we should be seeing spores. We have a spore here at the third base. We have a spore on the way in the main. We have a spore on the way at the natural. These spores a little bit late, but the BC is still on the horizon here. Where is that Banshee? And the first Banshee staying at home. Third CC is almost done. Remember, this is not an all-in. And we have two more factors. As I mentioned, BC into mech is a little more common. And roaches will help, but that was just a brutal amount of damage in the early game. That is critical damage and not impossible to recover. I mean, in the sense that Zesty has the option to make right now. He either has to re-drone, resaturate, and be as greedy as possible, or turn this into a 3-base all-in. Personally, I'm leaning towards an all-in. I feel like trying to saturate, trying to catch up is going to be so difficult from this kind of game state. He's macroing. Okay, he's going to macro up, double Evo chamber, he's re-droning. And that means that there is no counterattack. That means that Dolan is safe and sound back at home. Here comes the BC across the map. How many queens? 5. Ooh, low queen count. As the BC does go in. And drones are going to be going down. Getting 3 or 4 drone kills already, getting up to 5. Catching out some overlords. Getting rid of everything. Oh, does get the overlord. Does get another drone. Queens, they will zone away. This won't kill, but once again, the economy here is crippled, and we're getting ready for the eventual move out. Now, Dolan, interesting, is not going into battle mech, is going into a more traditional form of mech, going into Hellion tank instead. Okay. This means that he doesn't really have any pushing power. He can dive with Hellions. Once again, as we see, Zesty is still droning. Jesus. He has no army. These Hellions, if they wanted to, they could go across the map, and there's nothing that Zesty could do to stop him. The mineral lands are just so exposed. He's being so greedy here. Fortunately for Zesty, the Hellions, they stay at home. I think Dolan is a little bit more concerned about a counterattack more than anything. So Dolan could move out and could honestly end the game, but he's unaware of how greedy Zesty has been, as Zesty has been purely just redroning this entire time. And I mean, this can work, like as in the sense for my Zerg player, it can work out where he's cutting corners, he's being greedy. Because of this, he's going to be able to catch up. It's on Dolan to punish, and the punish isn't really there, not completely. There we go. WC moving out. Does catch a queen. Does bring down 1. Heading towards the mineral line. Catching another queen. How many queens are left in these 6? Oh, down to 5. Down to 5 queens. And there should be another Yamato. Okay, just chasing down more queens. Down to 4. And that was the last transfuse. Given a little bit more time, there's going to be another available. Here comes the Yamato going for the spore. I know these queens are going to go down. Yeah, there's not enough anti-air, not enough queens. Again, Zesty was on a very low queen count, and he gets punished for it. The Spire is not even is just now halfway done, and there's no anti-air. These BCs, they have done it. GG gets called, and Dolan will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Dolan, he does take the first game here. Again, we saw that Zesty, unfortunately, he was being very greedy in the response to heavily drone, but he wasn't making queens. He wasn't getting Aspire. He wasn't respecting the BCs. He had limited anti-air, and with that, the BCs on their own, even without that ground support, did take it. GG. GG, well played. They did take it in the end, and with that, that leads us into game 2. Dolan needs one more game here. Take it all. Oh. Ito na mas, papi. Ito na mas. And Zesty has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Just catching up. Hello, I stand in the chat. I stand. See Satsuna as well. Decimor. Easy Feel. Ponyo. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? See you later. I saw Sirius Black was our first quacker. Came first, Pappy came first. And ABCD as well. Bienvenidos as we are getting into our second game. Whew. And we'll see if Zesty can make a series out of this. Again, last game, unfortunately, we didn't really get to embrace the game too much. Zesty did go down to harass, whether it was Hellion harass or BC harass. But we'll see if we can recover and sink our teeth into game 2. As spawning in the right-hand corner of lane lines, we have our American Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is OP Zesty. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Detonate. It is Dolan. Here we go. So we have our ZVT Dolan, of course, leading the series 1-0. We'll see how Zesty will approach this. Again, he had to make a choice after he lost all those workers. The choice was to be greedy, but again, just overly greedy there. Unfortunately, didn't quite respect those BCs, didn't make enough queens. Didn't react with a fast enough spire. But I'm sure that'll change this time. By saying that though, the reality is, I would imagine Dolan will go for a different build. Yes, he's known for mech, and yes, he's willing to embrace mech more often than not against Zerg players, but we might see something different here. A BC-based opener, sure. Maybe Banshee instead, or maybe a Hellbat push. Our eyes are on Dolan. Where's the cheese? We'll get there, don't you worry. For now, hatching our spools, standard open out of our Zerg player. Nothing crazy. SCV Scout does confirm. That's Queens are on the way. Rax expands out of Dolan. As a reminder, last game, Dolan did go for a 1-1-1 opener into BC. So we'll see if he does lay his third CC once again. Our eyes are on Dolan. Cheeseadelphia, no cheese would make me sad. There's plenty of cheese happening, I'm sure. Looking at the brackets, I mean, Starkiller, he's out there, I'm sure. Or leading people. As for now, getting one drink. Oh no! But Dolan does overextend. He will barely get away. The 1 HP! The 1 HP Reaper does pull out. It does get away. Does. Oh no! Oh my god. Can play with fire. Jesus. On patrol. Does pull away and does get eyes on the third base. Meanwhile, back at home, once again, a 1-1-1. Going for the add-ons on the Hellions, and with this, we could go into BCs once again, or we can go into a Banshee-based opener. Our eyes are on Dolan. I guess technically he has no reason to mix things up, but I would hope that he would do something a little bit different here and bring something different to the table. Different LA lines. As Reaper dips into the main. Has already gotten one drone kill and is looking for another. This time there's a sport trick. This time Zesty does save the drone. Marine once again is on patrol to deny the scouts. There it is, there's the initial Banshee. And from here, do we go for the Armory or do we go for the Fusion Core? We have the answer, Fusion Core. It's going to be Fusion Core behind the Natural Mineral Line, so same build. This is going to be the same build at 2 games in a row. And once again, the pressure is on Zesty to determine and to scout what exactly is happening. There's no Overlord here at the Natural. No Overlord outside of the main. Hellions, they break out. Oh, not again. Now, my big concern, there are 10 Zerglings on the map. Okay, there's 4 across, and there's a handful back at home. There's 6 back at home to defend. 12 Zerglings, they just now begin, but they're late. Once again, Zesty, he was cutting corners. And he does catch one heli, but the rest they get into the mineral line. Oh god, does not evo block either. Drones are getting roasted. Now, this is not as bad as last game. Remember, last game was 15 drone kills. Here we're getting up to 9. And, ooh, not 10. Whew, okay. This is still brutal damage. It's still critical damage here, as though that is not a wall. But this is better than last game, at least. Behind this, spores are being thrown down. Lair is on the way. Roach Warren's almost done. So it's decent damage out of Dolan, but it could have been worse. Could have been worse for Zesty. He holds. Does hold once again, going into mech. Now, Zesty, he has yet to really scatter and confirm. He may blindly just respond with a faster Spire. And once the lair is done, we'll see. Otherwise, we would hope be seeing a Spire after the first beast is revealed. We're hoping for at least that. This time he's getting up to 6 queens once again. So once again, staying on a bit of a lower queen count, just like last game. Staying on 6. BC teleports across the map. Now we see a much faster Spire. Let's go. So this time is, in general, just a cleaner response here from Zesty. Pulls away from the main. Doesn't lose many workers. Means they will zone. The BC takes a lot of hits, takes a lot more damage, and barely gets anything. So again, just a much cleaner defense here from Zesty. Spire is almost halfway done. At this point, Zesty just has to make sure he can break out of that supply block and make Corruptors and get into the mid game. So far, so good. Okay, we have a game. Now, the pressure is on Dolan here to be more active, as he has barely dealt any damage compared to last time. Last time, by this point, he had already killed 20 drones. It was 16 and then 5 thereafter. So 21. Second BC has arrived. Corruptor production has begun. Dolan does move out across the map. Back at him once again, he's building up his Hellion tank, and this time these BCs shouldn't end the game. So we're going to be able to just embrace the mid game here, have more back and forth. This he does get supply blocked. Corruptors this time they do engage. One queen does go down. The Armadas are available, and let's teleport the hell out of here. Ooh, does teleport away in time. Nice target firing. And we should be seeing another teleport. Oh, just in time as well. 6 drone kills. Nicely done. Takes down 6 workers. Does escape with those BCs. At this point, I would say that the Corruptors could try to chase across the map. Right now, there's no other anti-air, so these BCs are very exposed. But as time goes on, we have a Cyclones on the way to support. So that window where these BCs are vulnerable adds closing. It is closing. Now the turrets are up. Now the Cyclone has arrived. And Dolan is secure. He's secure on 3 bases. Zesty, he did double expand. He's running up to 91. He has a solid drone count. Very solid. Now he can fixate and focus on purely Roach Ravager. So Zesty can now look to max out. From the side of Dolan, he is mixing in a couple of Cyclones. Going into Viking production as well. But you can see he's also focusing on just expanding. Oh, now he's moving out. Now it's being active. The Roach is not quite in position. Blue Flame is done. Going for the Queens. There's actually not that much Roach Ravager. Your Lings attempt to surround. Lings getting roasted. Dolan does slip away. Again, Zesty's going for a much more Ling heavy composition. Interesting. So he's going for less roaches, more zerglings. The lings are getting roasted. Likewise, BCs, they hit the Dolan base. Corruptors are in position. And do we teleport in time? Up, up. Where's the teleport? Yeah, not in time here. The first VC does go down. Down to one battle cruiser. And again, Dolan, he should teleport away here. Oh, okay, this time does teleport. Does teleport back home. And again, no critical economic damage. Both armies are maxing out. This is where I would want to see Zesty being more active. Like Zesty, he's like both armies are maxing out. Zesty's army is very cheap. It's a very cheap army here of Lingbane Road Ravager, and it's an army designed to trade. Like you want to be trading, you want to be being active to catch up the army, to poke and prod. And so far is dancing at least with the battle mech. Well, Qatar brutal. Again, the creep is lackluster here. Forced to chase off a creep. Lingbane can't quite connect. Oh god, good. Yeah, some brutal Hellion volleys. But he does surround. You're not bad. Does come in, does attempt to surround, catches out all the Hellions. Cyclones, they should be focused down as well. And a better fight for Zesty. Catch out the army. Tanks are on siege. Uh-oh. But they do siege up in time. Okay, they do siege up. Oh, corruptors are punished. And now here comes the main army. Again, this entire time it was only the Hellion Cyclone, but now the tanks have arrived. Oh, decent Biles. Very nice. Biles do connect. But the Ravager count's quite low here. And there aren't the things they can try to collapse in. There are Hellbats. Biles, they get one tank. And Dolan is pushing through. He's pushing through the bases, forfeits. Yeah, both of them are. Zesty, he's quick to evacuate. He gets the hell out of there. But there's no stopping this army. One hatchery goes down. So will the other. He's gonna try to engage. Oh god, god. Does dive head on. Takes down what, 2-3 tanks. And not the fight we were hoping for. Again, pushing into the tank line. Ideally, you want to be waiting for the tanks to unsiege to push forward like this, and then you can engage. But Zesty, he was premature. Was premature once again. Nice Biles. Raising the army. BC teleports back home. Oh, the Roach Warren is going to go down. Now it's just purely Lingbane reinforcements against all these Hellbats. Nice spread. Very nice spread here by Dolan. Yeah, the Banelings, they do nothing. And with that Dolan, he has done it. He has done it. He has broken the third, sorry, the fourth, the fifth, and the natural. There is no Roach Warren, upgrades are finishing, but GG gets called, and Dolan, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Dolan, he will claim the series. Again, I will say that Zesty had a much better showing here in Game 2. Game 1 ended very abruptly. Like, Game 1 was, I think players were warming up. But Game 2, Zesty, he was able to hold his own. He was able to have a back and forth. He was able to get up to 90 drones. Like, he got up to his ideal economy, but the engagements were a little bit lackluster. As we mentioned, ideally, you do want to be waiting for the Terran player to unsiege, to expose themselves, to push forward. Then you can try to wrap around, come in from multiple angles, and then collapse on the army. Instead, we saw Zesty being maybe a little bit too cavalier, just again being just a little bit too ambitious, engaging ahead of time, engaging head on as well, which allowed for Dolan to have better fights. Was able to take better fights, take better trades. With that, Dolan did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. But shout out to Zesty again. Like, it does feel like, you know, especially because it's the first series of the broadcaster of the tournament. You know, Game 1 had to shake off all the rust or shake off the nerves. Kind of get used to the setup, bearing in mind they're all at a venue. Notes at the usual setups here. And yo, a shout out to un momento. shout out to those at the venue itself. Let's go. we do have our hidden camera at the venue. I see Tempo in the background. I just saw Starkiller earlier. I believe Tempo is speaking to Future. I think Future's in the middle. I see Future. I think Dolan is in the back. I think he was in the back. We'll try to find the players. But regardless, GG well played, and we wish the best. We wish the best here to Dolan, to Zesty as well, as it is going to be a long group stage. A lot of matches, of course. So best of luck. Best of luck. Best of luck. GG will play it as we're getting ready for our next series. It looks like Gerald, he just finished his own match in the Wardy tournament, so he's about to begin his own series here at Cheeseadelphia. Up next is going to be Gerald versus Chelsea fan. Let's go. That is going to be the next series. Until then, let's spy on the players. Let's So who's meant to be there? I think Dr. Disrespect is Disrespect. Sorry, I think Disrespect, not a doctor, is on the right hand side. Who else we have? We have Warren. I don't think I know what Warren looks like. I'm unfamiliar with Warren. Oh, that's Gerald. Let's go. Gerald is setting up. Who is that main character this time? I think it's the same guy. You can see him on the left. I mean, he's barely off camera right now, but I saw him. Yeah, he's there. I forgot his name. He'll tell us, I'm sure. He'll let us know. Any other Zerg players? Zesty is there. I believe Starkiller. I believe Warren. So there's a couple of Zergs. And maybe there's some others that I'm a little bit less familiar with. Oh. It happened again. So, fun fact by the way, we just made the lobby for Cheeseadelphia, and all the casters dove in, all the Wardy casters, I mean, they're like they're there to cast some more Wardy matches, and he's like, oh, they don't know what they stepped into. Let's go. So we might see some casters abruptly leave this lobby. Here we go, jumping into our PvP. Where's Jehefe? Jehefe, he's also there. Yes, he's also there. I'm sure we'll be covering him at some point in the broadcast, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is a Chelsea fan. Here we go. And again, this is still the first round of the group stage. The first of, I believe, 7? Could be mistaken. 6. The first of 6 rounds. So we'll get there. We'll be catching up with the rest of the group after this series. Until then, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, Gerald is going to be one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. Again, he traveled from across the ocean, from across the seas to compete in Cheeseadelphia. He smelled the cheese map. He wanted it. Oh my god. And we'll see if he can be brought down. Again, Gerald, he's been traveling a lot. I'm always reminded, of course, of Epicland, right? He traveled to the UK to compete in Epicland, traveling here as well to compete in Cheeseadelphia. Shout out to Dave. I believe Dave, Testa, and Gerald's there. They're going to be roommates. They're going to be sharing their hotel room while Gerald stays there. So it's helping out with that, of course. Really cool to hear. As from here, we have our 2-gate opener out of Chelsea fan. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Gerald. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. So far, standard openers. So far, so good. All the talk of cheese, but no Euthermal. Unfortunately, Euthermal, I mean, he's close. He's in Mexico. He is in Mexico. But unfortunately, didn't quite make the trek up to Philadelphia. Unfortunately. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. So we have our double adept opener here out of Gerald. Meanwhile, it's going to be double stalker out of Chelsea fan. So with double adept, the goal here is to get across the map to try to get into the middle line to harass and to get some economic damage. From the side of Chelsea fan, opening up double stalker, his goal would be to catch the adepts ahead of time, to be active on the map, and to shut them down. At least that's the hope here. As the Gerald does expand, closed over double sentry, adepts are moving out. And so far the stalkers are staying back home. Okay. Wouldn't want to see Euthermal this time in too much of a skill gap. I think Euthermal he can take some maps. I wouldn't worry too much. I believe, Pappy, I believe. Could take some maps. Make a series out of it. As Gerald does shade in. So far, does go for the shade. Ooh, and with that, he can one-shot workers, of course, getting 1, 2, 3, up to 4 probe kills. Not bad. 4 workers going to be going down. Does catch up 4 workers. Hallucinations, they move out 6 scouts, and to confirm, is going to be a robot follow-up here from Gerald. Likewise, robot opener for mirrored builds, okay. Robot out of Chelsea fan as well. Unfortunately here, Chelsea fan, he's just 1 step behind. He's, oh, well, we're dancing. But he's a little bit later when it comes to the Nexus timing. He's also a little bit later when it comes to the robot timing as well. So he's just 1 step behind here compared to Gerald. As Gerald does move out. And again, this early on, without blink, force fields, they can just shut this down. Oh, catching out a stalker. Gets 1. Likewise, nice kind of force fields out of Chelsea fan. Picks off a sentry. They do have somewhat of a trade. No wall off here in the main. Adepts, they do shade in. And remember, they can one-shot. 2 adepts, they can one-shot workers. Chelsea fan leaving some stalkers in the main. Gerald still committing in. And once again, he's going for the sentries. Does focus one of them down. Nice juggling out of Gerald. Nice juggling so far. Shield Body putting in a lot of work, but the Shield Body's out of energy. Locks down the Immortal. And there's no escaping this. The Immortal is going to be targeted. And with that, Chelsea fan is being broken. It's being broken here and now. Just barely doesn't have enough. The Immortal falls. Sentries as well. And now he's coming down, but last damage has been done. They Okay, the Immortal is saved. Brutal force field. He can't go down. He cannot save the low ground. He cannot move down to defend. The Immortal trapped in the main. And with that, these probes, they're going to be forfeits. Okay, they do pull away. They pull back over. Once again, another sentry. Once again, another force field. And Chelsea Fan just did not have enough. And back at him, Gerald, he's just taking up. From here, taking up. We have charge on the way. Getting into extra gateways. Does with the force his way up the ramp. Oh. Catching out a Stalker. Catching out a Stalker. Chelsea Fan, he does defend the main at least. He does hold on to the ramp, but alas, he is contained. And there's nothing pressuring Gerald to keep pushing. From here, he can just back up. He can just back up. He can just saturate his bases, take a third, expand from here. But GG gets called. The writing is on the wall, and Gerald, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, we saw that Chelsea Fan, he just was a little bit behind when it came to his own build. In a mirror matchup, that can mean everything. Unfortunately, because he had a later Robo, it meant that he had a later Warp Prism. He was just one step behind when it came to his Robo production. And without that Warp Prism, you saw there was no micro potential there. That was a big kind of deciding factor for Gerald. Even though he was pushing into shield batteries, even if he was pushing into a concave, he had that Prism. He could preserve his units, juggle his units back, juggle his Immortal back as well, reinforce on the front lines, and GG. GG, well played. Gerald, he barely had enough. Does take the first game, and we'll see if a Chelsea Fan can bring it back and look to force the ace match. Let's go. As we're jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. And game 2 is going to be on ley lines. I don't know how Gerald will pull this off. Dude has to play Rainer in best of 5, then another best of 5 versus Max X if he wins. He's probably just going to alternate. I believe the goal here is, because he just played against Spirit, so he just played against Spirit, then he plays in this, then he switches and switches back and forth. I think that's the goal. I believe that is the goal. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, leading the series 1-0. Again, traveling all the way to the Americas to compete in Cheeseadelphia. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. We'll see if we can fight back. We'll see if we can force the ace match and bring us to a game 3. It is a Chelsea Fan. Chelsea? Kelsey? No. Getting flashbacks from the last cast. But let's go. As we do open up. I know that someone earlier was asking for some cheese at Cheeseadelphia. True. I mean, PvP has potential for that, but so far, Chelsea Fan just going in for the scout. Just scouting across the map. There's no hidden pylon yet. No crazy setup. It is going to be, once again, a 2-gate opener out of Gerald, and likewise a 2-gate opener out of Chelsea Fan. That tournament is paused while this happens. Oh, really? What format do they have? There's no other series to cover? Aye. Yeah. Go Max X in the finals. Oh, there's no Clem. I see. No Clems. So yeah, true, they may as well. they may as well just follow us in. So, gosh, he's got a lot of StarCraft to play. A lot of StarCraft. For now, though, again, Double Stalker opener out of both players. This time, Gerald, he does open up Double Stalker as well. No adepts, not this time. From here, Chelsea looking to expand. Instead, he throws down the pylon. Let's go. I said, there we go. Does it on the pylon, does it up for the proxy. And Gerald, ooh, he's going to scout. Yeah, he's checking. Does fan out his stalkers, scouts towards the south, towards the north side as well, and he will find the proxy Stargate. And he is aware. Does find it, and he will shut it down. Unfortunately, there's just no support. There's no support. Stalkers are across the map, which means we can focus on the pylon, and this should be a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, unfortunately here for Chelsea fan. As the pylon is going to go down, the proxy is shut down. And now Gerald, he can counterattack. And bearing in mind, because of this Stargate, the natural it's delayed. The natural is delayed. Gerald, he already expanded. His own Nexus is in production. There's a cancel. And Chelsea fan does fall behind, forced to throw down a Stargate back at home instead. The left side shade into the main. There's no wall off. They don't quite get further into the main base. We do have another gateway on the way. Another gateway in production. Perhaps this time they may just commit. And they will. And they will get eyes on all the tech as well. They get eyes on the gateway, on the Stargate. They see everything. And with that, Gerald, he's now fully aware of the Void Ray. Wait, what? I was going to say of the Oracle that's going to be zooming across the map. Never mind. We're going for a one base all-in with Void Ray support. Interesting. This is something more unique that I haven't seen before. Okay. I mean, Void Rays, they have their place in the early game, right? It's like they're not as ideal as Immortals, but they can trade well against Stalkers at least with their prismatic alignment. Okay, sure. Show us what you got. Let's go. Adapter shade across the map, getting 2 probe kills. Void Ray into Robo, into Oracle, into an expand. Oh god. Okay, interesting. So when we saw the Void Ray, I assumed that we were going to be going for an all-in. It looks like the Void Ray was more of a defensive tool here. This is setting Chelsea fan behind. The Void Ray was a little bit unnecessary. Especially because Gerald was expanding and he's macroing up, so the Void Ray isn't really going to help too much. It does mean that the Oracle's going to be delayed. It also means that this Robo is a little bit later as well. I mean, it will help here in the defense, I suppose. Link is almost done. Gerald setting up a proxy. Setting up that reinforcing pylon. How many gateways does he have so far? 4. Jesus. He's got a 4-gate setup. And he's moving in. Oracle gets across the map. There's that prismatic alignment. Ideally, Gerald just has to wait it out. And that will run out. Oh, going for a second Oracle. Yeah, it's not going to help too much here in the defense. I mean, sure, he gets a revelation up. But Gerald, he has the concave, he has the micro, he has blink. And he will break through. GG gets called. Gerald, he will claim the series 2-0. He will take down Chelsea fan in the first round. GG. GG, well played. Best of luck to Gerald as he takes down Chelsea fan, and now he's going to be going up against Rainer in a best of 5. Best of luck. Again, Gerald, he does have it in him to take it to Rainer, so best of luck, Pappy. As this is going to be a very intense day of StarCraft for him, just because he's going to have to try to juggle playing both in the Wardy TV event as well as Cheeseadelphia as well. So best of luck, because I believe he will now play and compete against Rainer. Meanwhile, we have some catching up to do. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's go. Oh, I love how they were watching Gerald's games. Let's go. Let's go. But shout out to those at the venue, of course. Shout out to those at the venue. As we are going to be catching up with the group itself. It looks like the entirety of the first round has concluded. Okay. Also, if you happen to be at the venue, let us know who everyone is. Let us know. Because there are definitely some people that we haven't seen before. Or that we're a little bit unfamiliar with. Oh, I see Epic. Oh, there he is. Epic, he was walking in the background. Let's go. I see Future. Future, he's in the gray t-shirt. He's the tall one standing with the glasses. Dolan, he's our boy. We saw Dolan. Dolan just walked past. Dolan was in the black shirt. The black shirt. But we just have some catching up to do when it comes to the brackets. Un momento. Bam. There we go. So we have the first round wrapping up, and let's quickly catch up on these results. We do have Gerald. So Gerald takes down Chelsea Fan 2-0. We have Epic over Clovis. We have Dolan over Zesty. We have Foxter over Omni Skeptic. Starkiller takes down Kaiboy 2-0. Disrespect over Historian, or over the SC Historian. We do have Awesome Sauce over Mango Rock. Future over S-Rever, PiLiPiLi over Vast, Rob versus Falling Ninja, or over Falling Ninja, Jehefe versus or over Schnubdub, Warren over Tempo, John's Shadow over Dave Testa, and Full Heart over Pardessa. Is John's Shadow, Shadow, is that, I'm curious who that is. I don't think Jon Snow went there, but, yeah, interesting. But yes, we do have our first round wrapping up here. So far, no upsets, like no crazy results. Like so far, all the top players, they will soon be facing each other in the following rounds. And let us catch up on round 2 here. Okay, where do we want to go? We have Dave Tesla versus Foley Ninja, Temper versus Vast, Schnubdub versus S-Rever, Pardessa versus Morty, Future versus Warren. Ooh, okay, let's go. Yeah, the winners are facing off against the winners. Losers against losers. So Future versus Warren looks very spicy, not gonna lie. We have PiLiPiLi versus John Shadow, Rob versus Full Heart, Historian versus Zesty, Kaiboy versus Clovis, Omni Skeptic versus Chelsea Fan, Gerald versus Starkiller. Now, honestly, that looks like a good matchup, Gerald versus Starkiller. Unfortunately, I think Gerald is playing against Reina right now. So I don't think that match is going to be played anytime soon. Epic versus Disrespect, Dolan versus Awesome Sauce, and Foxter versus Jehefe. Okay, so looking at the second round, there are 3 series that do speak out to me. Future versus Warren for a TVZ, Foxter versus Jehefe for a TVT, and Epic versus Disrespect for another Terran versus Terran. There's a lot of Terrans there. Who's available? Let us have a look. Alright, just reaching out. Just reaching out. And I'm reaching out to Foxer and Jehefe. In my mind, they look like the closest in skill. We'll stay on Spy Camp for now. Let's go. Also, I love that our duck just underneath us is eyeing up the probe. It's a very suspicious probe. True. Just catching up with the chat. Sorry, I was just messaging the players. This is gonna be awkward. I don't know how Cheese admins will handle Gerald versus Rainer playing full best of 5. I mean, they're allowing Gerald to play in both, so I just to reiterate that, like, they're okay with it. Gerald, he asked their permission if he can play in both, and they're like, yeah, sure. So, like, there's no like tension there. There's no drama. You just play in both. So no issues. Boxer versus Jeheve is going to be a really, really good one. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, in my mind, like, they're both, like, pretty close in skill. So I think it's going to be a good match. Again, there were some other tempting ones as well, for sure. A lot of really good matches in round 2. And as a reminder, it's going to be 6 rounds. 6 rounds of group stage. And then we get into the playoffs. For now, though, it looks like our players need some time, so we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our TBT. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second round of the group stage of Cheeseadelphia 2025. Again, it's been an intense tournament already here, but we have our next matchup. We have our TVT, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Terran player. We have the American Terran. It is Jefe. El Jefe, papi. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other American Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Foxer. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our TVT. And oh my god, it's going to be a short one. It's as the initial SCV is sent across the map, getting ready here for a proxy. Now, what's important though is that there's only one SCV. Interesting. So we have a Rax back at home and what looks to be a Rax across the map. So not a committed proxy here by Jefe, but proxy nonetheless. And again, if you're in the chat, best of luck. Get your gamma going as predictions are open for a little bit longer. As the second Rax is thrown down. So 2 Rax Reaper, 1 at home, 1 across. This does make it more difficult to scout, but it also means it's going to be that much weaker as the second Reaper is going to take that much longer to reinforce across the map. Likewise, Foxer moving out with his own standard SCV scout timing. And back at home does open up single gas. Okay. So single gas opener out of Foxer means he's going for a faster command center, a faster CC, a delayed factory. This is going to be more ideal for our red Terran, for Jefe. Is going to be more ideal. Oh, I haven't seen that spray before. Okay. As we throw down the sprays, there's that command center. Again, we can see Foxer, he doesn't go in. He doesn't go further in. He's not fully aware of what's happening. And we're going for a proxy marauder. Okay, let's go. I assumed it was just going to be proxy 2x Reaper, but no, never mind. It's going to be a little bit more fancy than that. Marauder. Oh no, wow, he scouts, he checks, he does confirm, and he does get eyes on the concussive shell on the tech lab on the proxy. Wow, he does scout, he is aware. Behind this, cancel up on the high ground. There we go. Bunker is on the way, cancels the CC. Setting up in the main. Is setting up. Now, on the one hand, great scouts and a great reaction, but remember, it's still going to be a delayed reaction here. Remember, it was still a CC before factory, so the factory is delayed. It is late. Second bunker is being thrown down. But at the same time, it takes that much longer for these marauders to really come online. If this was proxy 2x Reaper, this would have already hit by now. It would have already hit. Last Foxy has time to prepare. Time to set up. Behind this, Jefe going for his factory. CC on the high ground for Foxer. Does move out. Jefe moving in. And trying to break this line of bunkers, it's not going to be easy. Oh, does get the Marine though. Oh, that was a bit of an overstep there from Foxer. Takes down the Marine. Likewise, there's 0 units here to defend. Yeah, there's no units, just SCVs. Workers are going down. 1 Marine will pop out. Just 1 Marine. We just avoid the bunker. Yeah, we avoid the bunker. The army is going to be cornered. Uh-oh. Yeah, the army is cornered. Marauders, they do tank. SCV is going to be going down. So far, it's going to be 9 SCV kills. That's a lot of economic damage. The tank will eventually clean up. At the same time, Reapers, they get across the map. So that's going to be 14. 14 SCVs going down for Foxer and 7 going down for Jefe. Oh, as boys are being pulled. Another Marine gets targeted. Getting up to 7, 8. 9 SCV kills. Hellion has arrived. And here we get 10. Oh, we can. So 10 versus 14. Oh my god. Brutal damage here from both sides. The problem though is that there's still no expansion. There we go. CC's now on the way for Jefe. Meanwhile, Foxer's is already done. It's already done, morphing into an orbital. As it all settles, Jefe still does have a worker lead. So slightly ahead in economy. At least for the time being, until the natural base is taken for Foxer. So we have somewhat of a back and forth. So the game will calm down. Gonna calm things down. Again, as it all settles here, Jefe temporarily does have the worker lead from here going into his own tank production. Likewise, Foxer does have that tank lead himself. He's up 2 tanks already. And right now the pressure is on Cheeseadelphia to contain, to try to in some way delay the expansion, but I don't think he can. Just has the one Hellion to at least give him some information, just to let him know. Until then, CC is done on location. You can see Foxer, he's closed that gap. Now down only 2 SCVs. And he's catching up. Okay, and after a dynamic early game, we're going to slow things down and build up into a mid game. Third TC for Foxer, so he's just rushing into a third. Meanwhile, Cheeseadelphia going into his own 2-1-1 setup. From here, he can work towards Stim, getting into Raven production, into Interference Matrix. Oh, sure, he is aware. He's aware of the Raven disadvantage, I should say. But welcome to Tokamak. We didn't really get to talk about it, but Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map, one of the more defensive maps as well. If we were to slow down and get into a 3-4 base setup and max out and get into a longer game, I mean, this is the map for it. 100%. This map is built for that. So we're keeping an eye open here on Cheeseadelphia. Basically, we're waiting to see, do we throw down extra production buildings or do we go for a third CC? As the third base is not maintained for Foxer. Foxer now taking an economic lead. Does claim his third. Does claim his third base. Cheeseadelphia has yet to do it so himself. Still just building up. Cheeseadelphia instead working on his upgrades. Stim is almost done. +1 has begun as well. But he's just not aware of what's been happening. He's unaware about the expansion. He's falling behind. And he has to commit. Yeah, here comes the Unsiege. Now this army has potential. Remember, he has Stim, so he can dive in. He can dive on top of the siege line. Speaking of, oh, does catch a Raven. Nice pickup. Takes down the Raven. There are 2 Ravens left. Interference Matrix is almost done. Now he's aware. Does see the siege line. And with help of these Ravens, oh, almost gets another. He can try to break this. Remember, the Marine count is very low on this army, or with this army. Just a handful of Marines. Cheeseadelphia has potential. Folks are spreading out. Cheeseadelphia rotating over. Behind this, let's get his own third. His army gets spotted. Foxer, he does go for the mass on siege, trying to reposition. Does race over. Cheeseadelphia, where are we headed? Does go for the double drop. Foxer does siege. Ooh, tank, yeah, the tank bully does go off. And Cheeseadelphia, he cannot break through. Not like this. Meanwhile, Foxer, he's distracted, dropping into the mineral line. Not bad. Does distract, does cause the entire army to respond. Getting a couple of SCVs. Zoning back the army at the same time, Cheeseadelphia moving in. And does he disable it in time? He does. He gets 1, 2, he gets 3 of the tanks. Throws out the auto turrets, but does he have enough army here? Not enough Marines. Yeah, there's not enough. The boys are being pulled. Tanks are going to go down. Foxer will hold. Foxer, he will hold on at the same time, though the drop in the main base is getting out of hand. Oh my god. Takes down the Ravens, takes down the Bio. Damage is being done. May have lost all of his tanks, and oh, he's rallying into the army. He has to watch that rally. Cheeseadelphia getting too excited. He does take over the main. Oh. Does take over. Now dropping on the tanks. Does go for the unsiege. Here comes the auto turrets. And JFA looks like he might barely have enough. It's close. He gets one. He gets two. He gets three. Takes down all the tanks. Not bad. Barely takes down all the tanks. He does have the upgraded advantage as well. He has medics. He has marines. He has upgrades. And he does it. He breaks the third. He breaks the main. Folksure barely cannot keep up. Just barely. And again, shout out to the MVP double drop. Did so much in the main. 210, how many? 55 SCVs? Oh my god. That's crazy. 55 workers going down, and with that, a Folksure, he has been crippled. He's down to 30 workers, down to barely an economy. Heavy pulling back. Remember, he's got his third base up and running. He is a little bit vulnerable here as he has no defensive tanks. He did bleed out his tanks earlier. But at the same time, Folksure going for his own double drop. But there's no other distraction, right? There's no other second push. Jeheve can focus on solely this. Drop gets spotted. Jeheve rotates. Folksure is deflected. Going back in. Does double back. Oh no, he's waiting. Oh my god. Jeheve is waiting for it, Pat. Aye, aye, aye. Is in position. Drops are being deflected, and Jeheve, he can just chill and just max out. From here, he can just max out. And then just commit. Already pushing. He preserved the Ravens from earlier. He hasn't lost a single Raven so far, so he still has those disables. And behind this, only one tank. Only one tank in position. He doesn't even have to disable. He'll go for it, just to be efficient. Double drop into the natural. Turrets, oh, they defend the main. Third base is gonna fall. And this double drop does get the mineral line. Yeah, no reaction there from Jeheve. It doesn't pull away the workers. The drop is doing damage, but that's gonna be a kill. That's gonna be a kill at the third. And honestly, you can just keep going. Jeheve can just keep on pushing, and he will. He stims in, just one tank to defend. From here he can stim, and he can win, but he takes down the tank, takes down the other, boards are being pulled. Folks are getting desperate, and Jeheve starts off with a win. GG, Jeheve will take game number 1. Whew. GG. An intense game 1. As we are now getting into game number 2. But again, an intense game there out of Jeheve. Again, early on, it was very shaky. We started things off with the proxy, and likewise, it was a little bit back and forth there. Workers going down from both sides. Workers did go down. If you recall, it all began with 14 SCV kills across the map. And with that, took a slight lead. Of course, Folksure, he was recovering, and I'll be honest, Folksure did a great job at rushing to that third base, getting up to his 3-base economy. He did have the tools to defend. The real MVP of that game, if you remember, was the double drop, right? The double drop coming into the natural and then dropping into the main as well thereafter. Folksure, he had the army to hold on, but he barely wasn't able to keep up. He barely did miss the drop initially, and it got out of hand. It got very quickly out of hand. With that, Jeheve was able to pull him apart. Now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on ley lines. We go. And personally, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see us go the distance. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Jeheve. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, we have the Blue Terran. It is Folksure. Let's go. Let us go. Oh no, I see the copy passes in the chats. Oh no. Look, I'm not one to gloat. That's really not my style. But if I'm being honest here, I'm extremely, almost suspiciously tight with Jehefe. Like, text me first kind of tight. Oh my god. So tight. Like, inside jokes and unspoken understanding levels of tight. I'm not saying I'm the favorite, but I'm also not saying that. Este Defi. Ay, ay, ay. True, when I think of tight, I think of Defi. Not like this. So getting into game 2. Now as a reminder, Jehefe did start things off with a proxy racks across the map in the previous game, with mixed success is what I will say. I mean, he was able to get 14 SCV kills, so that's true. That was quite successful. This time, though, we are going for a double gas. Double gas opener out of Folkster, going for a faster factory. I can say the same for Jehefe, going for a second gas geyser into a faster factory. No one is going for any kind of more economic opener, not like last game, and likewise, there's no proxy either. Both players, in a way, being safe. Both players playing safe. Just in case there was any kind of proxy on the map, this would be a secure way to shut it down. From here, we can go into earlier Hellions and earlier Cyclones. Jehefe does scout for a proxy, does check the third location, and pulls back. Likewise, folks are doing the same, checks a third, and then backs off. So both players being very safe here. Again, proxies are relatively common in TVT, so both players just being secure. So yeah, massing up our Reapers. To have our 1-1-1 follow-up here. From the side of Jehefe. Interesting. So our Red Terran does open up initially with a Hellion, then into the add-on. Oh, sorry, into Widowmine, my apologies. I was looking at the other player. Into a Widowmine follow-up, which is not often seen here. It's going to be a little bit more defensive. We'll see if we can catch out any units. Folks are poking in. Ideally wants to delay the CC. Ooh. But Jehefe does react in time. Does react. Does set up. And he's hiding that Widowmine under the Hellion. Does hide it. Folks are coming in. Mine shot's about to go up. Up! Does retarget. Ooh, takes down two Reapers. Yeah, 2 Reapers do go down, and with that he shuts down the push. Takes down the Hellion. 1 Hellion left. And Jehefe, he defends. He defends. He cleans up everything. Ay, ay, ay. Solid defense here from Jehefe. Back at home. Do you see Folkster getting to his own tank production? Tank production underway. Building up towards the mid-game. Meanwhile, Jehefe going into his Ravens once again. So early Raven production. Delayed tanks out of our Red Terran. Folkster heading in the same direction. Also going for his own Raven. Ravens are amassing, and we saw how impactful they can be in TVT. We saw that in the last game. And this time, a bit of a twist here. A bit of a role reversal, I should say. Faster third base out of our Red Terran. Okay. Is going for the faster third. Hellion Reaper into the mineral line. Gets 1 SCV. And depending on how late the third base is for Folkster, this is going to force his hand. It's going to force him to be the aggressor instead. To move out to try to punish Jehefe. We'll see if he can. If it doesn't quite commit. Third CC's on the way. It is going to be later for Folkster, but on the way nonetheless. So both players are building up. And we're slowing things down. As opposed to the previous game, we're calming things down. Both players are expanding. There's no one pressuring each other to push. We're going to settle in. As thankfully, we're at least not getting into mech. We do have our bio tank set up here. Extra racks is going to be on the way for both Foxer and Cheeseadelphia. Cheeseadelphia going to be the first to move out. Okay. And again, we do have comparable armies. I don't know if he really intends to commit in and try to break this position. He does go for the disable. He goes for it. Gets one, gets both tanks. Nice counter disables. Yeah, all the tanks on the Ravens as well. Despite that, Cheeseadelphia does break through. He takes down one of the tanks. He gets one. And he barely gets the other. Takes down both tanks. Pulls away. And a better trade for the Red Terran. And he still has energy, by the way. He still has energy. He still has another disable. He can keep pushing. The Viking has right. Oh, 2 Vikings though. For Foxer. Gets 1 disable up. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Foxer holds. Foxer, he's holding. Cheeseadelphia did lose 1 Raven in the process. Did lose 1. Boys are there to repair. And he will lose. Oh, almost another Raven. Yeah, Cheeseadelphia, he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Viking gun in favor of Foxer. And if he doesn't go for the unsiege, then he's just going to be pounced upon. Speaking of, he will barely lose 1 tank. 1 tank goes down. But overall, this was a better trade. A better trade for the Red Terran. He was able to contain behind this 3rd CC. 3rd CC is fully operational. This entire time, Foxer was contained on 2 bases, just now expanding. Likewise, did have some better trades here for Cheeseadelphia. Let's pull away. Does reinforce. Stimming in. Yeah, tanks are just now siege. They were a little bit late. There's that first disable. And Cheeseadelphia, oh, can he break through this? Oh, not quite. Yeah, not quite. Does overextend. That was not the fight he wanted to take. Got a little bit too excited. And Cheeseadelphia now is in trouble. Has to back up. Let's back up. Does hard down both Ravens. Oh my god. Very nice snipes. Takes down the Ravens. Takes down the tank as well. Better trades here from Cheeseadelphia. So he does pull away. Pull away, Liberator into the main. A late reaction, doesn't pull away with the SCVs. Yeah, 6 SCV kills. Ooh, Raven did get hunted down. Wait, did it? Barely not. Raven did survive. Raven survived. Damage was done. Economically, we do see Foxer ahead in workers. But still very clutch, very close. Tank counts are neck and neck. The one advantage that Cheeseadelphia has is that 1 Raven. So he does move out. Foxer, he's ready. Cheeseadelphia will get 1 tank though. At least he tries to. Yeah, nice stim. Takes down both tanks. Foxer holds. Foxer, he's holding on. And the game will continue. Whew. The game will progress. 4th base only for Foxer, 4th base for Cheeseadelphia as well. Both players expanding, building up, getting into the upgrades, and getting into that later game state. Cheeseadelphia, they're still being active. He's not stopping. I get spotted. He's spotted. Foxer rotates. Likewise, drop into the main or into natural. Foxer, he does have reinforcements. He will clean this up. Cheeseadelphia does hold. He's still just searching for a way in. I do appreciate the Foxer. He just keeps sending out these scouting marines. He just keeps spotting these rotations. Ooh. Heavy cannot break through this. Please, that's some Marines at the same time pushing on the left-hand side. Barely does not get into the mineral line. Foxer is holding. Oh, did I speak too soon? No turrets. No turrets in position. Double drop into the mineral line. We've seen this before. Does nice some workers going for the upgrades. And +2 is going to be denied. Takes on one upgrade. At the same time, drop into the main. Gets cleaned up as well. Nice defense here by Foxer. Everyone, nice defense. Takes down 3 full medevacs. 2 in the main and 1 at the natural. Foxer, he defends. Meanwhile, just some Viking harass in the main. Did have some Vikings. And Foxer does take a supply lead. Again, they just cleaned up 3 full medevacs. And now it's time to push. Now it's time to break out. Now, despite the supply lead, a lot of it is in Marines. Ooh, as he does snipe the Raven. But even with a smaller army, Heavy can make a stand. As long as he does siege in time. Yeah, Foxtrot cannot break through. Does go for Marine run by. Oh, Heavy caught unsieged. Yeah, one tank goes down. He's going to lose another and another. Heavy is being broken, losing every single tank. Doesn't siege in time. It gets caught out. And that's going to be game. That's going to be game. That was every tank going down. Only Marines remaining. Foxtrot is moving in. And again, we're looking to force an ace match. GG gets called. Foxtrot, he does tie things up. We are going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Foxtrot does take the game, and now we're going to the ace match. Again, Jehefe, he was being so aggressive this game as well, being very much so in the face of Foxtrot, and finding some success here, but if you recall, did lose 3 full medevacs. It was not quite worth it trying to drop into the bases and trying to be overly aggressive. That did leave an opening. On top of that, he was having a hard time keeping up with the rotations of Foxtrot. GG. GG, well played. Foxtrot found the opening, found a way through, and now we're going all the way to game 3. Here we go. So getting into the ace match. Oh god, all the Terrans are convening. Sorry, I'll show you guys. Looks like the players, they do need a moment. They do need a moment. But we have Epic on the left. We have Epic. He's in the Sidestorm shirt or Sidestorm jersey. We have Epic. We have Joe on the right as well. Joe is of course the organizer of the event. Joe in the plain gray shirt. So big shout out to Joe for making this event a reality. I believe that's right. Let's go. Let's go. Gerald is off screen. Gerald is on the right hand side. He was just playing. Just playing. I'm just here for the beefy boy from Last Cheese. Where's the beef? Our beefy boy is over on the left. We saw him earlier. I'm sure we'll see him again. We'll see him back. We'll see him. But it's also understandable. Yes, yes. We all want the. Oh, there he is! Oh, let's go! He's beautiful. He's looking after the stream. He's there. He's there, Pat. Oh, the beef. Oh, God. Future was showing up earlier as well. Dolan is next to Epic. So Dolan is on the left, next to Epic. On the right, I'm not too certain who that is. But Dolan, he's in all black. All black. We don't have a wave emote? Unfortunately not, unfortunately. We'll get one, we'll get one. We kind of have a way. We have. It kind of works. Kind of works. But yeah, really cool to see everyone interacting, of course. I still want like I would still love to see like an introduction of like some of the other players as well. Ideally would be great to see. You might see PiLiPiLi later. PiLiPiLi, I think he's in his Genji jersey. I saw someone in a Genji jersey who I believe is Pili. Oh. Meanwhile, we have our game. Game. Oh, right. We also saw Starkiller. Starkiller, he was off screen earlier, but I'll point out Starkiller when we see him. Oh, it's jumping in. Jumping in. Yo, shout out to Dropship Magic in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 19 months. That's a lot of months. That's a lot of months of support. Thank you. Thank you. Papi Chulo holding it down, bringing the best SSU games to the plebs. Oh no. We do what we can, we do what we can. The best StarCraft. Let's go. What you're saying, lad, is we need a player profile photo shoot. Yes, yes. That's what we need. Krista, oh, was that Krista? Oh, there you go. Krista was there. But now we're getting into the next game, getting into the ace match here of the series. The ace match of our TBT. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Cheeseadelphia. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Blem. It is Foxer. Again, forcing the ace match, bringing us all the way to game number 3. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see where we take us as the SCV does zoom out across the map much earlier here from Foxer. Hello. What's going on? The SCV does rally here towards the bottom left hand corner, and we are setting up for what looks to be an early proxy. Just the one SCV though. So we have one Rax back at home and the one proxied across the map. Now the last time we saw this was actually from Cheeseadelphia, where he went for a Rax at home and a proxy Marauder setup. This might be proxy to Rax Reaper though. As our eyes are on this one SCV, there's a Rax. And we'll see if he goes for the Marauder variation or for the Reaper variation instead. Regardless, it is now Fox's turn to proxy. No fear, we're in the ace match, by the way. We're in the ace match here, no fear, no fear. Meanwhile, Cheeseadelphia does go out with his SCV scout, does move out. Back at home, economic opener. Single gas here out of Cheeseadelphia, so he's going for a faster CC on the low ground. Bold move here on Pylon, very bold move. Does scout the main, does see both gases being taken, so there should be a factory, there should be a delayed CC. And he doesn't stick around. Does not stick around to find out. Otherwise, he would notice that the factory would not be thrown down. He would notice that something was wrong. And there it is, 2x Reaper. So 2x Reaper out of Foxer. And this is going to be a tough hold. It's not like an auto win or anything like that. But because we're going for a faster CC, it does mean that we will have a late Hellion to support. Likewise, Cheeseadelphia moves out with the Reaper. Oh. He does move out, so he doesn't have much at home to defend. Gonna have a Marine. And the Marine is not gonna fare well against these Reapers. as here comes Foxer going for 3. Jesus. He's going for a 1 base all in. Ay, going for the proxy factory as well. He's crazy. He is crazy going for the proxy factory. Reapers, they do hit the natural. They will delay the CC. And they can do more than that. SCV goes down. Again, just the 1 Marine on the high ground. Reaper does race back home. JFA does race back. He's now aware. Seeing 2 Reapers is a tell. Now he knows. As we are waiting for the Hellions, waiting for extra Reapers. Again, because 1 is at home, it does take a little bit longer to reinforce. But he will delay once again, just barely, 99%. Yeah, the CC does not complete, takes down the Marine. Reapers are on the sorry, Hellions are on the way, but it's too late. He went for the reactor first as well. Ay. And SCV's up fully. The Hellions for the low ground. Yeah, Hellion shots, they pop up. Shuts down the SCVs. Oh, has to respect the Hellions though. 2 Hellions on the high ground. More Hellions are on the way. Jehefe, he's holding on. Oh, so another SCV goes down. And we're going for a proxy cyclone. God damn. Going for the cyclones. Oh, the Reapers do line up. Hellions, they will shut this down. Yeah, just in time as well before the cyclone does reinforce. So nice clean up here from Jehefe. He can now finish up that CC. Behind this, Foxer is expanding. He's also transitioning back at home. Or at least trying to. Yeah, cyclone races back. Whew, and the game will continue. And again, it was so important there that he was able to break through that army when he did. Otherwise that cyclone would have reinforced. And that could have been game. Could have been game. Behind this, going for Marauder production. Okay, setting up for a drop. Very interesting. I'd imagine waiting for the second Marauder before moving out. Back at home, Foxer scrambling for a defense. Foxer is up 10 SCV. Jesus. Heavily in the worker count, but will that matter? Because here comes the counterattack. Here come the 6 Hellions, the Reaper, and more importantly, the Marauders as well. The Marauders are coming in. He does rush past the bunker. Can he focus at the Cyclones? Marauders are moving forward. They do try to get 1. Yeah, they try to send them away. There we go. 1 Cyclone does fall. The other forced to pick up. And he has control of the low ground. He has control of the main as well. Dropping into the main base, going for the mineral line. SCVs are getting roasted. Getting 9 SCVs so far. They're lining up. Oh my god. They do line up. Brutal connections. Nice save though. Very nice save. Up. The medevac. He goes for the scan and the medevac does not get away. Ay. Takes down the medevac. Does defend and Foxer, he holds on. Behind this, he's down 4 SCVs, but he does survive. Still has the factory out there, by the way. That is going to be a little bit awkward. Is he going to make tanks? He's making tanks across the map. He's crazy. I mean, he's counterattacking. Okay, true. Is proxying his tanks. Jehefe is looking very vulnerable, by the way. He has 1 tank of his own. He has 2 Marines. This is the army. 2 Marines and a tank. It's not going to be enough. No shots. The 1 tank does siege. But I believe Foxer should have 2. Yeah, second tank is now moving in. Oh. Reprint to the main. Tanks, they can get within range of the CC. And they are. Ooh, going for the dive. Boys are being pulled. Can he focus on the tank? He can. Just barely. Tank goes down. And this is going to become critical damage here. So many SCVs going to be falling. Going to be getting up to 9. Getting up to 10. Oh, it does focus on the Viking. And that's going to be everything. That's going to be everything here at the natural. 15 SCV kills. 0 tanks remaining. Got some auto turrets. They will buy some time. But Foxer, he's done it. GG gets called. There's nothing left to defend. And Foxer, he will take the series 2-1. Taking down Jehefe. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Cheeseadelphia. He will, sorry, Foxer, he will take this series. Cheeseadelphia, he did start things off with a bang with game 1. And likewise, game 2 was very close, very cluttery back and forth. But alas, here in game 3, Foxer with the proxy did catch Cheeseadelphia with his pants down. Committed not just with the Reapers, but with the Cyclones and tanks as well, which is crazy, by the way. It was crazy, it was wild. Aye, aye, aye. But does a breakthrough. And with that, Foxer, he will take a very important win here, and we'll see what that means for the rest of the bracket, as I believe round 2 is wrapping up. Oh. And round 2 is wrapping up. Let's catch up. Let us catch up. Oh. Beautiful. Okay. So let's catch up on the second round here. We do have Falling Ninja. Falling Ninja does take down Dave Tessa 2-0. Vas takes down Tempo 2-0. We have S Rever or Reverse taking down Schnubdub. We have Morty. Oh, that's Flapjack. Oh, that's Flipper Flat. Oh, let's go. That's Flipper Flapjack, I believe. Takes down Pardessa 2-0. Future 2-0's Warren. PiLiPiLi takes down John's Shadow. Full Heart takes down Rob 2-1, went to the ace match. I believe Full Heart is playing Protoss. I think from my understanding he has made the full switch to Protoss, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to double check that. We have Zesty taking down Historian, or the SC2 Historian. Kaiboy takes down Clovis. Chelsea Fan takes down Omni. Epic 2-0's Disrespect. Dolan 2-0's Awesome Souls. We have Foxtrot 2-1 over Cheeseadelphia. And we have one series left, Gerald versus Starkiller. And I'm not so certain if they are mid-series. Looks like they're jumping in. Okay. Alright, jumping in. And looks like Gerald, he did... Oh, okay. It looks like Gerald, he did wrap up his series versus Raynor in the Wardy tournament. It looks like Raynor did take down Gerald 3-1, which means now Gerald can focus on this, or on Cheeseadelphia. Let's go. You get our focus back. Not distracted. Not anymore. And it looks like Gerald and Starkiller the mid-series, and we are jumping into game number 2. Jumping into that second game. Let's go. As Gerald, he's leading the series 1-0, and we are here to wrap up that second round. We're here to wrap it up. The 11th hour is too strong. It's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. Here we go. Is that X code? No, it's not. Nah. Okay. I think Disrespect is in the Apprentice Esports jersey? Question mark? Maybe. Oh, yo, shout out to Future. Future, he was helping out Starkiller with some settings. For those who are curious, a Starkiller, he's playing. I can't point to the players, but you can see Future on the right, and Starkiller, he's in frame. We can see his PC. It just loaded into the game, which is this one, the Inception. I can see the game from his perspective. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the teal Zerg player. With the teal Zerg, we have the Maturino Zerg player. It is Starkiller. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into game number 2. As a reminder, we are mid-series, and the pressure is on Starkiller here. And he moves out with the drone. Does move out. Now, for those that are familiar, Starkiller, he used to be the most active player in StarCraft, period. I think he earned an award. He earned an award for playing in the most tournaments back in like 2020, maybe 2019. It's been a while. It's been a couple of years. Starkiller, of course, he did retire for a time, but recently came back. He recently did come back to play in events like this, to play in local events like at Cheeseadelphia. Meanwhile, does go for the proxy. Boys are being pulled to deal with this. Remember, this is an economic opener here. Starkiller, I say that, never mind, does go for the gas and the pool before hatchery. Before expansion. But I believe he has no intention to allow this to finish, so this is just designed to delay, to block the natural. Exactly what Gerald is doing. So Gerald is going for the pylon block. He will delay the expansion, and Starkiller forced to expand elsewhere. We go. You should put your camera on top of the feed and then show them like a weather presenter. Let's go. Yes, you can see the strong winds of a storm coming. The storm is coming. Don't forget your umbrellas, Zerg players. They won't help, but they'll help you feel secure at least. Oh god. You will still fall prey to the storm, but it'll give you a little bit of peace of mind. True, true. As Starkiller does double expand. Behind the sea, pulls out of gas. Earlier link speed, but does pull out. As back at him, Gerald, he does now expand. It takes his own natural. Because of the delayed natural base, it does mean that he has excess units to work with. He has 2 Zealots and an Adept. Now it's time to counterattack, and it is going to be on Starkiller to defend as efficiently as possible without losing drones. As that is 6 more lings on the way. That's a lot of Zerglings. Starkiller is not joining. He's not joining. He's on 18 workers. And this may just be a link flood. Oh, no, never mind. 5 drones on the way, so he is joining up. It's going to be delayed economy and delayed workers, as this is a lot of Zerglings. But true, like I do have the green screen. I could point out the players. I could try at least. Another. Do see Gerald he's secure back at home. Does make it back, as they'll say do slip in. Cheeky move here by Gerald. He did not race back home. Okay, stuck around, he's going for the mineral line. Drones are going to be falling. Gets 1, gets 2. Oh. Starkiller racing back home. Does race back, mining is denied. And Gerald does follow with a Stargate into a Twilight Council before 3rd. Oh. Not bad, takes down the Spore. Oracle arrives, remember there is no Spore, he's going for the Queen, and he will get it. The Queen will go down. Oh, just barely. Queen does fall. Starkiller going for the counterattack, trying to force a cancel on the 3rd. And there is no Oracle. Sorry, no, there is. Never mind. There is a backup Oracle, but there's a cancel. Not bad. Does force a cancel, does delay. So Starkiller, he does get some counter damage. And can he force another cancel? Oh, he shouldn't, but it's getting low. Oh, never mind. Okay. Not bad. Denies the base twice. Does surrender the natural base as well. Forcing Gerald all the way back home. Still no expansion. Can he get it again? He shouldn't get it again. Starkiller does race back. Races on back. Behind the Spores are in position. We have the Lair on the way, Roachhorn as well. The Queens are trying to keep up, but Epsay shading towards the bases. There are only a handful of Lings though. They're barely any Zerglings. Brutal position behind the mineral line. And mining once again is denied. This is getting out of hand. Unfortunately, no roaches to defend. Let Epsay cancel the shade. Zerglings, eventually they will clean this up. Eventually. Eventually. Oh god, the positioning is brutal. The crates, they come into play. And there we go. That's going to be 4 drone kills. Behind this goal, going for a standard transition, working towards Blink. I believe there is no Forge. Yeah, so no Forge, delayed +1. It's a bit of a messy fight. I mean, it's just a messy game. It's just been a very messy game here. Sure, Gerald's upgrades are late, but his third base was also delayed quite heavily. Likewise, Starkiller still droning up, getting a 4th. Economically, I still give the edge to Gerald, but Starkiller, he's holding his own. He's doing what he can. Barely doesn't catch the probe. Ooh, as the stasis does connect. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal stasis. Starkiller, he was distracted. He was trying to harass. Stasis traps are connecting. Crates in, but they are, Papi, they are. Starkiller does pull away this time. Again, he's able to he's able to just focus on his defense. Back at him, Gerald building up his Blink Stalkers. How many gates? He's getting to 8. So 8 gates Blink Stalker. Behind this, Storm is also on the way, now getting into +1. Remember, +1 is going to be delayed here, so the Stalkers aren't where they want to be exactly. But does hit the 4th. Roach is out of position. Starkiller, he was in the middle of moving out. Has to race back over, and the base will fall. Oh, never mind. Gerald distracted by the roaches. Up. One more volley. Oh, does get it. Base goes down. Starkiller coming for the surround, and Gerald, can he recall out of here? Can he escape? And with how much? Oof. Does try to blink away. Will bleed out 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers going down. Starkiller, he's committing. Behind this, no 4th. He's just rallying across the map. No drones either. Just purely Ling Roach. Ling works at 53. Storm is not yet done. If Storm isn't done, nice snipe takes out 1 High Templar. Just 1 left. There's 1 Templar remaining. 5 more seconds. The Storm is about to finish. And he's ready for it. He's ready for the Storm. Ooh, does connect. Does soften up those roaches. And God, he's holding. He is holding on. Bearing in mind, behind this Starkiller, he is all in. He's down 20 workers. Even on bases. Just now working on the Evo chamber. We were talking about how Gerald, his +1 was late, and it was. Likewise, the +1 here for Starkiller, non-existent. Just now begins at 9 minutes. And this tells us the Starkiller, he wants to macro. He's droning. He's droning. He's retaking the 4th base. But this is all just so late. Ravagers are being denied. Oh, nice catch. Okay, let's go. Very nice catch. Takes down one of the oracles. Let's go. Este Starkiller. Gerald, he is distracted. At the same time, Starkiller going for a Ling run by. There is a cannon. There are some shield batteries. And Warpin will disrupt the Lings. They do slip into the bases, though, forcing a recall. Causing a little bit of havoc. Oh, the cannons are done. And Gerald, he does defend. Does defend. Behind this, Gerald getting a 4th base, getting up to 80 probes. And the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for Starkiller. He has to end it soon. Oh, as we're working towards Sky Toss. Fleet beacons on the way, Stargate as well. Building up into Skytos. As Gerald, pushing into Starkiller. Again, storms are ready. At the same time, Zealot run by here into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. Starkiller out of position. Doesn't lose many workers though. Okay. It's keeping up. So good. Does keep up. Ooh. Storms once again going up. And Gerald, he's just pulling Starkiller apart. The storms are brutal. Storms on the Ravagers is what? 2 storms left. Down to 1, down to 0. Also final storm. Starkiller, he is holding on, but at the same time, 14 drone kills. And the economy just is not there. And even though Starkiller, he fends off the army, Gerald behind this is remaxing with what? With Skytos. Right, the fleet being's done. Motherships on the way. No carriers or Tempest yet, thankfully. It's still fixated on the ground-based army. But it's a massive army. Zealots collapse in, coming in for the flank. Storm connects as well, and GG gets called. Starkiller, he's just overwhelmed, and Gerald, he will take the series 2-0, taking down Starkiller, and so far undefeated in the group stage. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Gerald, he will claim the series. GG, well played against Starkiller. He was able to hold his own, and there were some nice moments for Starkiller as well, where he was able to deny the expansion, able to delay, what, 2-3 times, was able to at least disrupt the opener of Geralt, but alas, wasn't quite able to keep up. The Adept harass was brutal, the Zealot run buys, the stasis traps as well. Geralt was able to recover, able to bounce back, able to snowball, out of control. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, with that, Gerald, he will claim the series, and with that, I believe that is round 2 concluding for the group stage. I believe that will conclude round 2. Oh, let's catch up. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up on the boys. Let's go. Chad, SC Historian in the background. I believe Chelsea fan is in the mix as well. Let's go. And they are seeding the bracket as we speak. They're setting up round 3. Oh, okay. So we are getting into the 3rd round. I believe that. Oh, hey, that's disrespect. Let's go. As I mentioned before, that was the Apprentice Esports jersey. So disrespect. Rocking the Apprentice Esports jersey. Love to see it. We haven't casted disrespect yet. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, of course, we have our beefy boy. God damn it. Of course, of course. Let's catch up. Let's catch up. On our brackets. So from the top, we have we know what we want. We know what we want, papi. Hi. Gerald versus Dolan in the 3rd round. We have to cover that series 100%. It's gonna be Gerald versus Dolan. Likewise, we do also have Epic versus Full Heart facing off in a TVP, so 2 TVPs there. We have Historian versus Omni Skeptic. We have Schnubdub versus Pardessa. Starkiller versus S-Rever. That's gonna be a ZVZ. Jeheve versus Zesty in a TVZ. We have Disrespect versus Kaiboy. I believe that's also a TVZ as well. Future versus Fox, you're in a Terran versus Terran. Oh my god. It's gonna be a spicy one. We have PiLiPiLi versus Flapjack, Tempo versus Clovis, Rob versus Chelsea Fan, Awesome Souls versus Vast, Warren versus Falling Ninja, and John's Shadow versus Mango Rock. Okay. So we have our players. Oh, also, I keep talking about him, but I don't get to point him out. There's PiLiPiLi. You can see him. He's got the red and black Genji esports jersey. So far, we've seen, I think, 4 players in jerseys. We have Pili in Gen Esports. We have Disrespect in Apprentice, and we've seen a couple of Psystorm boys. We've seen Epic, of course, and I think Chelsea fan is wearing a Psystorm jersey as well, if I'm not mistaken. But we have our matchups, and again, there's only one answer. Like we got to cover Dolan and Gerald. Setting up. Are setting up. Viters are underway. And we'll soon have our next series. We haven't casted Pili either. There's so many players. Like, I want to cast Disrespect. I want to cast Pili, like, at some point. We haven't casted Warren yet either. True. Awesome Source. I don't know what Awesome Source looks like. But hopefully we can catch him at some point. Actually, I think Awesome Source is in the red plaided shirts. Maybe. I'm uncertain. We haven't casted Rob. There's just too many players. Too many. Too many. But for the time being, we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have Gerald versus Dolan once the vetoes are done. Once they're ready, we jump in. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we'll have our next series. See you soon. Yo, I didn't realize Nish is there. Right? Oh my god. The soccer, let's go. Pappy. We have Nish. I believe. I could be mistaken. For now that we're going on a break, we'll be back soon. Back soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the third round of the group stage here at Cheeseadelphia 2025. We are here. We have returned with our fresh series, our fresh TVP, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Incorporeal, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have our red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Detonate. It is Dolan. Here we go. Why play two tournaments at the same time, you degen? What do you mean? He did the same thing in Home Story Cup. Remember, he played in the last Home Story Cup while also playing in Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Crazy. Crazy, man. He went to the venue. He went to the Take Studio. Early in the morning, he broke in. Just so he could play in Sparky Tuna Cup. It's crazy. It's crazy. Plays in everything. Meanwhile, we do have a cheeky start here from Dolan. Before I get ahead of myself, though, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, as Dolan does go for the eBay block. Gerald does scout this. He does respond. He does fool the boys. The boys are here. SV is forced back. And with that, Gerald, he will eventually expand here on the low ground. Meanwhile, Dolan going for a cheeky placement with that Rax, making it look like it's more committed than it is. Basically, Gerald, he will poke up the ramp, he will see the Rax is missing, and the hope is that Gerald pulls away to scout. And speaking of, he pulls away, does pull away. He does not go further in. He's not fully aware of what's going on, but he should confirm. Oh, yeah, there we go. Does go in, does see both gases. The Marine. The Marine is revealed. He knows. He now knows that the Rax is in the main. He's now aware. He is working behind the mineral line, and it looks like he will not get the scout. Geralt, he's in the dark. Now, he at least knows that the Rax is back at home. He at least knows that. But he doesn't know if the factory is proxy. He doesn't know how committed this is going to be. You can see he's scouting. Oh, actually, never mind. Dolan. Proxy starport? Are we going for the 1-1-1 proxy starport into medevac and to drop into the main? Yeah, let's go. we know our boy, Pat. We know our boy. So this is going to be a proxy starport. This should be a medevac to go into the main base to drop in with Hellions. There's the add-on swap into Hellion production. We know our boy, Pat. We know. He's an animal. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see Gerald. He is setting up defensively. Safety shield batteries on the way. Stalker is scouting for the proxy. He's trying to figure out where exactly the aggression is. Does check. Does check the third. Likewise, that moves out across the map. There is going to be a full wall on the high ground. And here comes that medevac. Medevac is on the way. But yes, I will ask after this series Dolan who is next to him, because I do not know myself. Oh, Adept does shade in. Should attempt to. Dolan, he breaks out. Adept, does miss the move out, and here comes the drop. At the same time, though, hallucination to the main, gets eyes on the setup, gets eyes on the CC, and here comes the drop. Gerald, yeah, he does read this well. He saw the reactor Hellion production. I mean, he saw the Hellions earlier. And he's ready in the main. So a solid read here by Gerald. Dolan dropping in. We have two Stalkers, a Sentry, and an Adept. More than enough to defend. And Dolan, he cannot break in. Gets one volley off. Doesn't kill any probes. Gets one. And that was not worth it. That was not worth it. Dolan, he was so committed here. Bearing in mind that this was borderline one base all in. Oh no! The medevac, get out of here! Oh my god. Does boost away. And Gerald, being so greedy in the face of the aggression, goes for a third. He's getting a third Nexus. Dolan doesn't even have a natural. Doesn't even have a natural base. Going for Liberator. Hellion drop into the natural. Again, the pressure is on Dolan. He has to get something done. It's deflected. Yeah, he's going to be deflected. Drop comes in. He can two-shot probes. But yeah, not going to be enough. Medevac is going to go down. Eventually. Goes back into the main. Up! Oh my god. Does barely escape. Threads the needle. There are stalkers out on the map though. Yeah, Dolan's being hunted down. Behind this will now expand. Getting to his own 2-1-1 setup. Hellions, they drop back in. Liberator as well. Okay, now we're getting damage. 4 probes. It's better. It's better. It's something. But Dolan still has, sorry, Gerald still has a lead. Gerald still has a very comfortable lead. Still up in workers, up in economy. Chases down the Liberator. Ooh. And Dolan, he most likely has to turn this into a 2-base Dolan. Like, he's a little bit too far behind. Will he pull the boys? That's the better question. He might. It may as well. For now, he's still waiting for his upgrades, still waiting for more tanks. Does punish. Tank boys do go up. Catching out one of the stalkers, at least trying to. The problem is that Gerald's being so active, he's here to try to punish this. He wants the tanks. He does blink in. Oh. Doesn't blink at the tank. Here we go. The boys are being pulled. I mean that what else can we do? Like we have to pull the boys. We have to go for the all-in. Gerald will catch an SCV. He knows. Now Gerald is aware. Nice siege on the high ground. Ooh. Tank's just going up. But this is slowing down Dolan. And back at home, what do we have? We have charge. Charge is complete. We have plenty of zealots. We have an Archon on the way. A wall of shield batteries. That's going to be 3 shield batteries in production. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Dolan. He has to go. He has to send it here and now. Oh. Reinforcements on the way. Reinforcements are on the way. Does go for a bit of an earlier siege. He's barely within range of the production. Yo, I'm loving the wall though. Okay. Does wall up. As Zealots they trickle in, but there's not enough fire. There's not enough Marines. Yeah, the tanks are exposed. He gets 1, 2, he gets all 3. 3 tanks go down. And Dolan still pushing through. But he's down to 1 tank. Down to a single tank. He does get into the natural. But this is not enough. And it's barely not enough here. As Dolan, he will run out of fire. Takes out the final Archon. Stimming in. Okay. Never mind. Oh, there's still reinforcements though. There's still warp ins. Like without a tank line to work with, these Zealots, they just trade so well. Dolan down to 37 workers, down 20 SEVs. He's forced back. Go holds. And he's getting a 4th. He's getting a 4th Nexus. Ay, ay, ay. It's unnecessary, Pappy. But I mean, why not? Why not? He's far enough ahead. Okay, now it's time to pull the boys for a second time. Now it's like... Send it. Do it again, Pappy. Do it again. Send it. As now Storm is almost done. And when Storm completes, I mean, we've seen this before. Storm is just an easy way to just completely shut down the Bio army. And stun in a couple of seconds. Here we go. The boys are pulled for a second time. You thought we were joking? No. Let's go. And we're going for a base trade. At this point, we're going to go for a base trade. Back at home, there are still 2 at Templar, though, and a couple of storms is all it takes. I'll say the natural. Dolan, you can just go for the Great Migration. You can lift it if need be. Here come the storms. He stims away. He forces them away. Does lose 1 tank. Takes out one of the High Templar. Okay. Wait, took down both High Templar. No storm. He's racing back home. He's racing on back. But we're down to 2 tanks. Down to only 2 tanks. The army coming in from behind. Zelsa collapse in. Yeah, Dolan not quite in position. And one of the tanks is going to be targeted. Brutal Storm. Oh, God. Yeah, the splits are too late. And GG gets called. And Gerald, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Gerald, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense game here between Dolan and Gerald. Unfortunately, Gerald, he was able to keep up with everything. The Hellion drop, the Liberator harass as well. The follow-up 2-base all-in with the boys being pulled. Like Gerald, he saw everything coming. He was able to slow it down. On top of that, so we're getting ready for game 2. Beautiful. But on top of that, he was able to slow down the push, able to get into Storm as well. Dolan barely wasn't able to pull that off. And with that, GG. Sorry, just setting up the lobby. Getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready. Let's go. But Dolan, he was scattered at every turn. Right, I was going to say, on top of that, Incorporeal is one of the larger maps in the map pool as well, so these all-ins, they take longer to get across the map, so they're more difficult to pull off. So the map was also working against him. Up next, going to be loading into ley lines. We'll see if Dolan will have better luck here, as we are also assuming he will have another cheeky build. Like, again, Dolan, he typically plays more macro against Zerg, but against Protoss, that's where he does cheese it up. In theme of the tournament, spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the American Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Detonate down in the series. We'll see if he can attack. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And in the chat, a big shout out to folk called Spendulum. Thank you so much, Gab. Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. For 2 months with a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you so much. As we are jumping to game 2, and we have a double gas opener. Okay, double gas opener out of Dolan. This time, no eBay block. This time there is no block. This time there is no proxy. So behind this should be going for a faster factory, and this can eventually turn into an all-in. So faster factory, faster tech out of Dolan. We have the attempted probe scouts. This time Dolan, he fully walls off with the early depot. Early depot here, doesn't let it finish, doesn't need it, but does wall off. And now Gerald's going to be in the dark. Now, full Gerald knows this could be an aggressive opener, or it could be economic. There could be a CC behind this. There could be a CC on the high ground. Geralt is in the dark. Oh, never mind. Never mind. As the probe does get in, the probe gets a full scout, and the probe will be aware of the faster factory. So Geralt, he's aware of what's going on. He will even disrupt some of the production. The Reaper will clean this up. But at least Geralt, he has some information to work with. Does have some information. As the Reaper moves out. And now from here we'll keep an eye on the add-ons, going for the reactor into an add-on swap into reactor to Hellion. Okay, interesting. I mean, technically this could be reactor to Widowmine as well. Reaper into the main. Gets one probe. 2 in total. Ooh, the Reaper does not make it out. And we are indeed going reactor to Hellion. Okay. Very similar to the previous game. Very similar. Hallucination does confirm the reactor. CC is going to be delayed. It's going to be delayed here. The Adept will pass into the main, and will not get the Hellion, thankfully. Does pull away in time. Meanwhile, Tech Lab on the ranks, going for another add-on swap, continuing with the Hellions, but from here we can go into Banshee play. That Stalker being so annoying. It does arrive, will delay once again. Takes down the building SCV. Hallucination Scout is coming. And the Hallucination will get eyes on the add-on swap, but it's going to be a delayed swap as well. Oh, yeah, just a really messy setup here. Doesn't get the Stalker. Hallucination sees everything in the main and does confirm the Cloak Banshee. Again, the power of these Sentry-based openers, the power of Hallucination. Does see everything. At this point, it might be wise for Dolan to cancel Cloak, just because Gerald, he's good enough to get ready for this, of course, and to have detection. So we'll see how Dolan responds. And yes, Gerald, he is smudging. Let's go. The hood is up. He's in gamer mode. Just clearing up the graphical issue. Error. There's just something about ley lines, but this area is just bugged out. Not just for me, for everyone, thankfully. I mean, I say thankfully. Like, I've tuned into like the clean feed before, and for like EWC and stuff, and they have it as well. As we do have our Cloak finishing up, so he doesn't cancel. Okay, bold move. Does let it finish. Does let it complete. Banshee's moving out. Just the laser gets me every time. That's so intense. Oh, let's go. He even blinks into the main base. Again, it was a blink-based opener. Charge on lane behind this. So Gerald's now expanding, taking his third base. Hellions, they do slip in. Somewhat. One Hellion busts into the main. One Hellion can't do much here. Does get a full scout. We can see he's going to be charged into Storm once again. Not into Colossus. Into Storm. Here come the Cloak Banshees. There is one Observer at the natural. And one Observer is all you need. All it takes. Despite that, a little bit late to react. 7 probe kills and a Sentry. 7 probes. Ooh, a bit of a blundered blink. Does go for the drive-by. 12 probes. Not bad. A strong start for Dolan. Takes down 12 workers. Behind this, throwing down or getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. Stim is on the way, +1 as well. And once again, Dolan will have the option to pull the boys. Does he really have an option? He has to, man. We gotta just double down. We gotta commit. As we have the 4th and 5th racks. So 5 racks set up on 2 bases. They're further back in the main. We're gonna commit. Likewise, Gerald is in position here to delay the push. Gets a couple of Marines, not bad. Tanks are a little bit too far behind. Let's catch the Observer. Here we go. Here comes the On Siege. Does punish. Our eyes are on the boys. And we'll see when he commits. There's the scan. Spots our third base. Storm is about to finish. And third CC. It does make the choice here. No add-ons, but he does expand. I mean, seeing the fact that there's Storm waiting for him, I mean, it's hard to commit into that. So we have a game. We're getting in towards a longer game state. As we get into this, Gerald, he's in a solid position. He's getting a 4th, right? He's getting a 4th base as Dolan's getting a 3rd. Gerald, he already has Storm. Building up more Zealots, getting into better upgrades. +1 is almost done. And Dolan, after scanning, goes to Academy. Right, he's good as goes to Academy. Ghost should be on the way. Storm is in the prism. And with the main army as well. That's going to be a lot of Storm. Dolan, can he pull this off? So steps in, takes out all the Zealots. Here comes the Storm. Oh my god, brutal connections. Yeah, Storm on the main army. But there aren't that many Zealots left. But the army's overstimmed. He is overstimmed. The Storm was brutal earlier. And Gerald holds. Gerald, he holds on. He shuts down the tank. And with that, Dolan has to get the hell out of here. Oh god, forced to unload. And he will lose everything. Oh god, the Storms are brutal. Takes down the medevac. And barely anything survives. Barely anything makes it out. And with that, Dolan, he's down to a handful of ghosts to defend. This would have been amazing with the main army for those EMPs, but now it's only a ghost-based army. And GG gets called. There's just nothing behind this here for Dolan. And Gerald, who will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Gerald, he will claim the series. He will take the 2-0. Again, a very intense series there. And again, a lot of aggression out of Dolan. But in the end, Gerald was able to keep up. Again, Dolan, he does have a bit of a reputation, of course. Does have a reputation. Yo, shout to PiLiPiLi. The Protosses, they're convening. Shout to Gerald. Yeah, he just... Sorry, I just realized I went to the wrong scene. But I was gonna say, sorry, if you missed it, we had Gerald. He actually went back to shake Dolan's hand. So shout out to Gerald, the manor. He went back there to shake Dolan's hand. And PiLiPiLi's next one. This is PiLiPiLi with Gerald. The Protosses, they're convening, they're conspiring, together. Aye. But GG, well played. With that, Gerald, he does claim the series, does take the 2-0. And do we have any upcoming matches here? Let's catch up. Let's figure out where we are. I didn't realize that PiLiPiLi was so tall, or that Gerald was so short. It's or a combination of two. But regardless, really cool to see. Really cool to see. As we can catch up on the brackets and figure out where we are. Okay, from the top, Gerald takes down Dolan 2-0. Epic takes down Full Heart 2-0. We have Future versus Foxer. The TVT is still ongoing. They're still mid-series. We have PiLiPiLi taking down Flapjack as well. Looks like we have some other updates. Rob takes down Chelsea Fan. Starkiller takes down S River. We have Jehefe taking down Zesty, and Warren taking down Falling Ninja as well. When it comes to the remaining matches, my eyes are mainly on Future and Foxer. That TVT, if they get into the ace match, that we might be able to catch them mid-series, we might be able to jump into that. Oh, might be able to. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for Foxer and for Future. Meanwhile, as a reminder, we're still this is really only halfway through the only halfway through the group stage. We still have round 4, round 5, and round 6, so we still have plenty more matches ahead of us. Again, it's a full day event, Pappy. It's a full day event. Aye. It's a lot of StarCraft. There should be a separate award, but not just who wins, but who does the best cheese build. True. That'd be very fitting. Very fitting. We've had a couple of all-ins so far, for sure. Yo, shout out to Tempo in the background. I see Starkiller as well. I see Epic's head poking over the monitor. Esther Epic. But what was I gonna say? All right. I believe, from my understanding, I think Dave Testa's now casting. I think Dave is covering some matches on his own channel as well. So big shout out to Dave, as I believe he is live, and Dave is covering. Oh my God, Jesus! Dave, he actually has another perspective. Okay. So check out his stream. I will link the chat in Twitch. But Dave, he is casting from the other side of the venue, and he's actually showing off the play area from the other side. And I believe he's with Temper. He's with Temper. So I think they might be casting together, for the playoffs at least. Double spy cam. Double spy cam. Can we see anyone else from I see the beefy boy. And some of the others. But for now we have some downtime. So we can take this time to go on a short break here again, get some snacks and some food. I'm gonna go make some tea. And get ready for our next set of matches. Again, right now we're just waiting for Foxer and Future to wrap up their game, and we might be able to jump in mid-series. Otherwise, we're gonna be getting into round 4. To round 4. Otherwise, we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, a big shout to Wardy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, for a massive raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast as well. I know Wardy was hosting his own June tournament, which Gerald was actually playing in. For those who were a part of Wardy's stream, you may recall that there was some downtime as Gerald had to play in another tournament. I mean, this is where he is. Gerald, he traveled all the way to the Americas to compete in Cheeseadelphia. So we can see Gerald here. We can see PiLiPiLi as well. There's PiLiPiLi. We can see Disrespect in the background. Starkillers over towards the back left. We saw Epic back there. We saw Dolan as well. But we were just having some downtime. We were waiting for round 3 of the group stage to conclude, and we just got an update. A big result came in. We had Foxer and Future. They were facing off. It went all the way to the ace match, and Foxer actually took Future down. I would say that Future is favored to win the entire tournament, not gonna lie. Future is very much so in form right now, but Foxer brought him down. Foxer to bring him down. It was off stream. We were waiting for them to open up. We were hoping that we could maybe jump into the ace match, but they did just conclude, and we have the 3rd round wrapping up. There's still one series left. We're waiting for Historian versus Omni Skeptic to wrap up, and then we can follow our players into round 4. When it comes to round 4, we might be able to cover Gerald versus Foxer. I mean, we'll see. I'm not really aware of which matches are going to be occurring, but I believe winners will play against winners, so I assume that Gerald and Foxer would occur, but we'll keep an eye on the players. Keep an eye on the matches. But yes, for those who are tuning in, of course, I didn't quite go over it, but welcome to Cheeseadelphia. Cheeseadelphia is a tournament that's been running in the Americas for many years at this point, consecutively here. So a big shout out to Nerd Street Gamers, big shout out to all those working behind the scenes on Cheeseadelphia. We had, I believe, 2 or 3 Cheeseadelphias. I think it was 3 last year, and it's really great to see it back this year as well. And yeah, I myself am a little bit surprised to see some international representation, right? Like, usually it's only the local players coming down to compete in Cheeseadelphia, but Gerald even flying over to compete as well. It's really exciting, and we'll see how he fares against all the other NA boys. We'll see. Yeah, shout out to Joe, shout out to Brian, yo, shout out to Dricket in the chat as well. Let's go. I think that's Vast, or maybe maybe. I see Foxer in the background. True. I see Foxer over on the right hand side. Just finished the series. Shout out to Dave, Tessa, and Tempo. Tempo is there. Dave Tessa's there. Nish is there. Starkiller Historian. A lot of the local NA boys all, of course, came together for the event. Really cool to see. I'm sure the SC Historian is going to take advantage of the event as well, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of interviews posted. I think he's actually recording an interview in the background. But the SC Historian, he always makes content surrounding this sort of stuff. So I'm looking forward to the upcoming Cheeseadelphia video, as I'm sure there will be. But yeah, just came back to just give you a brief update, just because we're still waiting for another series to conclude, and then we can go in, right? And then we can jump in. So we have some downtime. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is live, of course. The bracket is stacked, and we're still in the group stage. Still halfway through the group stage. The greats, yes. Sorry for not in the right place for this, but the ladder league's messed up right now. Just came back from a few years hiatus and got into Masters too easily, it seems. Right now, the borders are messed up. I think MMR is still accurate, but right now, like, yeah, there's a bit of a bug where you can place into Masters. It's just a little bit bugged at the moment. It happens. Like, this is not a new bug. Like, it I'm pretty sure years ago it was a bug as well, where you could just place it. But yeah, as Bomio just saying in the chat, like, the MMR is correct. It's just a border bug essentially. Otherwise, enjoy your shiny border. Enjoy. For now though, we are going to be going on a short break. Meanwhile, yo, actually, hold on, Bomioja, why are you not here? I see all the NA boys coming together. Where's Bomioja, papi? Where's my Bomioja? SMH. Ooh, meanwhile, something just happened. Did the bracket go live? Oh, the answer is yes. Oh my god, my apologies. Okay, here we go. You saw the player scramble, and that is because, bam, we have our next round. Here we go. We have round 4. Round 3 just concluded, and round 4 just began. Okay, we have round 4 of the group stage. We do have an insta win already here for Zesty. Dave Testa, I believe from here on forward, he is casting. So now everyone is going to get a free win here against Dave Testa, because I believe he's going to be casting here on forward. So shout out to Dave. He's going to be casting from the event. And who else do we have? We have Gerald versus... Oh, we have Gerald versus PiLiPiLi. Oh no, they were just discussing strategy. They were just having a big conversation. And now suddenly they have to play against each other. So we have Gerald versus Pili in the here in round 4 initially. We have Epic versus Foxer in a TBT. We have Snubdub versus Clovis. We have Mango Rock versus Falling Ninja. Again, Zesty gets the walkover win over Dave. We have Omni versus S Rever, Temper versus Chelsea Fan, Kai Boy versus Pardessa, Awesome Sauce versus Flapjack, Future versus Disrespect in another TBT, Full Heart versus, oh, that's Akedon. Oh, I was curious who that was. Okay, Akedon's there. So Full Heart versus Akedon, Dolan versus Vas, Rob versus Warren, and Jehefe versus Starkiller. Ooh, some juicy matchups, not gonna lie. Like Rob versus Warren is looking spicy, Jehefe versus Starkiller as well. And of course these two up here, Gerald versus PiLiPiLi and Epic versus Foxer. These are mirror matchups. Unfortunately, I know that mirror matchups aren't the most popular amongst audiences, but I do think they're going to be really good matches nonetheless. I'm a little bit torn. I'm a little bit torn as to what to jump into. Obviously, I want to try to avoid Dave. I know Dave is also going to be casting some matches, and I know that Foxer is his boy, so I'm sure he would want to cover Foxer's matches as well. I'll just message him actually. I'll see if I can figure out what's happening. We'll see what he's going for, and we'll go for another match. If we can find him. Tempo, yeah, tempo. To have a Starkiller would be good. Yeah, a lot of them are going to be. A lot of them are going to be solid. I'm going to Home Story Cup in 2 weeks. Hard to justify this one too. Ah, I see. Fair enough. Este por mi olla. All the events. I want so many people to win, from Gerald to Full Heart, Epic. Damn, I'm loving this. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of competition amongst the players. And what series are we jumping into? Well, I just got off in the lobby, so let's jump in. Let's go. We're going for the PvP. Gerald, he's up against PiLiPiLi. The two Protoss boys. They're facing up. Now, what I will say, if this series is fast enough, then we will be able to jump into another one as well. Ideally, I would hope to cover, because there's just so many good matches. I would hope to cover multiple series, but we'll see. Oh. Yo, shout out to Dedicat in the chat. Big shout out to Dedicat. Dedicat. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. To Hubsaya. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Just setting up our players. I'm messaging Gerald. Getting impromptu interview. You can have a look at the people while we wait. Bam. Oh. Okay, okay. So I'm asking Gerald, I'm like, what made you decide to travel to the US with Cheeseadelphia? And Gerald is saying that he wanted to go to Cheeseadelphia for like 5 years, but COVID happened, so he couldn't go. So apparently he's been wanting to go to Cheese for a very, very long time, but because of COVID, he couldn't quite go, and things didn't line up last year either. That's really cool. That's really cool. That apparently it's been something that he's been looking forward to for a long time. But we have our players. We have our players. And you can hear the beast, we're loading it. And yes, he said that right now he's having a really good time in the Americas. America. Meeting everyone. As here we go, we're getting into our fresh best of 3, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the orange Protoss player, the American Protoss representing Gen G, or representing Genesis Gaming. It is PiLiPiLi. We go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Protoss versus Protoss. We just saw Gerald and Pili conversing for quite some time. What were they discussing? PVT. Cap. I should have asked him. I should have asked him what they were talking about. True. No. They were engrossed in a conversation, and now suddenly they have to play against each other. The Protoss Brethren, the Civil War. Let's go. As loaded into one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, more defensive as well. I mean, despite that, in PvPs, you can still proxy, you can still commit to all-ins. So far, we do have standard openers, and I'm excited to see PiLiPiLi once again. Again, Pili, he's a player that we've been covering and casting for a very, very long time here on the channel. At one point, he was a more dedicated, pro gamer, dedicated to 1v1, but in recent years, he retired, he stepped away. Nowadays, he actually recently came back. I want to say he came back a couple of months ago, if not at the start of the year, to streaming again. Like, he was gone for so long, and PiLiPiLi, he was one of those players that I feel like silently retired, but recently did come back to streaming. And nowadays when he streams, it's mainly, sometimes he does 1v1, but it's mainly like arcade games. He does a lot of arcade games and does host a lot of arcade like lobbies for his viewers, for everyone to jump in, like a really fun community event. That's typically, at least from what I know, mainly what PiLiPiLi goes for. But when it comes to 1v1 and when it comes to his 1v1 prowess, I'm a little bit less familiar, at least in current era, right? In current year. I don't really know where to place him amongst all the other NA players. So we're about to find out. As we have our initial 2 gate openers from both players. Both players looking to expand. Do see Gerald go for the pylon block. And Pili still in the main base. Oh, he's going to lose that probe. Yeah, the probe is hunted down. And from here, Gerald can expand. He can freely expand. Likewise, so will Pili. We do have our tech first. Going to be a Twilight Council opener out of PiLiPiLi. Meanwhile, Nexus first out of Gerald. So faster Nexus from our red Protoss. Meanwhile, faster tech from our orange Protoss. Okay. So we are going to shake it up. Oh, meanwhile, hello. As PiLiPiLi, he does hide his probe towards the top left-hand corner of the map, going for a proxy. And are we planning to go for a proxy Dark Shrine? Like, when we see a Twilight Council opener, when we see a proxy on the map, it's got to be a Dark Shrine, right? I would assume so. Hallucination to the main. We have our tech from Geralt as well, going for a Twilight Council. Meanwhile, the council is now done for PiLiPiLi. Shows. Oh, no, he scouts! No! Geralt, he goes in, he does scout, he does confirm, he spots the Dark Shrine. Oh no! He does see, he is aware. Feels bad, man. Not like this. And you can see Geralt just rally everything over. He's rallying everything over towards that Dark Shrine. hoping to force a cancel. And this is going to be a bit of a shaky start here. We do see Gerald going for his... Oh, wait, he's crazy. They're animals. So Gerald, how does he respond to the Dark Shrine? Oh, as he does catch a Stalker. Rough move command. Rough move command there. Stalker. Oh my god, should have gone down. Gerald does pull away. Last second does force a cancel. And he responds with his own Dark Shrine. And it is not uncommon in PvP to delay your Robo. This could be game. This could just straight up be game. What do we see? 2 more gates. 4 gate blink out of PiLiPiLi. 0 Robo, 0 detection. No. Again, he wanted to DT his opponent. He's gonna get Dark Templar instead. Not like this. Not like this. Thank God he does go for the scout. He does go for the Utilization Scouts. He does confirm. He does get eyes on the Dark Shrine. And instantly, bam, Robo. Whew, Robo is on the way. As you can see, it is difficult to hide tech in PvP because of hallucinations. So thankfully, PiLiPiLi is aware. He is aware. Getting in position. PiLi getting ready for a third base. Both players, they scout each other. Despite that, DTs are still warping in. And here they come. They do fan out across the map. Still a ways away. Meanwhile, we can see here the full wall from PiLiPiLi. The whole position micro. He does body block the natural. Yeah, no way in. Just buying time for his own observer. Oh no, he moves out. He moves out at the wrong moment. There we go. Whew, does notice a shimmer. Does force field. And it'll cost him a Stalker. But that could have been so much worse. So keen eyes here by PiLi. Nice defense. Behind this, Gerald just expands. His third base is almost done. PiLi contained on 2 bases. And what do we see? 3 more gates. 3 more gateways. 2 base all in out of PiLiPiLi. Once again, does notice the observer. Sorry, does notice the Dark Templar, I meant to say. Ooh, nice scout though. Gets eyes on the 3 extra gates. I believe that's going to be a 7 gate setup. So 7 gateways on 2 bases. And we should be going for a proxy 8th gateway. I'm just going for the prism. Just going for the prism instead. So 2 base all in out of PiLiPiLi. He's forced into it. Meanwhile, Gerald, he's scouted. He's aware. He's aware of the gateways. He knows what's coming. We have extra shield batteries on the way. Extra pylon as well. Gerald, he's setting up. He's setting up. PiLiPiLi, he commits. Does commit across the map. Oh. Poking forward. Does poke forward. Does dive into the main. Ooh, going for the blink. Gerald in position. Does focus on the prism. The prism goes down. Does force with the ramp at least. It does lay some of the production, some of the army. He has control of the main. Once again, another force field. Taking a better fight initially, at least. But here come the reinforcements. Yeah, here come the Stalkers. Does force a recall. And Gerald holds. He does hold on. It was a cheeky move there by PiLiPiLi, but the prism was the first thing that went down. A brutal loss there for PiLi. And remember, he's all in. Like, doing damage is not good enough. He had to end the game. He had to kill a base. As he's down an entire expansion, down an entire mineral line. He has to keep going. He has to keep going. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for PiLi. He's got to send it, baby. As he's rallying. Checking the army sizes here. He is up in Stalkers. 22 to 15. But again, he is on a timer. The army gets spotted. Gerald's getting ready. He's getting ready. Ooh, does go for the dive. And does start down that Immortal. Immortal does go down. Does take 3 volleys though. It took a lot of hits. It tanked so much. And Gerald, he's holding. Gerald, he does hold on. Shuts down the army. And PiLi, he has to keep going. He has to keep going. He can't stop. And GG gets caught. I mean, he's just ramming his head against a brick wall. Gerald, he will take the game. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. will take a lead. Again, a very intense and very chaotic early game, especially with the proxy Dark Shrine and the regular Dark Shrine. Both players able to deny each other. In the end, though, if you recall, PiLiPiLi, he was denied the third. He tried to expand, he was denied the third base, and at that moment, he did decide to just double down and commit to the all-in. And now we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. As it's going to be on Pylon. Okay. One of the smaller maps of the map pool, so an all-in like the one that PiLiPiLi was forced to go into previously would be even stronger, would hit even harder here on Pylon, assuming he's forced into it. Otherwise, we'll see how cheeky our players are going to be. Do we attempt to go for another Proxy Dark Shrine? Again, I appreciate the attempted cheese out of PiLiPiLi. Was denied, but did attempt. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the orange Protoss player, the American Protoss representing Genesis Gaming. It is PiLiPiLi. I keep wanting to say Gen G Esports, but that's a different team. God damn it. Genesis Gaming. Let's go. As we are setting up back at home, probe is sent out across the map. And we'll try to keep an eye on our players to see if either player does deviate. We can into a proxy, early tech, or even something hidden. Just catching up. I've got fond memories of Fear Dragon and Tempo casting there in the past. Yeah. I do recall Fear Dragon and Tempo. Yeah. They used to cover Cheeseadelphia back in the day. Not even that long ago. Like I say that. I want to say like maybe... never mind. I was going to say not even that long ago. Then I thought about it for a moment. I was like, oh, like pre-COVID, like 2019. That was like 6 years ago. That's crazy, Bobby. That's crazy. Aye. It's been that long, huh? No. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Yeah, shout out to Fear Dragon. I believe he just had an interview with the SE Historian that went live yesterday, I want to say. We'll be going over it during the podcast. And likewise, again, I'm sure we'll be seeing some more interviews from the SE Historian at from this event as well. He's always there to make the content. Back when dinosaurs walked the earth. Yes. Oh no. Many eons ago. Back when offline events were more regular. Smooth. So now both players are going to be blocking each other. Both players just being as annoying as possible, delaying their expansions. Pylon block out of PiLiPiLi. Meanwhile, we do have the cyber block out of Gerald. Ooh, the probe is denied. Yeah, the probe is zoned away. Ideally, PiLiPiLi wanted to go in for his own cyber core as well, but he does get zoned away. And with that, Gerald will expand. He'll be the first to expand. Meanwhile, PiLiPiLi is heavily delayed thanks to the cyber core. Hallucinations are sent out. And both players are taking into their Twilight Councils. So both players heading in the same direction, except PiLiPiLi is slightly behind in terms of that expansion. Speaking of, there it is. Next is thrown down. We do have a probe out on the right hand side, which we could use to try to hide some tech. For now, Blink is on the way, and we do have a pylon coming in, but this is not to hide a Dark Shrine. This is instead to reinforce. So proxy pylon out of PiLiPiLi does move out through the center. Now, if you recall, PiLiPiLi, because his base was so delayed, he had to go for extra warp-ins. Like, he had to spend his money somehow, otherwise he'd just be banking. So he is up in Stalkers. But the shield battery is done. Oh, nice. Force fields locking down the sentry. Very nice control. Gerald, he locks down the sentry, pulls away. And so far, so good. PiLiPiLi going for the proxy gateway. How many gates is he on? 2 back at home, 3rd across the map. Sorry, 3 back at home. My apologies. For the force fields, they lock him down. They lock him in. I thought I was safe to pull away, to look away even, but no, that's going to be 4 Stalkers falling. That was a brutal loss here for PiLiPiLi. Ay, ay, ay. So that's 3 Stalkers going down. Now losing a 4th. Again, these force fields have been brutal. Just slicing up the army time and time again. And PiLiPiLi, he's committed. Like, he has to send it here and now. He has to try to break his opponent. He's up in Stalkers. He's up in Stalkers. Does get 1. Takes down the Adept as well. Blink is revealed. I mean, Blink is complete. Nice little pickups. But PiLiPiLi, he's all in. Like, he's not making probes. You can see here, it's almost a fake natural. Only 4 workers, no extra probes. Just completely all in. And he does have the greater Stalker count. Can overwhelm. Again, 9 to 6. That shield battery putting in a little work. Backup shield batteries on the way. PiLiPiLi, does he have enough? His army is still so weakened though. It's so low. Yeah, the Stalkers are deep in the red and they're going down. Ay, ay, ay. Likewise, so is Gerald's. The Stalkers are falling. And PiLiPiLi looks like he barely has enough. Oh, keep going. Keep going. The shield battery is almost done. And with the completion of the shield battery, Gerald, he holds. Yeah, he does hold on. Forcing back the Stalkers. Takes down 3 more. Here come the reinforcements. PiLiPiLi barely overwhelming. Down to 2 Stalkers. Yeah, only 2. Sorry, down to 3. Down to 3. Does finish the warp in. Now down to 2. Extra Stalkers on the way. Again, this is a very clutch hold. There's the NG overcharge. My gosh, he's barely hanging on here. And remember, PiLiPiLi's all in. Gerald, wait, he's getting a 3rd. He's up against that 2 base all in, Bappy. Getting a 3rd base? Gerald, calm down. You're about to die. Like, oh my god, he's crazy. Again, this base could have been extra gateway. It could have been like one or 2 extra gateways, extra warp-ins. You can see Gerald, he's banked. Like, he has 600 minerals. Like, he's having a hard time warping in. Gerald, he needs those gateways. From here being forced further back. I mean, again, he's surviving this long, which is crazy impressive. And he's holding. Wow, he holds, he defends. He shuts this down. The warp-ins are just a little bit too late. Or are they? Again, it's still very close. I mean, both players are banking, to be fair. As PiLiPiLi, he's now forced to saturate. He's somewhat saturating his bases. And Gerald's still up 20 workers. Oh, he does reveal his hand, though. Yeah, the probes are scouted. And Gerald, he's now getting a 5th gateway. But this 3rd base was so greedy. Like, he's been probing the entire time during the defense, by the way. He's been probing the entire time. And he holds. He does hold. Crazy. Gerald. He forces back the army. He barely holds on. He doesn't lose any probes, by the way. He's lost 6 probes throughout this game. Barely anything. The Immortal has arrived as well. He finished the Robo. And this is just getting better and better for Gerald. He got away with the expansion, got away with the economy. And now he's got Immortals. And he will shut this down. He will just completely shut this down. Gerald. Let's go warping in. And now going for the gateway explosion, taking extra gases. Going for another. He's up against a 2-basing PiLiPiLi. He's getting a 5th. He's getting a 5th expansion. This is so unnecessary. It almost got him killed. I mean, it didn't. Almost, though. Almost. Calm down, baby. Calm down. But, I mean, he knew whatever he wants at this point. There we go. GG gets called. He shuts down the all-in. And Gerald, he will survive. He will take the series 2-0. Claiming the series. Advancing on. GG. Again, a very intense hold there, very intense game. Again, despite the greed out of Gerald, it almost got him killed. Like PiLi, he almost broke that natural. It was so close, so clutch. I do feel like a big blunder there for PiLi was losing those 4 stalkers. Winding it back, if you remember, it all began with PiLi pushing in a little bit prematurely, and he got caught by the force fields. And he lost his first sentry. He lost 4 stalkers as well. That was the moment that we panned away, right? If you remember, we panned away to count the gateways. We panned back, and he got caught. And losing that many stalkers that early on, imagine if he did have those extra 4 stalkers when it came to his actual committed push with his actual all-in. I do think he would have had enough to break Gerald, to break that position, to potentially kill the natural and end the game. But did lose 4 stalkers before the main fight happened, and that was just a brutal loss early on. And with that, Gerald, he barely hung in there against some clutch blink control, and GG. GG, well played. Whew, in the end, Gerald does claim the series, and now we have some catching up to do. Let's head on over to the bracket, figure out what the hell's been going on. What's been happening? First things first, Dolan takes down Vast 2-0. Zesty takes down, or of course we already have the Zesty series, but looks like for the most part, no updates. For the most part, all the other matches are continuing here, outside of Dolan, of course, taking down Vast. And we have other matches ongoing. Here we go. So we have still Epic versus Folksher still ongoing, Rob versus Warren, Jeheve versus Starkiller. A lot of the players that I just mentioned are currently in game, I believe. Yeah, they are in game. They are mid-series. Now there is something interesting here. Epic and Folksher, they're out of game, and they've been out of game this entire time. They have not started. Like, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think they've actually started their series. So, what's going on? They might have gone to get some food, true. They might have gone to get some food, but yeah, like there he is. There's Epic. What's happening? He's just chilling. He's drinking a Monster. It's like, wow, these guys, they're gaming. Are the matches going on right now? Okay. But yeah, Epic and Folksher, they're not actually playing out their series right now, which one means that we might be able to cast them, true. Just double checking, looks like Dave is covering Jeheve versus Starkiller. He's in game 2. Jeheve is up 1-0 versus Starkiller. Up 1-0. Yeah. When PiLi was talking to Gerald about strats, Gerald was like, well, in the face of an all-in, I usually expand. Ah, there you go. True. I mean, it worked. Did work. Did work. But for now, we are going to be going on a short break, I suppose. We're going to be going on a short break. We might be able to jump into Epic versus Folksher, but again, there's some delays going on there. The players are, at least apparently, currently unavailable. So we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series, we'll have our next matchup, either jumping into Epic versus Folksher, or we might find something else. I will, of course, leave Dave to Jeheve versus Starkiller. you can cover that series. We just had some other updates coming in. We might be able to jump into Rob versus Warren, potentially. And yeah, just got confirmation that Epic and Folkster, they haven't started. They haven't started. Apparently they were getting some food, so they were getting food. Now this is making me hungry. So we'll be going on a. Apparently there's a sandwich shop across the street. Okay. Do I have a sandwich emote in game? Okay, we're gonna go to break. We're gonna go on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have Epic versus Folkster, a fresh best of 3. So we'll be back soon with the next series. Back soon, TM. Soon, TM. Back soon, TM. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Cheeseadelphia, the Cheeseadelphia 2025 Group Stage Round 4. We have a fresh series ready for you here. We have another mirror matchup, this time though a TVT, and spawning in the bottom right corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Terran player. We have the American Terran representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Epic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the other American Terran player. We have the red Terran representing them. It is Foxer. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVT. And I'll be honest, coming into this, I was going to be favoring Epic here. Epic, like, he has been really sold kind of like pillar here in the NA scene, the NA community, for a very long time as this whole player in his own right. Did well for himself in the previous Cheeseadelphia as well. But Foxer, he recently popped off. If you were looking at the bracket, if you were paying attention, Foxer, he took down Future, who I would say is the best Terran player in all of the Americas right now. Again, he recently came back from, I mean, I say recently, last year he spent some time in Korea. He was in Korea with Astray, he was in Korea with Clem as well. He was training, he was practicing, he was improving. Of course, since then, you know, we had the off season. Future, he did step away, took a break from the game, did recently come back. Despite that though, I still rate him quite highly. So for Fox to take down Future, I mean, that says something. Now, we didn't get to see the games, true. There could have been some cheeses, some aggression. We see here, 2-Rax Reaper, for example. We'll see. What do you see? What he has to offer? How he does approach Epic. Let's go. For now, it does open up 2-Rax Reaper. Meanwhile, Epic opening up Double Gas into a faster factory. Very safe opener out of Epic. With this, he will have faster helium production. With this, he will have the tools to defend against the 2-Rax Reaper of Foxer. Basically, Foxer, this opener is designed to hard counter a proxy. If Epic was going for a proxy 2-Rax, then he would just be completely shut down. But instead, we do see Foxer going for a more aggressive start here. He'll have to be more aggressive instead. As if he does sanction shots, Epic does shoot first. He will zone the Reaper away, but again, little does he know that we have more Reapers coming in. More Reapers amassing. He does see the timing of the command center. There we go, Reapers are revealed. And Epic has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Now he knows. Seeing 2 Reapers is a tell. He's racing back home. Back at home, heli production has begun. And he is staying on the high ground. He's getting in position. Oh. Likewise collapsing in. Going for the dive. Doesn't quite commit yet. Oh, guess one of the Reapers. One Reaper goes down. The SME does fall. Yeah, big delay here on the command center. Nice pick off there by Foxer. Nice pick up. But in the end, Epic, he does punish. Foxer does overextend. And Epic holds. Epic, he holds on. And bearing in mind that Epic... Oh, actually, his CC is still quite heavily delayed here. Foxer with a faster expansion. It's now on Epic to counterattack. I see in the chats, just realized they're 15 minutes away from where I live. I mean, this event is going to go on all day. It's an all-day event, so you can still check it out. You can still be a part of it. Head on down. You can meet up with all the boys. As Foxer does get behind the mineral line, gets 1, gets 2 SCVs, delays the 3rd, scouts the 3rd as well. Very fast CC here by Foxer. Epic is aware. Getting 3 SCV kills. Ooh, is going to get surrounded. Is caught out. But does escape with at least 1 Reaper. And as it all settles here, where exactly are we? We have Foxer again rushing into a faster expansion. Foxer being quite greedy in the follow-up, getting to his own 2-1-1 setup. A very bio-heavy composition. Meanwhile, Epic across the map just committing initially here into his 1-1-1. Ooh, going for a Cyclone. Does follow with a Cyclone drop, followed by Banshee Harass as well. Again, there's a lot of pressure on Epic to deal some economic damage, otherwise he will fall behind. He's moving in. Does pick up another SCV. Gets a couple of Marines as well, not bad. Jumping back in. Going for more SCVs. And we'll get another. Oh my god. Takes out another 2 Marines, takes out another 3 SCVs. Oh! As Epic barely does save the Cyclone, barely does pull away. And he's not done. He's still just rallying across the map, rallying everything he can. And again, the reason why Epic is being so aggressive is because of that third. Again, folks should have rushed into a third base. So Epic has to punish. And he is. So far, he's pulling this off. Still not done. Oh. Does get within range of the production. Gets within range of the factory. Bearing in mind, 0 tanks for Foxer. And they may not finish. Yeah, force the lift. Factory has to pull away. Still 0 tanks for the Red Terran. Zero tanks. Foxer supply blocked. Yeah, he's going to be supply blocked. Oh, dropping on top of the tanks. Brutal connections though, and Epic he does it. Epic he breaks the main army, cleans everything up. We'll lose a Cyclone, but Foxer he just cannot keep up. Not like this. The production is being camped. Reactor goes down. Banshee into the mineral line. No cloak. There is no cloak, but he does distract. Oh, the Rax goes down. Aye. And now he's going for the starport. Going for the starport as well. There's that Liberator. Does force a lift. Now going for combat shields. Ooh, which... Oh, is denied! 1 second! 1 second away! Combat shield gets denied. Liberator goes down as well. Brutal pickoffs. Yeah, this is just getting out of hand. Epic, he has done it. He has broken the main. GG gets called, and Epic takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, just hyper aggression out of Epic. Once he saw the greed out of Foxer, once he saw the opener as well, he just committed across the map. And it wasn't even with too much. It was with a Hellion, with a Cyclone, with a handful of Marines, but it was barely enough to overwhelm, barely enough to shut Foxer down. GG. GG, well played. Skagiel was Full Heart playing Zerg or Protoss. I believe, I don't know for certain, but I believe Full Heart has made the full switch to Protoss. He used to be a Zerg back in the day, a couple of years ago. But I think he has made the full switch, if I'm not mistaken. It feels bad, man. It feels bad. Here we go. I really don't understand where all his army went. He's been on the same work count since the start, but half the army. If you recall, I was trying to put emphasis on the fact that he was being greedy. He was rushing into a third CC, which means all of the rest of his production was delayed. His factory was later, his starport was later as well. That's why he had 0 tanks. Like, again, all the other production was delayed. And in the lead up to that tank push from the side of Epic, he was able to pick off a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines did go down throughout the course of that. Likewise, got supply blocked as well. So everything just went south real fast and real quick. And here we go, we're getting into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0. And 1 game away from claiming the series, representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is Epic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player, the American Terran, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this and force the ace match. The pressure is on. It is Foxer. We go. As we do load into Ultra Love being a much smaller map, shorter rushes by ground. Last game we had Foxer opening up 2 Max Reaper. This time going for, I would imagine, a much more standard opener. We're calming down. Double gas once again out of Epic. So double gas opener out of Epic. This time double gas by Foxer. So far, mirrored builds. The goal here is to go for a faster factory, a delayed CC. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into an earlier Tech Lab and go into early Cyclone production. We can go for an early tank drop. There are options. So we'll keep an eye on the add-ons of our players. We'll keep an eye on them. If Foxer attacks and Epic holds, can you call it an Epic hold? Oh, oh no. Not like this. Oh. as we do have our factories on the way. Bit of a sip up there from Epic. I think it was just a little bit misplaced. So technically Foxer is slightly ahead. Coming into this. Once again, Epic moves out with the SCV. The goal here is for the SCV to tank, so that he can win the initial Reaper battle. SCV goes up the ramp. And, oh, does take the grenade. Does tank the grenade, but last Foxer does shoot first, and Foxer, he will, not win the fight. Very close, one shot away. Reaper goes down. SCV is going to be zoned away. The CC is delayed, and we do have a 1-to-1 trade. In the end, Foxer does hold, he does survive. He can continue his CC on the low ground. Can continue. Because of the delay, though, you can see that Epic is slightly ahead when it comes to his timing. Only slightly. Not the biggest of deals. From here, we can calm down. Add-ons are on the way. Tech lab for Foxer. We have a faster reactor here from Epic. And likewise, a faster starport as well. Ooh, and we are going straight for the tank. Okay. So very early tank production out of Foxer. Epic is being safer, going for the Cyclone. Cyclones, I mean, they're just very defensive or very versatile units. They can shut down drop play. If we had, for example, an early drop or early Banshee play, early Raven harass, committed Reaper Hellion, then the Cyclone can shut it all down. Instead, Foxer building up a very early tank count. Oh, initially. Waiting for the medevac. There is a position here on Ultra Love where I believe you can siege the tank on the right-hand side and punish the mineral line. You can get within range of some of these patches. Yep, we're going for the tank drop. Tank drop is moving out. Ooh, cashing out a Hellion as well. The drops they pass by each other. Epic, he just commits. Let's go. We just committed across the map. Send it. The second tank has arrived just in time. Lock-on is brutal. Tank taking a lot of hits. Does repair, but is it in time? That's a lot of damage. And up, can he get it? He cannot. The tank does hold. Tank does survive. Meanwhile, across the map, the tank does siege. And Epic, he cannot hold on to his natural. Epic with a rough start. Foxer defense back at home. And he attacks. Epic's in a rough position here. Means that I did kind of mining. Foxer getting further ahead. And I love how conservative Foxer is being as well. He does unsiege, does pull away. Oh, the Viking will contain him though. And he will eventually lose the tank. We'll lose it. Still trades. Now, what I was going to say here is when we saw the unsiege that Foxer, after taking a lead, could escape with the army. That didn't happen. He got caught out instead. And Epic does counterattack. Ooh, running into the tank. Jab the autosard. Tank will go down. Epic, he will clean up. Back at home, what are we down to? We're down to 1 tank and 2 Vikings. But that should be enough to hold. Still very tense. Foxer still maintains a lead. It's still up in workers. And Foxer going double starport. He's going for a 2-board, 2-base all-in. Okay. It's been a while. It's a bit of an older school build from a couple of years ago. But the goal with a 2-port all-in like this is to go into mass Viking and to get air control, and then you switch into Liberators. And without your opponents having any kind of map or air presence, Liberators, they just overwhelm. They do overwhelm. And they can just bully a ground army. As we have an extra wave of Vikings on the way. Fox is moving in. Ooh, does expand. Okay, never mind. Not going all in. We'll expand. There's that Liberator that we did mention. Again, the whole purpose of rushing into all these Vikings is so that your Liberator can just bully the ground army. That's the goal. You know, Foxer does shoot first. Yeah, dodge it first, takes down the tanks. Barely does pull back. It's still going to be a very clutch hold. But Epic, with the help of those Ravens, does take down the tank. Barely does. Barely takes down the tank. And we spoke about that timing. We spoke about the momentum that Fox would have with all those Vikings. Not anymore. He lost all his Vikings down to 3. Liberator is still on the way. Again, still a very chaotic early game. Still very chaotic. And again, the army's not even that large. It's just non-stop like fighting and chaos with like a handful of units, like 1 or 2 tanks, like 5 Marines at most. Looking at the Viking count, it is slightly in favor of Foxer. Slightly. Said it does peel off with that Liberator, head towards the main. And both players expand. Both players claiming their third base. We have E-base on the way, so it's Biotank out of both Epic and Foxer. No one is playing mech. No one is meching it up. Going Liberator into the main. As we spoke about that position earlier. Can punch the mineral line. Likewise, Viking count is neck and neck. Epic has built up his own Vikings. Swiping on the 1 starport. But mining is denied. Just nothing here at the natural. Takes on a free tank. Not bad. And I was going for the workers. Ooh, the SCVs are falling. Yeah, late to react. Oh, he pulls the boys. He's crazy. Losing every single SCV. Again, the Vikings, they crash. Like, they're crazy. And with that, it's going to be 22 workers going down. Epic, he has a criminal economy down. Has almost nothing left. Down to 35, 38 SCVs. Barely anything. As Foxer getting a 4th command center. Epic, the one advantage he has are the Vikings. Does go for a counterattack. Whatever he can get. But there are Marines back at home. Meanwhile, Foxer now going for the 3rd. Ooh, gets surrounded. We'll lose the army. Despite that, still gets 5 more CV kills. Still gets 5 more. Epic at this point, he's pretty committed. And all Focus has to do is just defend, just survive. Just calm things down, saturate his 4th base, just build up his army. Build up his tank count, his Marines. As I believe he's on an A-Rax setup, sorry, 7. So on 7 Raxes. Making 11 Marines at a time. Now again, the one thing that Epic has is that air control. He has all the Vikings. Can make use of that. Speaking of landed Viking Rass in the main. Does push forward. He's at the 1 tank. Let's go. The 1 tank threatening Foxer. Meanwhile, a massive drop into the main. Does drop in. Not bad. Gets a couple of SCVs by a couple. You can see the blink of an eye. 15 SCV kills. Oh my god. Again, Vikings, they do so much damage to workers. Meanwhile, Foxer rallying into the army. We lose 2 tanks. 2 tanks go down. 18 SCVs in the main. These Vikings, they're popping up. Oh my god. I have to respect the Vikings. Jesus. As they just came to production. 18 SCVs. Vikings, they lift. They aren't going to be thrown away. At least they shouldn't be. And Epic, he pulls out. Does pull out, and suddenly he's back in this game. Oh, actually dropping back in. Will lose everything to you. Yeah, Epic just getting a little bit too excited. Goes back in, will lose everything. Will lose a double drop. But despite that, Epic, despite being down 30 SCVs earlier, he's back in this. He was down like 35 SCVs. It was crazy just how far behind he was. But he's recovering. He's bouncing back. Fourth base is once again denied. He wants it. He wants the kill. He's going to get it as well. Down to half HP. A little bit more, and he looks like he will get the snipe. Oh my god. Barely floats away. Gets distracted. Saves the tanks. And takes the fight as well. He's down in upgrades. Despite that, does force back the Marines. And the CC is barely saved. Does get the repair off. And Foxer, despite being up in those bio upgrades, despite having 2-2, he just cannot engage into this. He cannot push in. Epic taking his own fourth. Just now starting. Yo, a crazy comeback here. A comeback out of Epic. Yeah, he is epic. I mean, it's in the name. What can I say? Brings it back from the brink. Folks are expanding elsewhere. Floats from one side of the map all the way to the other. Meanwhile, folks, I mean, he's being denied mining here, not just at the fourth, at the third base as well. And he counterattacks. Yeah, he sees the army, he just ignores it. Going across the map at the same time, so does Epic. We're going for the fourth. And we're going for the base trade. Yeah, there's no turning back. He's gonna send it. He stims. Stims across. That'll be a kill in the CC. And the boys are being pulled. Tanks are exposed. Can he get on top of the tanks? He gets one, gets two. There's two left. And he will take them. He will bring them down, takes down every single tank. And we commit. we commit to the main. Let's go. Marines, they sim in towards the main. There's one tank on the high ground. Gets started down. 0 tanks left. Third base goes down. And Epic, he should win this base trade. I mean, I say that the buildings, they can float away, obviously. They can float. And there are no Vikings. True. No Vikings yet. Hunt them down. Epic, he evacuates the natural. You know, Foxtree, he has to float. We gotta send it. Get the buildings out of here. But he might still not have enough. Drops into the main. He's getting caught on siege, and Epic, he holds. TLD shuts us down and takes down the first tank. There's one tank left. Oh my god, never mind. Jesus. that one tank is holding on. He's crazy. One tank does hold. You know, all the buildings are burning. GG gets called. Epic, he will win the base trade. He overwhelms the main, and Epic, he will take the series 2-0, taking down Foxer. GG. There was a moment in this game. We had, it was what, 78 SCVs to 35 workers of Epic. That was crazy. He had less than half the worker count of his opponent. That was insane. Oh my god, Epic, he was down and out here. He was down in expansion, he was down in workers, he was down in army as well. What did he have? If you remember, the one thing that he had going his way was Vikings, right? He had, I want to say, like 8 Vikings with his army, and he pushed out. He had this crazy move out where he had one tank, a handful of Marines where he distracted at the third base, Vikings that went into the main, and they got, what was it, 18 SCVs? They killed 18 workers on their own. It wasn't just that, he was also denying the fourth. Because of his positioning, he was denying the fourth base, and he was denying mining at the third as well. And he brought himself back in. He brought himself back into the game. Clawed his way back into it. GG, well played. Crazy comeback. I mean, this tells a story. This is Foxer's the red line, by the way. And Epic is the blue line. Like, just like this is the worker disparity. This is the, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. How did this happen? Insane. GG. GG, well played. Again, with that epic, he was able to bring it back, able to catch a Foxer with his pants down, wreak havoc in the main, and likewise, of course, deny the 4th base, wreak havoc in the 3rd as well. Take better trades. GG. GG, well played. Whew. GG, well played. And with that, epic does claim the series, and we'll see where that leads us. Let's go. The other epic thing was a throw by Foxer. I mean, again, it was also an epic to actually be able to bring it back as well, to not give up, to have the tenacity to just, you know, keep going, to keep fighting. A lesser player would probably just tap out, right? Just because of all the early game damage or the early game losses. Here we go. So yeah, I would not categorize it as like a big throw from Foxer by any means. Like, it was both Foxer making some mistakes, but also epic, like capitalizing quite heavily on everything. But here we go. Looks like round 4 has concluded. Okay, we do have our updates here. We do have Falling Ninja taking down Mango Rock 2-0. We had Chelsea Fan taking down Tempo. We had Future taking down Disrespect 2-0. We had Akedon taking down Full Heart. Big win there for Akedon. Very big win. Very impressive. Jehefe took down Starkiller 2-0 and Rob over Warren 2-0 as well. And round 5 has begun. Again, Dave Tesla, he is casting, so again, Tempo does get the walkover win over Dave. Does get the walkover win. And we have round 5. Oh boy, what do we have? We have Gerald versus Epic in a PVT. I believe so far they're both undefeated. Gerald and Epic, they're going to be facing off. We do have Foxer versus Dolan in a TVT. We have PiLiPiLi versus Rob. That's another PvP. A lot of mirror matchups. Future versus Jehefe. Mango versus Shmub, sorry, even. Starkiller versus Akedon. Paradesa versus Omni. Full Heart versus S-Rever. Historian versus Flapjack. Warren versus Kaibo. Voss versus Zesty. Disrespect up against Falling Ninja. And Awesome Sauce versus Chelsea Fan. What do we jump into? I mean, part of me wants the TVT, obviously. We gotta be there for Dolan. At the same time, it would be nice to avoid a mirror matchup for a while and go into Geralt versus Epic. I'm willing to go into either one, right? Foxer versus Dolan or Geralt versus Epic. I mean, even Future versus Jehefe as well, and Pili versus Rob. I mean, they're all good matches. I guess once again, the first thing that I would do here is figure out what's Dave up to. Dave, of course, he's covering the mainstream, or he's the mainstream. So we'll see what he wants. We'll see what he wants. I can't find him in game. Aye. But ideally, we want to try to cover a series that Dave isn't covering. Ideally. But I don't know what he's on. Otherwise, we'll either jump into the Dolan match or the Geralt match. One or the other. Otherwise, for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Oh, what's happening? Geralt, he's back. Let's go. You're saying Dave pulled out. I'm saying I can't find him, Pappy. I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's like getting food or something. I don't know. Who wants to watch the TVT loser match? I mean, they're good players. I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about? But yes, as some people asking about Dave, but yes, he's casting. Is casting over with Stegosaurus, and I believe with anyone else that that is willing to jump on the casting couch as well. I think Cristiano's done better than Gerald recently. I don't know if I would say that. I think I would have agreed with you at the start of the year. Cristiano was a lot more active in January, February, March, April-ish, like the first like quarter of 2025. But I will say that Cristiano has been less active as of late. I mean, he went to Stars Agora, of course. He did travel, but he has been less active. Gerald, I guess he has had more opportunities to travel, I suppose. Like, both of them went to Stars Agora, but Gerald, he went to DreamHack Dallas, right? And Cristiano didn't go to Dallas. Gerald, he also went here, of course, to Cheeseadelphia as well. So Gerald, he's had some more opportunities to compete. But here we go. We are getting to our next game. We're getting to our next series. We have our fresh best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player with the blue Terran himself, the American Terran for Psystorm Gaming. It is Epic. Here we go. But I would say that Gerald and Cristiano, they're pretty close in skill. Like, they're very, very close. Very close. Amongst the hierarchy of Protoss players in Europe. But here we go. We do have an initial opener. Oh, and of course, before I forget, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think can claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Get your gamba going. We go. As we have our initial 2x opener. So 2x opener here out of Epic. Opening up 2x Reaper. Interesting. This is not your typical start here in TVP, and we'll see if we can try to catch Gerald out. Again, I think we will be favoring Gerald coming into a normal standard macro game. I think someone brought up his series against Piotr earlier. I would say that Gerald, where he's at his best, and his strongest matchup is PVT. If you've been watching recently, you know that we did cover Gerald takedown players like Björn, like Cure, and even take it to Clem. Like, Gerald, his PVT is insane, specifically his late game. Like, if he can slow the game down, if he can get into the mid to late game, like, he has some of the best PVT out there. Like, it is terrifying if he can get to that stage. And I do think that Piotr is a bit of a mismatch. Spirit, he's known for also being very economic and very greedy and very macro oriented. So I feel like Spirit kind of plays into Gerald's strengths, specifically in PVT. But I didn't see the matches myself. I didn't see the game, so I can only like give vague generalizations. Like maybe Spirit was hyper aggressive in that series. I don't know. we were casting. You want nice pick up. CC is going to be delayed. Mass Reaper into the main, but last shield battery is almost done. There's a recall. Does recall back home, getting 1, getting 2 probes. Getting 2 workers. And only 2 so far, not quite worth it. Gerald, he defends, and he also delayed the CC, which is still delayed, by the way. Is still delayed. still delayed. Because Epic pulling back. Behind this going for a 3, right? Jeez. So 2 racks opener, not into a 2-on-1, into a 3 racks follow-up. Very aggressive, by the way, very committed. Bearing in mind that Gerald, I believe he hasn't lost scouted yet, but now he will. Whose Nation does dive in, and he will see everything in the main. He will confirm. So Gerald, he's now fully aware of the sim timing. This will hit hard. And it's on Gerald to get ready. Back at home, throwing that extra pylon. Gateways are finishing up. He's got his 3-gate setup, getting into a 4th gateway as well. So 4-gate blink out of Gerald. And here comes that sim timing. Here comes Epic. Stim is now done. Combat shields in 3 seconds. Like, this is a crisp timing here out of Epic. But Gerald, he's ready. He's got a shield battery. He has force fields. Oh, he cannot defend his 3rd though. Not bad. Does force a cancel. Nice pickup. Nice pickup out of Epic. And he does turn around. And again, I don't think he could have fought this head on. So really nice moves. Doesn't lose anything either. Doesn't bleed off any units. Likewise, back at home, going for the eBay, going for +1. Starporter's on the way for medevac production. Epic does race back home. And we're getting towards the mid-game. Now, what's important here is that this stim timing, ideally you want to get more than just denying a 3rd base. Ideally you want to trade, or if not that, just break your opponent then and there. But what's important is that Epic preserved everything. He preserved the army, right? He preserved the Marines, the Marauders, so he can build up towards a later timing instead. With +1. Likewise, holding onto the stim. Doesn't waste it. +1 is halfway done. Medevacs are on the way. Epic does force a blink. Oh. Tempted to stim. Is tempted. Bleeds out of the Marines. So far, has lost 3 Marines. 3 Marines so far. Nothing major. Still very tense. Third base on location. Likewise, catches out one of the Stalkers. Storm is only halfway done. Storm is not ready for this. Neither is Charge. Epic poking forward. Again, still very tense. Charge finishing up in 5 seconds. Epic, I was looking for the 3rd base. Last doesn't quite get it. Oh, sorry, is aware. Is aware of its location. Storm is still not done. 10 more seconds, but he doesn't know that. Yeah, he's not aware. Storm now finishing up. Now it's ready, and here comes the Storm. Epic playing with fire. Oh, he gets 1. Gets 1 High Templar. Nice control. Loses 1 Marauder for it. There's 2 High Templar left. There's the NG overcharge. There's a Storm. Oof. Yeah, brutal connection. Lands 1, and Epic has to get the hell out of here. He cannot fight head on. It's not going to happen. Flanking Storm coming in. And Epic does pull away at the same time. Rallies into the mineral line. A nice counterattack. Nice save here from Epic. Does pull away. Ooh, rough pathing. Yeah, bleeds out 1. Almost 2 medevacs. At the same time pushing in. Ooh, does not get a High Templar. Oh! Storm connects. Storm does connect. Oh, a bit of a miss rally. And Gerald holds. Gerald, he's holding on, at least for now. 4th base just began. Epic still not letting up. Has to be able to get surrounded. Storm coming in. Brutal Storm. Epic, he tried to split, but he will lose everything here. Yeah, he did stick around a little bit too long. And with that, he's forced back, bleeding out a lot of Marines. His 3rd base is saturated. The Ghost Academy, I believe, just finished. Yeah, Ghost Academy is done. And Ghosts are on the way. Oh. Phase out of Storm. He just doesn't have enough here. Yeah, Gerald, he can just take the fight. He can just chase this down, and he will. Blinks forward, takes down the Marines, takes down another Marauder. Yeah, Epic, he just lost too much. He bled out too much earlier. And now Gerald, he just keep going. He can't keep going. He's got 3 High Templar. He has Storms. Waiting for reinforcements, waiting for extra Zealots. Double expanding, getting a 4th base and a 5th as well. And you can see how quickly everything swings in favor of Gerald here once he has map control. Oh no! Gets a Ghost! Oh my god. Yeah, takes down a Ghost as well. But once Gerald gets map control, he's double expanding, getting spotter pylons, probing up to 80. Oh, Epic does survive, does hold. And Gerald is securing himself. Now working towards a second Robo, a Bay, working towards Colossus production. Colossus are on the way. Zealot run by will delay the 3rd. Oh, sorry, delay the 4th. Oh, actually, wants more than that. Okay, does turn around. And does force a cancel. Oof, brutal cancellation. Again, Gerald, he's looking to max out. Supplies are deceivingly close, but really we're just waiting for the 4th base to saturate. And sorry, the 5th base to saturate, and that's we're getting there. We're getting there at this point. Production will soon kick in. And Gerald, he should be the first to max. When it comes to Epic's army, he will have a little potential with these ghosts, of course. Like, there are plenty of ghosts, plenty of EMPs. I say plenty, 3. And that's what he's going to be reliant on. Unfortunately, he's not quite ready for the Colossus production. Colossi on the way. Storm coming in. Oh, brutal storm. Massive, massive storm. Oh, God, God. The storms, they all connect. Ay, ay, ay. And Epic, he plummets in supply. The storms are brutal. Epic, he got caught out. And that's going to be the army. That's going to be everything. Medevacs, they fall one after the other. Ay, ay, ay. He was caught out in the open, Fatty. Not like this. Zealot say charge in. And with that, Gerald, he will overwhelm. It was a very tense game, very tense. And Epic, he had some nice moments, of course. But the boys are being pulled. Storm of the main army. Colossus have arrived. GG gets called, and Gerald, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. That's why you always carry an umbrella. Yes, always carry an umbrella. You never know when the storm is coming. Never know. Aye, aye, aye. GG, well played. And again, Epic, he was able to achieve quite a bit with initial opener, with his initial 3 backs. Able to deny the 3rd base, able to snipe some High Templar. There was some really nice moves there from him. But if you recall, he did overstay his welcome. He stuck around a little bit too long. He got punished for it. In regards to when he was out in the open, out on the map, earlier on, I mean. And with that, he lost momentum. That was the moment when Gerald was able to double expand. He got his 4th base, he got his 5th base as well. He gained map control, and Epic got caught out on the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gerald does take a lead, and now we're jumping to game number 2. Let's go. Here we go. Can Stalkers blink when concussed? Yes, yes. That doesn't disable their ability to blink. And here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if we can force the ace match here. We're spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines. We have our Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0 and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Epic. Again, the pressure is on. This is only a best of 3, so one more loss, and that will be the end of the series. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. Let's go. And again, he had some nice moments in that previous game. Definitely, but it did feel like it was all a knife's edge. Like it was all like very tense and very clutch. At least the first half I'm referring to. Now we're getting into game number 2. As a reminder, last game was a 2x Reaper opener, 2x Reaper into a 3x sim timing. And this time I would imagine we're going for something a little bit different. Single gas, economic opener. So ranks expand out of Epic. Going for a more economic start. As the CC is on the way. I always thought that Epic is from Korea and Gerald from the USA. Epic's... no. Oh, God. Gerald, he's the Polish Protoss fan. Ah. Let's go. Might be confusing Epic with another player? Maybe? Maybe. I guess Light is an honorary American as a caster. Am I? Maybe for this stream. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if that's how it works. I just like I don't know when I cast Polish events. Am I Polish? Am I Siema? True. Siema, papi. When I cast Brazilian events, am I Brazilian? Bom dia. Obrigado. Si, papi. True. That's how it works. Meanwhile, Hellion Drop. We're going to be opening up Reactor Reaper Hellion Drop into towards the main. But so far, Hellions are spotted. Big scout here for Gerald. Likewise, we'll see if we can pick up any Hellions at a time. It's going to be close. As the Hellions, one Hellion does fall. Ay. Bearing in mind, you need 3 Hellions to one-shot probes. We have to preserve those Hellions. Otherwise, this drop will fall on its face. Is making more. Yeah, forced to make an extra wave. Does cancel, does go for the add-on swap, but back at him, Gerald is getting ready for the Hellion counterattack. He has SimCity, he has a wall. So he walls off the natural at the same time, rallying in towards the main. Here comes the drop, and he barely has enough. As a reminder, once again, 3 Hellions do one-shot probes. So there is still potential, but now there's no room for error. As he only has the 3. Dropping into the main. Stalker's in position, shield battery is done. Does go for the drop. And he doesn't commit. Yeah, he sees the setup. Is deflected. And Gerald holds. He holds on. Behind this, going for a 3-1-1 setup. Following this up with Liberators, and again, Gerald, he is going to be zoning back Epic. He's going to zone him away. Bomb jog. There you go. I see Magnath in the chat. You're not. Oh no! Ooh, as the medevac is barely going to go down. Hellions, they go for the dive, but there's a force field. And Gerald, he shuts this down, takes down the Hellions. Shuts down the early aggression. And this is falling apart. Liberator does arrive. Getting 1 probe kill so far. Just the 1. Portuguese? No, no, I don't know any Portuguese. I know obrigado. I know fala galera. Bom dia. And that's all I got. That's That's all I got, Papi. That's all I got. I can understand Portuguese more or less, just because I'm Spanish, right? So, like, a lot of the words are similar, so I can just assume what's being said, just like from context clues. Like, I like pick up a word like here and there and be like, oh, okay, like more or less you understand. It's close enough. It's close enough. It's like Italian, right? Like, if I hear an Italian speaking, I like more or less understand what they're saying. As you like, I pick up like every third word, for example, something like that. Though Spanish and Portuguese are the same, they're very different, I will say. Like, Italian is closer to Spanish than Portuguese is to Spanish. Like, Portuguese has, I think it has like a German flair. Oh no! As the jump gets caught out, losing one full medevac, losing maybe both. Oh no, not like this. Oh god, we're just trying to talk about languages here. As we do pick off all the marauders, yeah, everything's gonna be cleaned up. Yeah. I mean, it was a rough start to begin with here from Epic, losing out all of his Hellions, losing Liberator as well. I mean, sorry, Liberator's still alive. And now we have to commit. Now we have to stand up behind this Epic. He's expanding, does have a third, not a two-base all in, but he has to get some damage across the map. He can't just let Gerald have map control again. He stims in. Storm is ready. Oh no. The storm is coming. Epic does pull away. Portuguese doesn't even sound like Spanish to me. It doesn't. Like, Portuguese is very different. But, like, there are some similar words. But that's why, like, Italian is much closer to Spanish than Portuguese, for sure. For sure. It's from here. Gerald rotating around. Again, he shuts down the push, now claiming a fourth base. Can soon start working towards other forms of splash damage, towards Colossus, towards Disruptors. Portuguese sounds more like French. I can see that. I can see that. For sure. Like, for Portuguese, there's definitely like there's another language. There's another language in there. There's for sure. As Epic going for a split push. I'll split up. Again, with all these storms, he can't really get any ground. Ideally, he can maybe bait the army in, but Gerald, he's wise to it. Does notice. And he will clean up the minefield. We get some okay connections, but all the water mines go down. At the same time, Epic pushing right down mid. But again, he's pushing into more stuff. There's just so many storms. There's just too many. Oh, nice EMP. EMP goes up. But the storms, they just keep coming. And Epic, he just can't gain any ground here. Not like this. Not like this. Does get the drop off. The drop does slip past. Yo, he warps in back at home. He commits across. Oh no, the full medevacs! Gets 1, 2, 3 medevacs go down. Oh god. He catches the army. And there's nothing left. There's nothing here. Epic is being overwhelmed, being overrun. Not the medevacs, not like this. And with that, he has broken the third. He's broken the third base. Boys being pulled to repair. There's no ghost remaining, just a handful of bio units back at home. Gerald defends, and GG gets called. Gerald will claim the series 2-0. Will take down Epic and will advance on, and I believe still undefeated. GG. GG. GG, well played. Gerald will claim it. Again, game one was very clutch and very tense between the two players. Like, I want to say that Epic had a really strong showing in game one. Here in game two, Gerald was a lot more in control. Remember, winding it back, what did it start with? It started with a Hellion drop. The Hellion drop was shut down early on, was scouted as well, didn't really achieve much damage, and if you recall, following that Hellion drop, we did have the follow-up double drop as well, which also got cleaned up on the right hand side. The Liberator failed to really do much damage. Like, it was just a really shaky start from Epic, unlike game one where he had a little bit more success with his opener when it came to his 3-racks is what I'm referring to. So it was shut down. With that, Gerald had a much more comfortable early game, able to safely get up to 3 and then get up to 4 bases as well. Had a much more comfortable start with that. GG, well played. Again, it was quite committed play there from Epic, and with that, Gerald will run away with it, and we have our 5th round somewhat wrapping up. Let's go. Let's catch up. Looks like we don't really have many other updates. Let's see. As a lot of players are still mid-series, still mid-game. So we have Foxer versus Dolan still ongoing. You have PiLiPiLi versus Rob still ongoing. Future versus Jehefe still ongoing. So far we have Disrespect. He does take down Falling Ninja 2-0. And of course, Gerald just took down Epic 2-0 as well. But we still have many more matches to come. Many more to go. But we're nearing the end of the group stage. As a reminder, this is round 5 of the group stage, and there are only 6 rounds in total. So we're almost at the end of the group stage. Then there's going to be a bit of a break. I would love to get some snacks and get something to eat during that break as well. And then after that, we'll have the playoffs. So we'll have our top players make it into the final bracket to determine who will be our champion, who will be the big cheese over in Philadelphia. Let's go. We'll be here to find out. But we're looking for one of our other series. I'm happy to just jump into whatever becomes available. Again, I'm going to be looking at the top 3 that I mentioned earlier. So Foxer versus Dolan, Future versus Jehefe, and PiLiPiLi versus Rob. Those are the 3 matches that I'm going to be looking at. Speaking of, it looks like Dave, Testa, and Stegosaurus are covering the Future versus Jehefe series. Okay, they have the TBT. They have one of them. Do you have one of them? So they have you covered there. Here we go. Catching up. All my TVPs feel like this is so hard. Yeah, it can be difficult, especially if, the problem is winding it back. If you recall, Epic did open up more aggressively, right? He was quite committed early on with his drop play, with his move outs. So for them to struggle as much as they did, that kind of like compounded over time, right? Momentum heavily did swing heavily here in favor of Gerald. Okay. But I guess we can go on a short break. Here, and when we come back, we'll have a next series. Again, we're still just waiting for some of our players to come out of game, and then there'll be the final round of a group stage. When it comes to the current standings, do we have a listing of that? That I'm not so sure about. It is going to be... I was looking at the Wikipedia page. It says top TBD players advance to the playoffs. That's not helping. God damn it. Hold on, does it say on challenge? I don't think it does. But we have more matches finishing up. Full Heart takes down Reverse. Chelsea Fan takes down Awesome Sauce. Omni Skeptic takes down Pardessa. Let's go. But I'll reach out and I'll ask about it. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have either our next series or the beginning of round 6. One of the two. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to Cheeseadelphia, the group stage of Cheeseadelphia 2025. It has been an intense broadcast already. We've reached 6 hours worth of StarCraft, and we are merely only halfway through. We still have one more round of group stage and then the playoff bracket thereafter. So plenty more StarCraft to come, plenty more StarCraft on the horizon here. If you guys want to tune into a different series, I believe Rob versus Dolan is going to be covered by Dave Testa. We are going to be covering Future versus Gerald. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket has been updated, and we have our results coming in. Let's go. We have our results. Okay, from the top here, we have our series, Gerald versus Future. Gerald versus Future, they're going to be facing off in a best of 3 in a TVP. Again, Future, I believe, he did drop a series. Did drop a series against Foxer. So far, only Foxer has stopped Future. Meanwhile, Gerald is undefeated, completely undefeated. I feel like Future, he is the last chance here for NA to step up, to stand up to Gerald. Can he be brought down? Future. We'll find out. We will find out. He's gonna be the last chance, last hope. Likewise, we have Epic versus PiLiPiLi. That was my second pick. I do think that Epic and Pili are going to be quite, it's going to be another quite close match. I mean, another TVP. So again, back to back, 2 TVPs ongoing. Wishing the best of luck. Scrolling down. Scrolling down, we do have Mango versus Clovis. Also mid-series, you have Snubdub versus Falling Ninja. We have Omni versus Enrage Zesty, or that's OP Zesty. We have Tempo versus S-Rever. We have Keybo versus Keyboy versus Awesome Sauce. Also currently ongoing. We have Dolan versus Rob. That's going to be covered by Dave Testa and the StarCraft historian. I believe they're going to be covering Dolan and Rob. We have Folksher versus Full Heart, Jehefe versus Akedon. We have Starkiller versus Chelsea Fan, Disrespect versus Flapjack, and Vast versus Warren. Again, these are the final matches of the group stage. There's the final chance here to get within the playoff bracket, to get it high enough in the standings to make it to the playoffs. Oh boy. Now, how big are the playoffs going to be? What's the format? I have no idea. I have no idea, papi. So we'll find out together, I'm sure, once the bracket is generated, once it all comes together. We'll figure it out. Until then, though, it looks like the Vitas are done, and we are jumping into our first game. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. Oh boy. Also, we do have a close-up on Foxer's head. We also have Beefy in the background. Let's go. Always, papi, always. There we go. You can hear the beast. We're jumping in to our final series of the group stage. Let's go. Isn't it just Swiss? Yes, I'm referring to the playoff bracket. Brackets. As to I'm referring to how many players do make it through into the playoffs. Like, I don't know if it's going to be top 8 or top 4. Like, I don't, not too certain. But here we go. We're jumping into our next game. We're jumping into our next series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. And I also don't know if it's going to be double elimination or not. But in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Matchwinu Esports. It is a Future. It's going to be a short one because we move out with our initial SCV and we're setting up for a proxy. SCV does move out. And before we get into this, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as our proxy is upon us. Our Rax has been thrown down, and we'll see how hard we commit with this, because so far there's only this singular Rax. Only one SCV did move out, not a second SCV. And we'll see what Future has in store for us. Let's go. 2 gas back at home. We're going Proxy Marauder. I mean, this wouldn't be a bad location for it. We'll keep an eye on Future. I know the Future does often come up with his own builds, with his own style. Future, of course, he spent a lot of time in Korea last year. For those who are unaware, Clem, he went to Korea before he won EWC. He was in Korea for, I want to say, a month, maybe a month and a half. And he was there with Estrella, with Trigger, and with Future. They did form like this NA team house in Korea. They booked an Airbnb, and they all did train together in the lead up to EWC. In the lead up to the World Cup. It is just going to be, okay, there's just a singular Proxy Reaper. So nothing crazy, nothing wild. With this Proxy Reaper, the goal should be to get a bunker up. Ideally, we get a bunker behind the mineral line to deny mining, to deny any kind of economy here. and to force a bigger commitment out of Gerald. Oh, SCV's moving in. There's a bunker. There's the bunker. The bunker is going to be covering the pylon, not the mineral line, or like a little bit of the mineral line. But the goal here would be to focus on the pylon and to deny the shield battery. Oh, but the SCV is taking a lot of hits. Oh no! The RNG working against Future. The SCV takes a lot of damage and the bunker is denied. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, rough start here for Future. The bunker will knock it up and running. And with that, he cannot force an overreaction. He cannot force out a shield battery. Reaper does pick in, but Gerald holds. He does hold on behind this. Okay, so if you remember, we assumed it was going to be Proxy Marauder initially. It was Reaper instead with a bunker, and we are following it up with Proxy Marauder. Okay. So, but ¿por qué no los dos, papi? ¿Por qué no los dos? True, true. Why not both? Uh-oh. So Probit does fall. And now it's not just going to be Proxy Marauder, because we have Hellions on the way as well. We're going to be rallying Hellions across the map. Starport behind this, all on one base, 1-1-1. It's all coming together. One Rax Proxy Marauder. I've never seen this. Yeah, exactly. Like, to echo what the sentiment in the chat, usually this is with two Raxes. Like, right? Usually with two Raxes instead of just one. That's what's quirky about this. But again, we are going to be rallying Hellions, so there's going to be a little bit more to it here to bolster this. As Marauders, they do rock up. Shield Battery is seconds away. Cashing the first Stalker, not bad. Shield Battery not just done. Oh no! Ooh, gets a Stalker. Barely to snipe it. Massive pickup. Takes down the Stalker. Down to 1 adept. The boys are being pulled. Again, Future hit just before the Shield Battery was done. Just before. Likewise, the Stalker has arrived. There's the energy overcharge. Does overcharge the Shield Battery. Marauders, they take down the Zealot. Once again, wasting energy. Energy's run out. He can go in. Yeah, he can go in. He can go for the dive. Shield batteries are almost done. He has to break through here and now before they're finished. Can he get on top of the Stalker? It's going to be close. Nah, it's going to be close. Barely the Stalker. Up. Does almost get away. Shield batteries are done. And now he's holding. He's holding on with the one Stalker. Second Stalker has arrived. Again, he bought enough time for the shield batteries. Just barely takes down a Marauder. God, jeez, the Marauders do so much damage. Boys are being pulled into Hellions. The Hellions, they pop off. Medevac has arrived. Saves the Marauder. Hot pickup. Oh, doesn't save the Hellion. Yeah, barely not, but it looks like he's done it. He has done it. He has broken through the shield barriers. They're out of energy completely. And there's only one gate. You can only warp in one unit at a time. Down to one Stalker. Warping in behind the army. Boys are being pulled. And, oh, he does focus out the Stalker in time, but the overcharge is a little bit too late. One Stalker left. And again, Future, he has broken through. GG gets called, and Future, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. That was crazy. GG, well played. Again, a very unorthodox, a very messy kind of proxy here out of Future. Remember, it started with proxy Rax, and sorry, it started with a proxy Reaper into a bunker on the low ground. That was denied, that was shut down. That was a rough start for Future, and then he pivoted away from that into a one base all-in with a 1-1-1 setup, with a factory and starport back at home with Proxy Marauder. And with that, it was so clutch. If you remember, he was able to snipe the first Stalker 1 second before the shield battery finished. It was like less than a second. It was so close. It was so close. Barely got that Stalker. Likewise, the Hellions, they played a really big part there because he couldn't pull the boys. Like, ideally, if you're in that kind of position, winding it back, if you're in Gerald's position, if you're trying to defend, if you're trying to hold on, you need to pull the boys to help surround the Marauder. That's how you would typically shut it down. But with the Hellions being there, you cannot surround the Marauder. You cannot pull the boys into that. Otherwise, you just get roasted. So he just could not really support the army. It was still a very close hold there, very clutch. Shield wires were finishing up just in time to try to survive. Very close. Regardless, GG well played. Future, he breaks on through, and with that, we are getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. Up until this point, he hasn't dropped a map until now, showing that he can bleed. But can he bring it back and make a series out of this? For Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the American Terran representing Matcherino Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Future. Here we go. Oh my god. So we are going to be settling in and calming down. And this time the Rax is back at home. This time no proxy. This time we're setting up back at home. Gerald, he moves out with the scouts. He does initially scout his own natural first, just to make sure, before moving out. And again, Future, he doesn't have to be cheesy, but he does have a lot of unique builds. I mentioned this before, like very briefly as we were getting into game 1, but Future, he does often come up with his own builds, his own styles. He's a very unique player in that respect, very unique. And he can be a hard player to read, for sure. Like, he does things that other players just don't even dare. For now, Rax expand. Economic opener with a single gas geyser. It makes sense. Just economic starts. And upon seeing this Geralt, I'm sure he's breathing a sigh of relief. He's like, phew, okay, now I can get into my game. And I will say that I do favor Geralt in a standard mid to late game. I said this previously, but Geralt, he has some of the best, mid to late game PvT in the world. We've seen him take down players like Bjorn, players like Cure. He took down Spirit earlier today as well. Like, I would say that Geralt, his best matchup is PvT. I would say his weakest matchup is PvZ. PvZ is where he struggles in a little bit more. That's where he does struggle. But PvT is where he thrives. At least in a longer game. And again, we'll see if he can get there. For now, we have our safety bunker on the low grounds. We have the initial reactor here on that Rax. Do we go for the add-on swap into Hellion production? The answer is, we are going for the swap. Okay. So let's go for the swap. We've seen a lot of Hellion drop plays so far here tonight, and there it is. We have reactor to Reaper, reactor to Hellion, most likely into a medevac, most likely into drop play. We saw Epic attempt the same thing, if you recall. The problem in that series was that Epic lost the first Hellion, right? He lost a lot of Hellions early on, so by the time the medevac arrived, he couldn't really effectively drop into the main against Gerald. Oh, double Hellion into double Widowmine. Okay, let's go. Does mix it up. So he doesn't go into 4 Hellions, so he's not going for a Hellion drop, mine drop instead. As he does an mining. Hellions that make their way across the map. The wall is solid. And we'll see how we use, or how we make use of these Widow Mines. We could go for economic damage, otherwise we could try to mine drop the wall, try to kill the Stalker, and then rush past. Like, there are different ways about it. I would assume we would try to break this position if we had made more Hellions. Only 2 though. Only 2, not 4. So just gonna be the quadruple mine drop across the map. Adept does the 9 mining time. Is going to be dealt with. Future does move out. Third base not being taken for Gerald. Gerald, he himself did go for a 3-gate blink opener, so relatively safe. Relatively. Ooh, as does start down the medevac. Medevac taking a lot of hits. Wouldn't mind to do drop in. Oh no! Chaotic response to it. Oh, connections. Oh, the connections are brutal. 13 probes going to be going down. Ay. A chaotic response and all 4 Widowmines escape. That should not have happened. Not a single Widowmine goes down. 14 probes. Insane damage here. And with that, Future, he gets away with the entire mineral line, essentially. And this is a rough start. A rough start here for Geralt. Ay. Again, he was a little bit frazzled here, a little bit shaken when it came to trying to pull away. If you remember, he pulled back, then he pulled back in, then it was a very chaotic defense. And Future, he does kick things off with a lead. Does have a lead. And again, he preserved the Widow Mines, which is even crazier. Setting up defensively. Does set up, has a 3-1-1 follow-up, getting into tank production. And Gerald's in a rough position. Now, after all those losses, Gerald has to make a choice. Does he try to macro from here? Does he double down and commit into an all-in? He has more gates on the way, so it's going to be a 5-gate setup on 2 bases. All right, I guess on 3. Going into charge. Going into mass charge lots. Likewise, Future, if he wanted to, he could turn this into a 2-base all-in. Because he has a lead, he could try to kill Gerald before he stabilizes. Or he could get a 3rd CC. One or the other. Now he's got 2 more Raxes on the way, getting into a 5-rack setup. Considering the kind of play the Future is, I will not be surprised if he pulls the boys. If he goes for a stim +1 timing and just pulls the boys, and just commits across the map. We'll see. Oh, he wants more. He wants more damage, papi. Ay. Ready to boost in. Here comes a boost. Here comes a dive. And once again, he wants more damage. Gerald, he does pull away. Only 2 Woodermines are on the low ground. Only 2. He's waddling in. Uh-oh. Oh, no, he wants them. No, he waddles in. Okay, does pull away. Ooh, does pull away in time. We want another double drop here into the main. There's still 1 Woodermine left. Headed towards a 3rd. And so far, Gerald, he does react well enough. He pulls away. Woodermines are cleaned up. Only gets 4. Only gets 4 worker kills. And this is the defense that we expect. So minimal damage, minimal losses. Unfortunately, this is after the fact. As Gerald is setting up a proxy gateway across the map. Here comes the move out. And Future, yep, he pulls the boys. As we mentioned, like, it makes the most sense here to go for a 2-base all-in because Future has a massive lead, because right now Gerald is trying to stabilize. Right now is the perfect moment to commit to an all-in to just go for the kill. Just go for the kill before Gerald stabilizes. And what do we have to work with? We have Stim, we have Combat Shields +1. We have the Raven, just in case. Mrs. R goes up. Or anti-armor missile, I should say. Connects with the sentry. The boys have arrived. Yeah, another missile. Ooh, does connect. And with that, this entire army is going to crumble. Yeah, the Zealots go down, the Soldiers go down as well. They do take down one of the tanks, but there's still 1 tank remaining. With that, going for the kill, going for the throat. Zealots, they charge in, but they do nothing. Yeah, they mean nothing here. Not enough Zealots. And Future, a quick series. He goes in for the kill, he goes in for the throat. Depowers the gateways. Breaks the main army. There's nothing left. There's no army. There's no army, just probes. Probes and a desperation warping of 6 Zealots. That's all that's left. Ay. And Gerald is trying to catch reinforcements. But Future, he saves his reinforcements. He saves his production line, Pat. He's crazy. Oh my god. And now he's just going further in towards the main base. We do see Gerald trying to buy some time, trying to pull off some kind of miracle defense, but it's not going to happen. Not against this kind of army. There's just too much man with gun. He sims, and he wins. Zealots coming from behind. They don't get the tank. 1 tank goes down. A GG gets called, and Future, he will take the series 2-0, becoming the only one to take a series off of Gerald. GG. Yo, someone send those replays to spirits. Ay. GG, well played. As Future, he does claim the series, does take the win here and does redeem himself. Both Future and Gerald, they both did drop a map throughout the group stage. Remember, Future, he lost, he lost the series against Foxer. Meanwhile, Gerald lost the series here against Future. So both have a similar scoreline coming out of this, but I believe they're the top 2 players of the group. GG, well played. So Gerald and Future, they should be both confirmed through into the playoffs, where we might even have a rematch. I believe because Gerald and Future are the top 2 seeds of the group, they will be avoiding each other, so they're going to be on opposite sides of the bracket once it gets generated. And we'll see who will join them in the playoffs as well. Let's go. Let us go. Ooh, oh boy. That's a lot of man with, it's a lot of man with gun, papi. Yo, Sal, let's go, papi, let's go. What? Where was Sal? Where was Sal at Cheeseadelphia? That's my question, papi. Ay. Where was Sal? Yeah. As we can catch up on our bracket here. Can't catch up. There's still, of course, a lot of matches ongoing. Here we go. Okay, do we have any updates here? As a reminder, of course, Dolan versus Rob was being covered by the by Dave Tessa, by Dave and the Starkiller historian. They were covering that series. Other matches are wrapping up. We have Schnubdub takes down 4 Ninja 2-0. The other series that I had my eye on was Epic. Versus PiLiPiLi. They are currently in game, and if we can jump into game 2 or jump into game 3, that'd be ideal. Remember, our series was really fast. Like, we had some really short games. So we should be able to catch another one of these matches. Again, we're going to be avoiding Dolan versus Rob, as of course Dave has that matchup. So let's have a look here. We have who else? We have Mango versus Clovis, Omni versus Zesty, Kaiboy versus Awesome Sauce, Temper versus S-Rever. My eyes are going to be on either Epic versus PiLiPiLi or on Foxtra versus Full Heart. We haven't casted Full Heart yet today, unfortunately. I wouldn't mind covering some Full Heart. Or Jeheve versus Akedon. True, true. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for the other matches. We'll be looking. Too much travel this year. Can't make this one. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, good, oh, good. Understandable. Where was Sal when the Westfold fell? Next time, next time. Yeah, but good to see you, good to see you. As always, as always. Este Sal. But yeah, just a very aggressive series here out of Future. What I will say is that if they do have a rematch, I would imagine that Gerald is going to be playing a little bit safer here against Future. I would imagine. I'm sure he will adjust. Now though, we can see Dolan playing in the background. Este Dolan. Jehefe just got out of game. Oh. Un momento. Ah, never mind. We're just going to update Jeheve just took down Akedon 2-0, so big win there for Jeheve. Very well done. Their match did just conclude, so we're still waiting for a couple of others. Again, waiting for PiLiPiLi versus Epic. And waiting for Foxtra and Full Heart. Okay. You know what that means? That means we have some downtime again. Oh, the downtime. Warren just got out of game. True. See, just catching it. There's no safety against the NA cheese. True, true. See, Gerald, he has to embrace the cheese, man. It's the only way to win at Cheeseadelphia. Who are we seeing? Foxtra is right in front of us. There's Dolan. There's Dolan. Dolan, he had the black hoodie. He just walked towards the camera. I guess Dolan just finished his series. We have... I think Starkiller's over towards the left-hand side. Let's see. Starkiller's not in camera right now. Not in camera. I think Chelsea fan is all... I think Chelsea fan is all the way on the left. Somewhere, if I recall correctly. I think Zesty is playing on the camera against the wall next to Gerald. I know that Epic's on the other side of the wall. He's on the other side of the PCs. That's what Epic is playing. Channel W, yeah. There's Beefy, of course. The guy in red / black is Vast. So there you go. Ah, Beefy. The main character. Este Beefy. But for now, we have some downtime. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. Again, we're hoping to try to jump in mid-series into the Epic versus Pili, or into I keep forgetting. Foxtra versus Full Heart. So one of the two. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Oh. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Cheeseadelphia 2025 group stage broadcast. Where I say that we just wrapped up with the group stage. I do apologize for the downtime here. Again, we just had an extended break. We just wrapped up with Gerald versus Future, and we were waiting for other matches to conclude, and they did. Unfortunately, we weren't able to jump into another series. We had a lot of 2-0s. They did just wrap up. We actually did just have a winner's interview with Gerald. I say we. Shout out to Dave Tesla. He is of course live on his own channel as well. He is actually at the event, and he's organizing his own kind of like setup there. He does have the StarCraft historian. He's bringing on a couple of gamers as well, like Gerald, of course, and they were just giving him, or they were just asking him about his current play, about what happened in his series against Future, which we did cover, and they were also asking him about his series against Spirit. Again, he did actually defeat Spirit not too long ago at the Wardy tournament, so they were just asking him some questions about his mindset, about his play. Geralt was responding, saying that he just felt really jet-lagged and really tired previously when he previously played Spirit at the EWC qualifiers. But here he was really, he was just feeling really comfortable, really in form. Like he was really, yeah, just really casual about it all. Geralt. And he also mentioned how in his series against Future, he was actually, apparently he's really hungry. Apparently he's about to go and get some food and get ready for the playoffs. So apparently he's just feeling like really low energy and really out of it at the moment, and he's hoping to be a little bit more in form when it comes to a potential rematch in the playoffs. Potentially. Speaking of, we have our playoffs. We don't have the bracket generated yet, but we do have our standings. Un momento here as we do check out our standings. Again, the entirety of the group stage is now done. It is now wrapped up, and we can take a moment to have a look at the overall standings to see where we are and where we are headed. Un momento, papi, un momento. Let's go. Let us go. I believe the bracket itself is still being generated as we speak. But here are the overall standings. Oh my god, there we go. Okay, from the top, we have Gerald. Gerald, he does come out as the #1 seed of the group. It does barely come out at #1 with 5 wins with 1 loss. Overall, his map score standings, or his map score, was just barely better than Future's, I believe, as it was a series that Future did drop a map where Geralt did 2-0. So in the end, we have Geralt as #1, we have Future as #2, we have PiLiPiLi as #3, and Dolan as #4. Oh my god. So all 4 of them, they do come out with some very, very strong score lines here. With Geralt, Future, PiLiPiLi, and Dolan. Just behind them, we have Epic as #5, Jehefe as #6, starkiller #7, and Disrespect as #8. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know what the cutoff is. I don't know what the cutoff is when it comes to the overall. Jesus, we had a lot of players. Oh my god, we had 29 players. Yay. That's a lot of players. So again, we had a mass amount of players here, and I don't know how big the bracket's going to be. I don't think we have confirmation as to what the cutoff is yet. Fun fact, on the Wikipedia page, it said something like just to be determined. Oh. Okay. Hold on. We have confirmation. So we just got an update here. So apparently top 8 single elimination, not double elimination bracket for the playoffs. And apparently this is a tiebreaker match. You can actually see it here. So currently, apparently, both Disrespect and Starkiller are tied for 8th place. They're currently tied with an even scoreline and even map score as well. So there is going to be a tiebreaker match between Full Heart and Disrespect. Ooh. To determine who does get that #8 seed. So it's going to be top 8 single elimination. Oh boy. And apparently it's going to be a best of 1. They're crazy, man. They're crazy. So un momento. Just slipping into those DMs. Oh, okay, we're good. Is Dave around? Full Heart and Disrespect. It's gonna be another PVT. So it looks like we don't exactly have the conclusion of the group stage yet. We have one final game, one final series, one final best of one. We're almost there, papi. We're almost there. This will also give some time for Gerald to eat some food. True. We'll give him some time. Beautiful. Okay, sorry, just setting up on our end. Getting everything going. Bam. Yo, shout out to Zesty. Zesty just walked past. And Awesome Sauce as well. Oh, but okay. But also, yeah, shout out to those working behind the scenes. We have Protostegosaurus handling the, I believe, audio over on Dave's stream. Or over on the main stream, I should say. The venue stream. Simulation brutal. It is going to be brutal, yeah. How is Foxter 14th? No. I mean, you say 14th, but I think Rob, Voss, Esrever, and Foxter, they're all tied. They're all tied towards the bottom half of the bracket. They're all tied up. Here we go. Yo, Chateau Rainer. Yo, Paolo in the chat as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Whew. Yo, when are we getting cats at the next Cheeseadelphia, papi? Next Cheeseadelphia. Ah. We need to get everyone over. Do you know when the next match will start? Soon TM. Soon TM. We'll be jumping in. Just waiting for our players to get ready. Then after this, then the final playoff tracker will be generated, and then we'll be able to jump on in. Who's in the tiebreaker? Actually, I got you. Man. Full Heart and Disrespect. Let's go. Just waiting to ready up. And again, it's going to be a best of one. Best of one. Crazy. And I believe because of how seeding works, I would imagine the winner of this series goes up against Gerald. As I believe Gerald does have a better seed than Future coming into the playoffs. So not going to be an easy opponent. But we'll see who makes it through. Let's go. Maybe next time. Okay. Maybe next time. As spawning in the one-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing as Apprentice Esports. It is Disrespect. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player. He used to be Zerg. Not even that long ago. my heart bleeds a little bit, papi, a little bit. But now no longer Zerg. He is Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Full Heart. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As oh my god, we are sending out not just one, but two pro. We're cannon rushing. He's crazy. We're cannon rushing. Let's go. I mean, it is Full Heart. Yeah, true. I haven't casted him in so long, but he has gone full cannon rush in recent years. In recent times, he has fallen to the dark side. Let's go. As you can already see here, Disrespect is in position. Here is on low ground. Again, he's played against Full Heart before. He's on patrol. The first pylon is going to be thrown down. Likewise, second probe in the main. Would you see Full Heart fully wall up? Does wall up. He's walled up. He's walled up. He's ready for his cannon. So far, we do have boys here on the high ground just to make sure that nothing gets up and running in the main. Just to make sure there is no high ground vision. Pylon does complete. First cannon's on the way. Does fully wall up. Oh, somewhat. Yeah, walling in a couple of SCVs. And again, that probe does still provide high ground vision. First pylon gets surrounded, is going to be focused down. Yeah, the pylon's going to fall. Not bad, but the second pylon does complete. And the cannon, it's going to finish. It's going to get up and running. Likewise, there's now high ground vision. Bunker's on the way. First Marine does pop out. And this probe, can we get any more cannons in the main? I don't think so. This Marine can zone. Up! It can zone, but the probe up! Do we get a cannon? Do we get a cannon? We do not. Okay, no cannon in the main. But there is still high ground vision. Damage being done. Behind this, gateway... Oh, sorry, gases are being taken. Gases are being taken. And I believe Disrespect, he holds. I believe he holds for the time being. Yeah, it does cancel. From here, just has to lift, just has to float back that Rex. Deals with the pylon. Denies any kind of high ground vision. I mean, hey, he doesn't have to float. True. Takes down the pylon. And with that, he is holding. Now, where does Full Heart take us from here? Like, where are we going back? Where can we go? As Rax is forced to float back. Cybercore is still on the way. I would imagine Proxy Stargate. That would make the most sense in my mind, but even then, we don't really have the best setup for Proxy Stargate either. Cybercore's complete. What's it gonna be? Meanwhile, Disrespect, he's looking to secure. He's looking secure. Getting that bunker. Yeah, bunker is almost done. Cyclone's on the way. Like, it's just taking so long to really get any tech up and running. Does get a couple Marine kills. Okay. Bunker's not quite complete. But it should finish. There's that Stargate. Yeah, it is going to be Proxy Void Ray. But it feels so delayed is the problem. We have a wall of shield batteries on the way as well. I mean, Full Heart he is containing. At least attempting to. Does guy back. Saves the Stalker. From here, Disrespect was supplyable for a moment, but he's making just pure anti-air. Vikings are on the way, Cyclones are on the way. Again, like, Proxy Stargate would make the most sense as a follow-up. He's getting ready for it. He hasn't scouted, but he's getting ready nonetheless. Cyclone taking a lot of hits. As long as it doesn't go down, we should be fine. There's a repair. Void Ray's on the way. Now, there is a world where Full Heart can try to bait the army to chase him within cannon range and then catch him with a Void Ray and pick off a Cyclone. Speaking of. Oh. Does get a lot of damage, but the last second Cyclone has arrived. So far, Disrespect, he does hold. He's secure, takes down the cannon. And we're going for the flea. Let's go. Going for the flea beam, gets a Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Proxy Fleet Beacon here for Full Hearts going into Tempest. But the tank has arrived. With the help of the tank, we can start to siege forward. We can start to focus on the pylons and break out. Still there. Full Heart buying time for Tempest. If the Tempest pop out, he can still pull this off. As delayed as this is, like... There's potential. There's potential. Thankfully, Disrespect, he's still on it. Still just making Vikings, Cyclones. Takes on the first pylon. Now, my concern here is that he's being very tentative with this tank, and now the first Tempest has arrived. See what he can get done. Good, we have the Tempest. Go, Proxy Tempest, 2020, we're back. Oh no. We never left back, we never left. Tempest does poke in. No major pickups yet. More Tempest on the way. As again, he still has to commit. The problem here, like, if at any moment he does deviate too much and starts to expand and starts to invest elsewhere, then he will lose control of this area. So far, getting some free pickups. Picks off a couple of Marines. Nothing major yet. We're still building on more Vikings. Across the map, Full Heart getting ready here for attempted Viking harass. Yeah, speaking of, Vikings do move out as if on cue to harass across the map. And they may come across that Void Ray. Meanwhile, picks off the tank. I mean, now that there are no Vikings here, these Tempests, they can try to abuse this position. And there's that base. There's a Nexus. The natural. Let's go. Taking a second expansion. Disrespect moving in. He is spotted. And again, Full Heart, he's ready for this. Takes down the Viking. Again, good read here out of our Protoss. Ooh, and the punish is real. Now getting a second Viking. Second Viking goes down. Now we've built up to 3 Tempest. Built up to 4 even. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand at this point. No. They caught out a Cyclone. Down to 4 Vikings. There's no second starboard behind this, going into triple racks instead. I mean, that is a lot of Marines, true, but they're vanilla Marines, there's no sim. Yeah, Vikings are going down one after the other. Like, Marines, they can never push down. They can never push into this wall of cannons, like, no shot. Oh boy. And Full Heart is getting further ahead. There's the recall, does saturate as natural. Sorry, I was showing the upgrades. A little bit distracted. And Full Heart, he's pulling it off, Pap. He's doing it. Oh god, we're getting desperate. The boys are being pulled. Does break down the ramp. So far, kites back well. Does break down the Vikings. Gets one. Gets the other. Down to Mass Marine. And can he break through this? Takes down 2 of those cannons. He's trying to get under the Tempest as well. And he will get under. No kiting. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Full Heart. Does lose the Oracle. Does lose one of the Tempest. But now it's just pure Marine. Now it's just only Marine. And he's running out of steam. He's running out of bio, running out of units. This is not going to work. Not like this. Again, they should never get under the Tempest. It shouldn't happen. There was some miscontrol earlier, which did cost him a Tempest, but outside of that, he is fine. He's perfectly fine. And GG gets called. Full Heart. He will pull it off with the Cannon Rush with the follow-up Proxy Stargate into Proxy Tempest. GG, Full Heart. He will take the game and make it to the playoffs. I feel disgusting. I feel like I need a shower, Pappy. I need to oh god. GG, well played, Full Heart. He will take it. Again, Disrespect, initially he did have a great hold against the initial cannon rush. He was able to shut it down. Behind it, did choose to go into mass Raxes, into mass Marine. Unfortunately, I again wasn't quite able to fully make use of that just because of the defensive setup we had on the low ground. Like, there was never really a chance or an opportunity to get under those Tempests. It was a bold move there out of Disrespect, but didn't quite pay off in the end, to try to go for that dive and go for that breakout. Likewise, we saw that Full Heart, he was more than prepared for the counterattack. I'm referring to the Vikings, of course, even though they were sent out across the map well ahead of time. We had shield batteries, cannons, and the Stalkers race back home as well, ready for those Vikings. So really nice setup there by Full Heart. GG. GG, well played with that. Full Heart, he will make it through. He will qualify for the playoffs. And now we have our top 8. We have our top 8 players. Oh boy. We have our top 8. It's going to be Gerald, Future, PiLiPiLi, Dolan, Epic, Jehefe, Starkiller, and Full Heart. We have our top 8, and the bracket is being generated. Oh, okay. I'll give you a link in the chat. Un momento. We do have a challenge bracket. Calm down, Beckwet. Calm down. You're an animal. You're an animal. Like Eba and Clem switching to Protoss. Yes, yes. Just like Eba. Just like him. Just setting up. Okay, we have our bracket here. And let's figure out where we're headed next. We'll post a link in the chat. Oh, here we go. Yo, and a shout out to Angry in the chat. Papi Shema, Papi Shema. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Oh, sorry, dziękuję, Papi, dziękuję. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to the Cheeseadelphia 2025 now playoffs. So reaching the later half of the tournament with the switcher scenes over. And I guess it's an apt raid because we do have a Polish player in the tournament in the bracket. From the top, we have, let's zoom in a little bit. There we go. We have Gerald. Gerald, he's going to be up against Full Heart in a best of 3 PvP. Likewise, we have Dolan versus Epic at TVT. We have Future versus Starkiller and PiLiPiLi versus Jefe. Oh boy. We have our top 8 players. Yo, is there a chance that Gerald gets kind of rushed out of the tournament? Is there is there a chance that happens? No shot, Papi, no shot. Are we in the dark timeline? Is that going to happen? But we have our top 8. And we will have to find out where we want to go from here. Of course, Dave has priority. Dave Tesla, he's going to have priority here. So I'm reaching out, asking what he wants to cover. And we'll try to find where we want to go from there. I do see a lot of potential with, of course, Future versus Starkiller, a TVZ. Who doesn't like a nice TVZ? Ideally, I do want to avoid the mirror matchups. So leaning towards Future Starkiller or PiLiPiLi Jefe. I feel like Gold versus Full Heart will be a lot of fun, but I feel like it'll be a short series. Like, I feel like we jump into that, it'd be like a solid, 5-minute series, and then we'll be like left out in the open looking for another series. So it looks like fun, don't get me wrong, but hopefully we can catch him in the semis. And likewise, Dolan versus Epic also does look epic. Oh, have to be there for my boy, for Dolan, of course, of course. To be the thing. As players are setting up. When it comes to whether these are going to be best of 3s, best of 5s, or best of 7s, that is a good question. that is a very good question. We're gonna find out. Yo, we see Epic and Dolan. I see Joe in the background. Good casters trying to avoid mirror matchups. I mean, personally, I do enjoy mirror matchups. Like, I enjoy all StarCraft, but I understand as well that, it'd be nice to get some of the other matchups instead, for sure. Yo, Caviar, Napoleon, Marquises, acampado. Oh my god. Ender in the chat. Mi amor, papi, mi amor. Ay, papi. Anda a dormir, papi, anda a dormir. Good to see you, Ender. Good to see you. As always, as always. Greatest name in esports. Top 2, top 2. Top 2. The other one is Arturo Duran Silencio, papi. Sorry, hold on. Jaime Arturo Duran Silencio. Sí, sí. That's the other one. Yo, everyone left? Yo, yo, they left us behind, papi. They left us behind. Where did they go? For those that are curious, I think they're all getting ready in the there's a viewing area on the right hand side where like the audience is, and there's a stage as well, so players are going to be on the stage. Yes, they left us alone, papi. Oh no. Someone take the PC with you. Don't forget about the webcam. Take us with you. No, no. Joe, save us. Save us. But yes, there is like over on the right hand side, there's like a nice like viewing area with the audience and the stage. So that's where they're probably setting up, I would imagine. But yes, Chad has been left behind. But from here, we're going to be going on a short break, I suppose. We're going to be going on a short break. Yes, we are Kevin. No. We are now Kevin. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the quarterfinals. As I mentioned, the two matches that we're going to be looking at here are going to be Future Starkiller and PiLiPiLi Jehefe. If Dave covers one of them, we'll cover the other, most likely. And I believe we should both be covering the same semifinals. One after the other, then the grand finals. So, yeah, we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We're getting there. Only a couple of hours away. It's only been 7 hours, but it's 8 a.m. in the morning. It's 8 a.m. Oh, Epic, come back. Save us. Epic, come back. Oh, no. Take us with you. Oh my God. They're running from Protoss. All right, we'll go to break. We'll see you guys soon in a couple of minutes here with some more Cheeseadelphia. See you soon, back. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST, and I apologize for some of the downtime, but everyone was getting ready, everyone was setting up as we have returned with the Cheeseadelphia 2025 playoffs. We are done with the group stage. We just wrapped up with the tiebreaker match, and now we are here with the quarterfinals of this tournament. And there is a stage you can't really hold on, you can't really see it, unfortunately. I did ask if we can try to rotate the monitor and rotate the webcam to try to look at the stage, but there's a stage on the right hand side with a bunch of monitors, and I believe all the top 8 players are on that stage. They're all competing, they're all playing. They just need some time to set up, to get their peripherals and get their settings sorted before we jump into our initial best of 5. Let's go. Now, if you want to tune into Dolan versus Epic, that is going to be covered by Dave Testa over on his channel. He's going to be covering that series, that best of 5 quarterfinals match. Meanwhile, we have our own spawning in the right hand corner of ley lines. We have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Matcherino Esports. It is Future. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Teal Zerg player, also representing Matcherino Esports as they are teammates. It is Starkiller. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our initial best of 5. I believe the format is going to be best of 5 quarterfinals, best of 5 semis, and best of 7 grand finals, but I'll get confirmation on that as we progress through the tournament, through the brackets. Let's go. Let us go. I believe all the round of 8 matches are happening at the same time. Depending on how fast or how slow our series is, we might be able to catch another series as well. We might be able to jump into another one of the matches. For now, though, we're focusing on our initial ZBT as we do open up. Interesting. We do initially start with the extractor trick, going for the earlier hatchery into a spawning pool, delayed gases out of Starkiller. It's been a while. Again, shout out to Starkiller, shout out to Future as well for returning here. Starkiller, it's been so long since I've seen him compete. Starkiller, he used to be so active and so tenacious when it comes to signing up for tournaments. I do still recall he did earn, I think he earned like an OSC award for signing up and playing in the most tournaments. I think this was back in 2019. Pre-COVID, he was playing in everything. He was on that grind. Then since then, he did step away from the game. He took a bit of a break. He essentially retired, but recently did return, did resurface just to play casually. I think he was in the previous Cheeseadelphia, if I recall correctly, just playing here and there, competing, still, you know, at the top of the NAC, at least somewhat. And he has made it here to the top 8. He has made it back to the round of 8. Let's go. Now, coming into this, Future is going to be the favorite player. He is coming in as the number 2 seed of the tournament, but we'll see. We'll see how Starkiller does compare. See how he can compete. For the time being, again, did open up with a delayed gas. Behind this, we do have our initial opener out of Future. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, nothing yet. Racks expand into the factory. The Reaper does arrive, but the Queen pops out just in time, and with that, we will defend. Again, thanks to the initial extractor trick, we're able to go for an earlier... Oh my god! We're able to go for an earlier queen. We skip out on Lings, and we are rushing into a lair. Okay, we are skipping Ling speed, rushing into lair instead. Checking the vision here of Future. What did he see? The Lings, a harasser across the map. He did get eyes on the lair. Ooh, he knows. He knows, he is aware. I believe one SCV does not go down. Nice defense here out of Future. He's delayed, but he will continue that base, continue the CC, as he's hunting for the Overlord. Does find it. Does find the Overlord across the map. Reaper does poke back in, does get eyes on the Roach Warren as well. It's not hidden behind any of the mineral lines, so confirms the Warren, confirms the lair wasn't cancelled. And behind this, I'm curious where we take, where we get taken here. Starkiller from here, we can go into Roach Speed and go into Night Display as well, depending on how many gases get taken. But for now, staying on 2 bases, claiming a 3rd. Okay, never mind. Does claim a 3rd, rushing into Roach Speed. Now we have the answer here to what the lair was for. So we are joining, saturating, taking extra gases. And Future back at home, he does respond with a 1-1-1. Safety bonk on the low ground, rushing into the tank early on as well. Understandable to make sure he is safe against any kind of Roach-based aggression. Vikings on the way to hunt down the Overlord and to make sure there's no Night Display. True. Remember, Future, he only has a piece of the puzzle. He didn't see that the Roach Warren was researching. For all he knows, I mean, it could be Nidus. So he's on patrol. He's on patrol looking for the Nidus. Making sure he's ready for whatever comes his way. does find the first Overlord. You can see him here patrolling, looking for another. Making sure he's safe. Making sure he's secure. Now going for a delayed third TC after the starport. Just very safe play here by Future. Heading into Stim. I believe only got the one tank. And Starkiller back at home has been droning. Like, he did make a handful of roaches, but I'm sure part of this is also because he knows he got scattered, right? He knows that Future, he has seen almost everything. Does make a handful of roaches here. And Future does confirm the third. So he's aware there's no 2-base all in. He hasn't seen whether or not there's saturation. True, so incomplete information here for Future. As he does see the drones. Yeah, does see the transfer. Does see the transfer. So he's aware that the base is being saturated, and he should be feeling pretty safe. Should be feeling safe. Going back in. Oh. Liberator into the main. Viking snipes an Overlord. Supply blocking Starkiller. So far, it's all over him. Catching out some of the larvae. Going for the eggs. No major pickoffs yet, but again, he's just confirming, just keeping Starkiller back at home. Confirming extra gases. Starkiller rushing to the infestation pits. Oh, Future getting a little bit greedy here. Not quite worth it. Will lose the Liberator, but does confirm full saturation as well. So maybe losing some units here and there, but he does scout. And with this, he should know that he's safe and sound to expand. Getting to his 5-rack setup. Tanks are on the way, Stim as well. And Starkiller, I'm curious to see if he does plan on going into Ultra Tech from here. Has been quite trendy to open up Roach and to head into Ultras. I mean, hey, we saw quite a lot of it at DreamHack Dallas, for example. Here, Hive is morphing in. So rushing into the Hive, skipping range upgrades. Going into melee. So it does seem like the Roaches are merely just a stepping stone here for Starkiller. I say that does make extra Roaches. Okay. Just to be safe, I would assume. So he's building up his Roaches. Hive is more than halfway done. But now we're still just building up. Future is not fully aware as to the tech. He saw the droning, he saw the saturation, but for all he knows, I mean, his opponent could be maxing out on Roach Ravager. He hasn't seen the Hive or the infestation pit. Meanwhile, safety infestors on the way. Hive is now done. We're expecting an Ultra Cavern. We'll keep it there. There it is. Ultra Cavern's on the way. And again, Future is still not fully aware. So just building up back at home. We have safety missile turrets as well. This is in case there are tunneling claw roaches to make sure that they don't slip by. Likewise, very nice Sim City with these deepers. Jesus. To deny any service area. Like, just a very secure position here for Future. And now he moves out. He finally does push. And what do we have to defend? So far, 21 roaches. And the 2 infestors as well. Does however, we'll see if he can deny the 4th. Starkiller so far keeping up. Oh, does force to pick up. Infestors are revealed. We're going further in. Oh, the Jukes. Oh, let's go. We got Castor Park. I haven't actually... I don't think I've seen too many pro players use Castor Park. Let's go. I think Miguelito. I think he's the only other player that I recall. But Future does rally across the map. The Roach is out of position against Starkiller. He went all the way into the main. Okay, he's not ready for this in the base. It's going to go down. Yeah, the drop did distract. But I believe Future still did not see the main. Oh, no, never mind. Take your eyes on the Hive. From here, stimming on forward. Ultras are just now popping out. And how good are the Fungals going to be? Starkiller getting ready for the surround. Yeah, League's ultras, they pop in from behind. They get on top of the tanks. Very nice around here. Taking down 3 tanks. 3 tanks go down. There's 2 left. Fungal, ooh, not on the bio. Okay, not on the Marines. Future, he does hold his ground. Pushing forward, takes down the 3rd expansion as well. There was potential with the surround, but just barely not enough. Again, the Fungal was lackluster. Ultras didn't break through. Do we have another Fungal? The answer is no. No Infestors. No Infestors, no Fungal. Kind of splitting is not done. The Ultras are so fragile. Just now finishing, but there are just so many Marauders regardless. And they overwhelm. They overwhelm. They take down the Ultras, the Roaches, the Lings, the everything. GG gets called, and Future, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, there was potential. I love the surround the Starkiller had set up, but he just didn't really have enough flanking the army. The Ultras, they weren't able to bust in. They weren't able to close that distance. At least most of them weren't. And with that Future, he was able to shut that army down. It was also unfortunate that, if you recall, that did hit before Kindness Plating. Kindness Plating finished up seconds later after the surround. So it was almost an anti-timing out of Starkiller. I don't blame him for committing to it just because he timed it with the Ultra hatching from the eggs. So he just had to go for it then and there. But again, it did hit before Kindness Splitting, before his upgrades, and with that, yeah, the army was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Likewise, also unfortunate that he wasn't able to catch the bio army with his Fungal. If he was able to, then maybe he committed a little bit. Maybe he would have committed a little bit harder to collapse on the army. Regardless, GG. With that, our Terran player takes the lead. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the American Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Match Arena Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Future. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Match Arena Esports. It is Starkiller. Here we go. See someone in the chat, are there supposed to be Banes with those roaches? Specifically the build that Starkiller was going for is you're meant to preserve your gas, skip Banelings to be able to afford the Ultras, right? That's why there was a hive, that's why there were Ultras on the way and Kindness Plating. Like, the goal there is to cut corners and to rush into Ultra Tech. As we pointed out, it's like, unfortunately, he did hit a little bit too soon, right? Sure, the Ultras popped out, but again, the upgrades weren't quite ready in time for the fight. It wasn't quite lined up. And it is of course a risk to take, right? To cut those corners, to skip Banelings, to rush into Ultras in such a way. If Future was any more passive, if he had waited any longer, then Starkiller would have gone away with it. And then the game would have progressed, right? He would have had map control, would have had all those Ultras, he had 6 Ultras, would have had Kindness Plating, and he would have forced Future back and forced out some Ghosts, for example. So really crisp timing there by Future. Did break through. And with that, we do have a very different opener. Earlier, we did have a extraction trick. We had a earlier hatchery, earlier spawning pool. Here, gas first. Here, we have our gas pool into a very early Roach Warren. This time, an earlier Roach push. Let's go. So Starkiller is going to be the aggressor this time. We go. As Roach One is done. A little bit supply blocked here, but Roaches that will soon pop out. Likewise, things they do try to slip across the map. They go for the CC. Future did go Marine first. No Reaper. So the CC is going to be delayed. And my concern here, no SCV Scout, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout as we're going Marine first, which means we see nothing. Now Future, he's aware of the pool first. Now he's aware of the early links, he's aware of the early spawning pool. But he doesn't know how aggressive, how committed this is. Again, it was a gas first. Future behind this, going to a zone 3x setup. No safety bunker. He doesn't know he needs one. And this is the scout. He's just now scouting with his Marine. So a late scout by Future. And he runs into the Roaches. He knows. Now he knows. He has seconds to prepare. Back at home, he has to evacuate the low ground. We need a bunker on the high ground as well. Bunker's on the way. And will it finish in time? He needs that bunker. Ideally, Future also wants Starkiller to waste time on the low ground as well. While he builds up that bunker. Yeah, roaches, they nibble away at the CC. This is fine. Stim is on the way. Massing on more Marines. And even catching out the Overlord, denying high ground vision. And Future's holding. Yeah, Future, he does hold. I say that Starkiller, he's all in. Not joining. No drones, no saturation. Starkiller is flooding links across the map. Link speed is on the way. Starkiller is all in. And what's important, he's not revealing it, right? He's keeping links across the map. He's not showing his hand. The bunker gets cancelled. Uh-oh. Future, he cancels the bunker. Overconfidence. Oh, what is it? Does he catch the roaches? Starkiller coming in. Link speed is not done. He needs 10 more seconds. Yeah, needs more time. Ravager goes down. Roach as well. Massive pickoff. So Link speed still not done. Yeah, still seconds away. Nice kiting here from Future. He trades well. Picks off all the lings. And now going for the roaches. Wow, now going for... Who needs bunkers? Who needs bunkers, papi? Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Yeah, as Future, he shuts down the all-in, he shuts down the army. There's what, 2 Ravagers left, a couple of Lings. Unfortunately, Starkiller just got caught out. He got caught out before Link speed finished, before he could reinforce. Just at the wrong moment. He saw all-in, by the way, still flooding across the map. Now he starts droning, but these drones are so delayed. Future just auto steps in, cleans up all the lings. Very efficient trades here from Future. And Starkiller, he's in trouble here. He's in a lot of danger. He's falling behind. He has a lot of droning to do. He's down to 21 workers, down 9 workers, plus mules on top of that. So Future, he is ahead economically. Oh, we just pulled up. Yeah, why not? We just pulled up, boys. I mean, Future's ahead. He knows that he's... Oh, no, I think he catches the Overlord as well. Massive supply block. Starkiller, he can't make anything. Oh no. Brutal supply block. And it's all or nothing. And Future, he knows how ahead he is. May as well just go for the kill. We spoke about this in the Future versus Gerald series, where after he took a lead against Gerald, what did he do? Went for a 2-base all-in. He just pulled the boys. He just pulled the boys against Gerald. And here, same can be said against Starkiller. He knows he has a lead, so he just goes for the kill. Takes down the Queen, pushing into the main. Starkiller just now breaking out of his supply. Oh no, the more Overlord's going to be going down. SCVs, they get a little bit ahead of themselves. Boys are being pulled. Nice target firing there out of Future. Does work on the Queen and the Ravager. 3 roaches left, and this is game-ending damage. Does start to step in. GG gets called, and Future, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, similar story here as well, where Starkiller, I mean, I want to say that things were looking pretty decent for Starkiller. Remember, there was no scouting for Future. Limited scouting, late responses as well. He had no idea what exactly was happening. But unfortunately, as Starkiller was hiding and banking Lings in the center of the map, he was waiting for Link speed. He was waiting for Link speed to finish. Before Link speed finished, that's when Future broke out. That's when he broke out. He was able to catch out the Roach Ravager before Link speed could really impact the game, before he could reinforce with the Zerglings. And just before that happened, he lost almost everything. He lost the Ravagers, the Roaches, and that was game. That was game then and there. Starkiller caught with his pants down, baby. Caught with his pants down. And with that, Future takes a 2-0 lead and is 1 game away from claiming the series. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Matcherino Esports, leading the series 2-0 and 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing onto the semifinals. It is a Future. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg representing Matcherino Esports, as well as their teammates. It is Starkiller. The ex-Alpha X boys. Hello, drone. Let's go. Yo, I appreciate it here. You know, there are some arguments to be made that maybe we haven't seen enough cheese here for Cheeseadelphia of all events. I mean, hey, we had a cannon rush earlier into Proxy Tempest. Here we have Proxy Hatchery, and again, non-stop. I want to say almost non-stop cheese from Starkiller. Game 1 was more of a standard build, right? Game 1 was more of a standard build. going into a roach base opener into ultras. Here though, game 2 or game 3, he's an animal. Let's go. Going for the proxy hatch here at the natural. Future currently unaware, bearing in mind that last game Future did skip his SCV scout, he skipped his Reaper as well, but here he will come across this. So hatchery into spawning pool. As Future, he still does not check the low ground. He's once again going Marine first. CC on the high ground. Yo, Future? Yeah, wow. the reads, I mean, again, starkiller, he's known for being hyper cheesy, hyper aggressive. I believe, yeah, before even seeing what was going on, CC on the high ground. Marine does move down. Now remember this, again, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout, so Future doesn't really know what's behind this. He doesn't know if there's a roach all in, like a link flood. Not fully aware what's going on. So he does fully wall up. Hatchery will complete. Queens are on the way. With all these queens, we can spread creep and we can deny the natural even further. The goal would be to contain Future on one base for as long as possible. While starkiller drones. From here, he just drones. He just saturates. Drones up as hard as he can. And we'll see for how long he's able to delay Future. As Future's getting a safety bunker. Safety bunker on the high ground. Ooh, starkiller, he accidentally had this hatchery hotkeyd with the rest. So he was droning and he accidentally made drones here. So he has to cancel. There's the creep. There are the tumors. Again, ideally, every tumor will force out a scan, which is one less mule that Future will have, assuming that Future just doesn't open up Raven, which is possible. You know, a 3-minute layer, very fast layer here out of starkiller. Do we go from proxy hatch into 2-base muta? That would make sense in my mind if we were to take gases here and go into Aspire. I feel like that may be an option, but we'll see. The base is getting low. Never mind, Roach Horn. Never mind. Going into Roach play. Hatchery goes down. There's the add-on swap into Hellion production. See starkiller trying to spread that creep, but we'll get caught out. Active tumor gets caught. So far, only 2 gases. Lair is done, and based on the lack of tech, it looks like just roaches into roach speed. There's the first scan. Ooh, the first scan does catch 3 tumors. There's 1 active tumor left. Look, Banshee on the way. Now we can expand. Oh, catching another tumor. He might not even need to scan. He could even just target his own Hellion here. Or target his own Cyclone. Ooh, as we're going for a Hellbat push. Ay, we're committing hard. There's a scan. Again, Hellions are a mass. Oh, we just send it. It's so rare to see a player so willing to pull the boys against Zerg, but Future, he's the one. He's the one back. Let's go. He doesn't care. Like, why did these other Terrans pull the boys against Zerg? Like, what's going on? Just send it back. They're going to be here to repair, of course, as well. They can help repair the Hellbats. Speaking of, the armory is done. The Hellbats amorph in. And what do we have to defend? We have 2 queens, a handful of roaches. I say handful, that's a decent amount of roaches. 12 roaches. And can they hold on? Mash repair on the Banshee. Oh my god, the repairs are crazy. The repairs are insane. The Banshee refuses to go down. And detection is no longer a factor. Oh, there's a spore coming in. We ignore the spore. We go straight for the roaches. 12 SCV is going to be going down, and it looks like we have thrown away too much here. starkiller with the 12 roaches. He does hold the line. He holds, he defends, and he counterattacks. And there's nothing at home. Future, he pulled all the boys. There's nothing left. Send it, Pappy. Send it. Make a series out of this. I mean, Banshees will eventually clean this up, but behind the starkiller, he has an economy. He has an economy. Boys, they did race back home. But the Roaches are here to knock down that front door. He's going in. Knocks down the depot. Busts into the main. And how many SCV kills? I mean, it's going to be too much already. Yeah, 6, 7 SCVs going to be going down. Future, he was not expecting this many Roaches. He was hoping there was some droning going on. Nah, by Starkiller. And GG gets called Starkiller. He does punish, and Starkiller, he will fight back. We have a series. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. We have a series, and a shout out to SC2 Fool in the chat. God, Bobby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome, Senor Jaime Sausage, as we are in the quarterfinals of this year's of 2025's Cheeseadelphia. We're in the quarterfinals. We're in the top 8, and we have a series. Let's go. And can we force the ace match? Can we force the ace match? Again, I'm all for Future pulling the boys in that moment, of course, but as we saw, there were 12 Roaches waiting for him. Likewise, we saw that Starkiller was also willing to pull his own boys. He did pull his own drones in to tank, to buffer. And with that, was able to hold, able to defend, able to snowball, out of control. GG, and now we're jumping into Tokamak. I appreciate it, SC2 Fool. We appreciate it, Pappy. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak. We have our American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Mandarino Esports, leading the series 2-1, still one game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the semi-finals. It is a Future. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Teal Zerg player, also representing Mandarino Esports. Does put a point on the board, and can he bring us to the ace match? One more game is all he needs to bring us that far. It is Starkiller. Let's go. As once again he moves out with the drone. Does move out with the drone, does move out for a hatch block. 2 games in a row. Now this is where the follow-up is different, right? This is where we could even go into Muta play. I was floating the idea of going into 2-base Spire and 2-base Muta earlier, and I feel like maybe Future assumed that was happening as well, bearing in mind he had no idea what he was pulling into, right? Like, he didn't know if it was Roaches or Banelings or droning or Muta play. He was unaware. It's possible he also assumed it was going to be Mutas. If Future wins a series, I'll ask him, okay? I'll remind me, but if he wins, I'll ask him what his thought process was as to why he did pull the boys, and what he thought specifically what Starkiller was doing. My assumption is he thought it was going to be 2-base Muta, but we'll see. Only if he wins, of course. Like, we won't. If a player loses the series, I'm not gonna message them. We'll see. As we have Starkiller going for his own hatchery back at home as well. Again, this is just a block, just a delay. Queen is on the way once again to spread creep, to delay the expansion. Meanwhile, Future going for a much more aggressive response here. This time no Hellions, this time no Banshee. He's going for a 3 racks. Oh boy. Did I say 3 racks? My apologies. Going for a 4 racks mass marine stim timing. Aye. That's a lot of marines, Pappy. That's a lot of bio. That's gonna hit quite hard. It's gonna hit very hard. Again, Future, he figured it out. He's like, you know what? Hellbats, they do great against Lings and against drones, but if he's going to go Roaches again, Hellbats, I mean, what are they going to do? They tickle Roaches. This time we commit with Stim. We commit with Mass Marine. So this is designed to be a better response, a better reaction, a better aggressive follow-up here against a Roach-based composition. More so than the Hellbats. Meanwhile, the active tumor is going to go down. The boys are pulled. Queen takes down 1 Marine, just the 1. And no tumors. Wow, 0 tumors here for Starkiller. Which means he won't force out any scans, right? Like, there are going to be no scans here, which means now Future can mule. So this is a cleaner defense out of Future. I mean, he had to pull the boys, true, and he lost one? No, didn't lose anything. Jesus. Just lost mine time. Back at home, going to the lair, going into the roaches once again. Looks like the same follow-up, which is exactly what Future wants. Exactly what he wants. As he is waiting for that creature to seed. For that creep. Best gases are being taken. Stim is halfway done, and soon we will pull the trigger. There's Roach speed, there's Roach production once again. As we mentioned, this is the same follow-up out of Starkiller. Now Starkiller, he should have taken note of the mass amount of Marines, that it was more than usual, more than normal. And here we go, we pull the boys. Again, almost a repeat of last game, almost deja vu, but again, this is designed to hunt down these roaches. He's sending it. Let's go. The boys are being pulled. Stim will finish up in a couple of seconds, just in time for the push. So we go 12 seconds away. Link Scout does confirm. Starkiller getting a third base. Massing on more roaches. How many roaches do you have? 7. Soon to be 10. 2 less than last game. So 10 roaches. Alongside 2 queens. Potentially 3. We can bring down the queen from the high ground. Marines have arrived. We're holding on to that Stim. And there it is. It does Stim in. Starts with 4. It gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 roaches already. Yeah, the roaches, they just melt. They just melt against this army. And with that, it is a hard counter. He hard counters this time. This is how the last game should have gone. Stims in, takes down all the roaches, takes down the queens. And with that, Future, he has done it. He's like, this is how the last game should have gone, baby. Aye, aye, aye. I mean, the army is stimmed. He doesn't have any medevacs, but there's nothing to stop him. There's no army. I say that we're building up a couple of roaches, and we can pull the boys. Yeah, there we go. The boys are being pulled. He does have 7 roaches to work with. Down to 6, down to 5. Oh god, oh god. Down to 4, 3, 2, 1. GG, well played. Good luck, and Future will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Future, he did adjust to Starkiller. This time, instead of going for the Hellbat push, he just doubled down, going up to 4 Raxes, working towards that Sim timing instead. And unfortunately, Starkiller, he just had nothing, or he did not have enough to hold against that. Roaches are so much more fragile against that. He pulled his own boys as well, but alas, didn't have the numbers, could not defend, was shut down. Again, I would say almost a hard counter there from Future. GG. GG, well played. I mean, again, he was assuming there was going to be roaches again. Like, he had made that assumption. And did gamble a little bit there. Did gamble correctly. GG, well played. Oh, yo, we got the camera moved. Let's go. But GG, well played. Future, he does claim the series. He does advance on into those semis. Congratulations. Congratulations. My condolences to Starkiller, but at least he was able to make a series out of it, for sure. Was able to make a series. And we can all have a look together here. And there it is. We just missed out on the back of Gerald's head. But we do have the stage. You can see, I think Future and Starkiller, I think they're conversing, discussing the game. And I believe Dolan and his opponents are still competing. Dolan and Epic. They're currently on Dave's stream. Currently on stage. We have the stage cam. We were not left behind. Meanwhile, we just got another update as well. Oh my god, PiLiPiLi, fast series. He 3-0'd Jehefe before our series even finished. So we have PiLiPiLi taking down Jehefe. We have Future taking down Starkiller. Looks like Gerald and Full Heart are still mid-series, it looks like. And we have Dolan versus Epic currently ongoing as well on the main stream. Again, that series is over on Dave's stream. And they're currently in game 2. Oh. I mean, it's a TBT, but it looks like they've had longer games. So can set up. Dolan versus Epic. Detonates. And a Psystorm. Because of that, we might just jump in mid-series. Currently, Epic is up 1-0. Epic is up 1-0 against Dolan. And I don't know what's been happening with Gerald and with Full Hearts, but they just went offline, so I think they just finished. I think they just wrapped up. Yeah, we have confirmation. Gerald, he just took down Full Heart 3-0, so all the quarterfinals matches are now done except for Dolan and Epic. They are the final series, the final match. I like how because of how the camera's set up, it looks like we're like spying on them. It looks like we're like hiding behind something, you know? We're creeping in. Okay, sorry, I was messaging Future. So I asked Future. So okay, we have some updates. We just have some updates here to get into. First things first, I was asking Future what was going on, and I was like, yo, hey, what was going through your head like when on Pylon, like when you pulled the boys, when you committed? And Future, he said, I don't know what I was thinking. He's like, Papi, I just through feeling, through vibes, Papi, through vibes. I just let Jesus take the wheel, Papi. He's like, okay. Fair enough, Papi, fair enough. So he went full NA. He went full NA on Pylon, which, you know what? It makes sense. I respect it. It's Cheeseadelphia, Papi. What else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do? True. So we have our answer. And likewise, we have our next series as well. So currently, all the quarterfinals matches are done except for Dolan versus Epic. That's currently, as you can see, going on over on the main stage, over on Dave's stream. We are going to be covering the semis. I wasn't aware of this. I assumed that we were going to be covering both semis one after the other, but apparently they're going to happen at the same time. So both semis are going to be happening at the same time, which means we are ready for our next series. Bam! You can see here, Gerald is waiting for either Dolan or Epic. Meanwhile, PiLiPiLi, he was waiting for his opponent as well, and we already have it. Future. So it's going to be Future versus PiLiPiLi in the lower semifinals. We are going to be jumping into that series. Meanwhile, Dave is going to be covering Dolan versus Epic, and he's going to follow that into Gerald. So we both have our own halves of the brackets. That is the plan. That is the plan. Personally, I would love to cast both semis. So if we can take our time and cover both, but they're going to be happening at the same time. Same time. And shout out to Dave. And I hope they're able to bring on some more players as well. But I hope we're able to bring on some more players as well. And of course, winners interviews. I mean, that's going to be the best part, of course. So do check that out over on Dave's stream whenever they do bring on some other players and have them on to have a bit of a chat. For sure. He's actually spying on the guy in the blue shirt, 100%. I messaged Joe, I was like, yo, can you move the camera? But when you move it, can you make sure that Beefy is in shot, okay? Make sure that we can get full frontal Beefy if possible. He's like, I got you, I'll do what I can do. I'll see what I can do. Let's go. God damn it. What has the stream turned into? Oh, let's go. Who's the grass-fed beefcake? Sorry if I didn't make that clear. I'm not calling him that just to call him that. The lovely gentleman in the blue shirts. His ID, his online ID is beefy. His ID is beefy. That's why we're not just calling him that just to call him that. That's that'd be kind of weird. Is his ID, his gamer tag. Oh, no. Someone copy paste the dark copy pasta, but replace it with beefy. Aye. As Vitas are wrapping up and we are jumping on in. I'm saying he isn't beefy, but I don't want beef with him. Ah, no. All the beef. But looks like Vitas are done, and game 1 is going to be on Torches. Oh my god, okay. Torches is going to be up next. God. Oh no. Fun fact, so it looks like Future and PiLiPiLi, they have agreed to off-race for game 1. Oh no. So Future is going to be playing Protoss and PiLiPiLi is going to be playing Zerg. Going to be playing Zerg. Okay. So they're going to be off racing for the first game, but I believe only for game 1, and then they'll switch to their main races. So we're clowning, pappy. Is it a best of 5? Yes. Semifinals are best of 5s. I have confirmation. Oh, you can see PiLiPiLi. He's there. He's getting on stage. He's on the right. He's in the black and red jersey. He's stepping in. He's locked in, pappy. Locked in. So Future's on the left and PiLiPiLi's on the right, on the stage. Okay, let's go. Let's go, we're jumping in. We're jumping in. Vitas are done, and we are loading into our next game. Into our next series. Into the semis. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Torches, we have the American, typically Terran player, but here he is our American Protoss player representing Maturino Esports. It is a Future. I'm just fixing up the in-game overlays. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American, typically Protoss, but now Zerg player. The orange Zerg representing Genesis Gaming. It is PiLiPiLi. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our, apparently, PVZ. Let's go. Oh, we have a Zerg player in the semis. Let's go as we open up with the initial attempted hatch block. But no, Future is in position. He is wise to this, and he will force it back, and we throw down the hatchery anyway. Okay, let's go. The hatchery is thrown down. Won't be able to block the expansion, but it has to be respected nonetheless. And ideally does force out a Zealot, does force a reaction out of Future. And the thing here, as we're off racing, and the problem about being in this kind of position here is that how often has Future encountered proxy hatcheries? How often has he been able to rehearse this kind of scenario here Again, I'm sure he has laddered as Protoss quite a bit, but laddered on NA. Nah, he probably does this all the time. True. He probably plays against this all the time. He's on NA. Not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong. As here we go. Zelda's being chronoed as we speak. Does wall up with the Cybercore with the pylon as well. And remember, behind this, PiLiPiLi is expanding, right? He's expanding, taking his gas, going for a later spawning pool. PiLi is droning. He's not using this to go for an all-in, just to force a reaction out of his opponent and force some inefficiencies out of future. That's the goal. As the hatchery is cancelled, drone moves in for a gas steal. Can he steal the gas? Up! Will he go for it? He tries to, but alas, the probe is in position and the gas steal is denied. Again, it's standard to try to go for the gas steal after the attempted hatch block. But alas, again, future, he's played PvZ before. He knows. he knows what's going on. He's gone full pro, just back. Yeah. Hey. See in chat, why is PiLi playing Zerg? Why is Future playing Protoss? As I mentioned before, once again, just to reiterate, the players did both agree to off-race for game 1. They both agreed. They wanted to off-race. They wanted to go full Cheeseadelphia, full NA back, full NA. As the Adept does move out. Gets a drone. Does get one, does get a second drone as, does get 2 drones already, not bad. 2 workers go down. Remember, link speed was delayed, but the Adept should be hunted down here. Gets 1 more Zergling. Gets 2. Takes on 2 lings and 2 drones. Not bad. Behind this is going to be a Stargate follow-up out of future. Again, everything is slightly delayed just because the opener, just because of the start. Drone finally goes down. And we'll see where our players take us from here. Now, when it comes to our off races, we have casted Future's Protoss before, I believe. If I remember correctly, yes, we casted a Stray versus Future off race, where Stray played Terran and Future played Protoss. This was like a year ago. I think they off raced in Tenacious Total Tussle, actually. True. That would have been, I guess, the start of the year. Yeah, the start of the year. So we have seen them off race before. For PiLi, though, I don't think I've ever seen a Zerg, so I don't really know kind of what to expect. I don't know what level he's at. Don't know how he compares. From the side of Future, we expect standard play. Speaking of, we do have a surge of lings amassing. Nice control out of PiLi. Saves one of the Zerglings. Twilight Council follow-up on 2 bases, by the way. So early Twilight Council, this does look like early Glaives. Assuming there's no Forge. I mean, technically this can lead into charge, I suppose. But gases are being taken. No shield battery. No shield battery to defend. Stalker is going to go down. At the same time, Oracle gets across the map. Does catch a couple workers. Stalker falls, but there is a warp in. And Future holds. Future, he does hold at the same time. 3 drone kills across the map. Does pull away and show us the upgrade. What's it going to be? What are we going for? PiLi going lair first. Does go lair first before any other tech. It is going to be Blink. Gateways are being thrown down. But no Forge. No Forge, no upgrades. A little bit of a shaky opener here. But we're getting there. Likewise, Oracle still getting more drone kills. 2 more drones. Likewise, building up more gases. I'm assuming Ling into Hydra. I mean, technically, this can go into Spire play, but there's no Roach Warren, right? There's no Roach Warren, there's no Evo Chamber, there's no +1, and there it is. Hydras, not Mutas. So, rushing into Hydra tech. Without even +1 melee. Crazy. Meanwhile, Future, he does not expand. He's going for a massive gateway explosion. 5 more gates on the way, getting to 7. 7 gateways on 2 bases. And he may just commit into an all-in. I mean, this is an all-in. Now moving out. Ideally, Future would have a proxy 8th gateway across the map to reinforce. But Torches may be small enough where he doesn't even need a reinforcement point. Maybe. Oh, does take a stasis. Does take a stasis in the face. Lings are still in production. Queens are going down. PiLiPiLi, he's in danger here. Oh, comes in for the surround. Stasis goes off once again. Yeah, there's no anti-air. The Oracle does punish. Stalker's moving in, going for the Hydrogen itself. Oh, the Hydrogen is exposed. That's going to be a massive pickup. At the same time, a couple of drones do go down. Lings, they come in for the surround. Here's the recall. He saves everything. He does barely save everything. One Stalker has fallen. That was a Stalker earlier that was a part of the wall. So strong response here from Future. And PiLiPiLi has to rebuild. He has to rebuild that Hydrogen here at the natural. There's no upgrade. The upgrade was denied. So no Hydra range, no Hydra speed. Future still committing. Still no expansion, by the way. PiLiPiLi does confirm. There's no base. There is no third. Just Stalker. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. PiLiPiLi's in trouble. We'll lose an expansion. He's got a handful of Hydras. Mainly Zergling. So far, Future controlling well. Okay, Blinks back. Preserve the Stalkers. He will lose one. One Stalker goes down. Two Stalkers go down. Can he get three? He can. That was three Stalkers. He killed three Stalkers. And he lost everything for it. Three Stalkers for what? For 77 Lings, but two Hydras. Boys are being pulled, and PiLiPiLi's being broken. He's being broken here and now. The two base all in will snowball out of control. Hydras are trying to hold their own, but Hydras are so fragile. So fragile, so vulnerable, and the Hydras, they just melt. They just melt against the Stalkers. GG gets called, and Future, he will overwhelm. He will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Future, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very chaotic game. Very, very chaotic. As Future, he did commit. I believe he still stayed on 7 gates, on 7 gateways, and he wasn't quite able to reinforce, but regardless, the control was on point. Again, only losing 4 Stalkers in total, and one of them was earlier in the game as well. So very nice control there by Future. Solid positioning, and unfortunately, without those upgrades, without the Hydra upgrades, I mean, they were a little bit lackluster. Likewise, he had limited Larva. He was forced to spend it all on Lings earlier. But with that GG, well played. Future to take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. And this time, we've got it out of our system. We had some fun in game 1. Now it's time to get serious. Now it's time to embrace our main races here. And when I say get serious, I mean cheese, papi. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be an incorporeal. Game 2 an incorporeal, and we are switching to our main races. Let's go. And this morning, in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have our American Terran player. Now, switching to his off-race, no longer Protoss. Feels bad, man. Switching to Terran, representing Majorino Esports, it is a Future. And this morning, in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the orange Protoss player. We have the American Protoss, representing Genesis Gaming. It is PiLiPiLi. We go. I see in the chat trying to compare MMR. I feel like I don't think there's too much weight behind comparing MMRs when it comes to this level of play, especially when it comes to players that are maybe taking a break from the game and are coming back and they've taken some time off. And it's I would say MMR isn't really reflective too much of their skill. Bearing in mind the Future, of course, he just came back. I say just last year. He spent some time in Korea, of course, practicing, getting ready. That was pre-EWC. PiLiPiLi also recently coming back as well. I did see someone in the chat talking about how they used to watch PiLiPiLi years ago. 100%, right? He used to be a very active streamer back in the day. Then stepped away, retired for a time, but did come back. I want to say a couple of months ago, and is streaming again, like relatively regularly. Relatively. He streams every now and then again, which is nice. Great to see PiLiPiLi return. Great to see him back. As we have our double gas opener into a faster factory. So more tech heavy start here at a Future. Meanwhile, PiLiPiLi going for a standard opener himself. Let's go. And unfortunately, we weren't really able to cast too much PiLiPiLi today when it comes to his PVT, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table. As earlier we did cover him versus Gerald in the PvP, which was quite intense. Bearing in mind the future, so far he is the only player to take a series off of Gerald at Cheeseadelphia. But now scouting for the proxy, making sure there is no gateway out on the map. Here we go. As we have our technical choice, going for a Twilight Council opener. If I recall, back in the day, PiLiPiLi used to have his own like quirky style at times as well. Wouldn't always play standard. Meanwhile, speaking of, we are going for Reactor to Reaper Hellion. Okay, much more aggressive start. With this, Reaper Hellion doesn't really scale too well into a longer game. The goal here should be to get economic damage, whether it's busting together into the natural or splitting up, going for Hellions into the natural and then Reapers into the main. Regardless, an aggressive start here from future. Does rally out. Hallucination does confirm. Confirms no faster tech labs, no faster add-ons. And I believe it did catch a glimpse of the Hellions. Back at home, the shield battery is done. Force fields are available. In total, it's going to be triple Reaper, double Hellion. Does rush in. So far, it does make its way towards the main. Do you have the force field? Oh, it does force field the mineral line. Reapers 8 plus into the main. They get a full scout. But so far, soul defense. So far, probes, they're not going down. That shield battery putting in a lot of work. And the Reapers are going to be cleaned up. They get scouting, but this is an expensive scout for future. As he confirms the tech, the gateways, how many? 3. So 3 gate blink out of PiLiPiLi. Oh, nice, very nice force field. Takes down another Reaper. And from here, future he does pull back, does pull away. Behind this PiLiPiLi, he did get eyes on both tech labs, on the starport, on the factory. I mean, this could just be for Raven, of course. We can see Future committing into tanks and Banshees. And he's pushing. Again, it's not much of an army, but, I mean, has a lot of potential. Moving out with his first tank. Banshee gets spotted ahead of time. Nice catch. Remember, no cloak. Here's no cloak. Tank volley going off. Well, he does go off. Meanwhile, shout out to smack his face in the chat. Gah, baby, gah. Look after your face, baby. Look after it. But thanks so much. Thanks so much for subscribing for 2 months. For 2 months. With a 1 month streak here. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. As PiLiPiLi, he does catch the tail end of the army. Catching one of the tanks. Very nice. Tank goes down. Future pushing in. Does siege up. But the Banshee's low. And PiLiPiLi can't surround. Setting up behind the army. Stalkers are moving in. Hallucinations as well. Yeah, baiting out tank shots. Does go for the dive. The tank will go down. Ooh, the Banshee as well. Very nice cleanup. He shuts down Future, and Future, he will lose everything. He does not even get the sentry. PiLiPiLi, calm down. Very nice cleanup again. Future just overextending, getting a little bit too excited. Pushing out early on with barely an army, and I didn't quite respect what PiLiPiLi had to offer. Remember, he went for a 3-gate opener. It's considered safe. He had plenty of stalkers. And thankfully, PiLiPiLi, he was active on the map. He was able to catch out to that tank. And with that, PiLiPiLi gains map control. Future is pinned back at home. He does have 2 tanks. PiLiPiLi dives in. Oh, he's crazy. He does dive in. He gets 1, he gets 2. Barely takes down 2 tanks. The boys are being pulled. Marines don't have sim. But the surround is brutal. And PiLiPiLi does beat out a lot of stalkers. Did reset the tank count. Kai's back, denying a lot of mining time. At the same time, Banshee does get across the map into the mineral line. Ooh, does get surrounded. Yeah, PiLiPiLi distracted here. Stalkers are cleaned up. And with that, Future defense. Future, he does defend, he does hold. That was 10 Stalkers going down. Expensive losses there for PiLiPiLi. Back at home, we'll lose 7 probes. Ooh, meanwhile, the Banshee's it's trapped. There's not enough space. Not enough dead space here. The Banshee does go down. PiLiPiLi holds. PiLiPiLi, he does hold. He still maintains his 3rd base at least. But doesn't have the worker lead that he otherwise should have. Meanwhile, making a second Warp Prism. PiLi. Okay. Getting to a second Prism. With that, he'll have more macro potential. Micro potential, sure, true. Does warp in and going for a split push. Zell drop into the main. And the main army towards the natural. Let's go. I mean, remember, the tank count was reset. No tanks. Yeah, no tanks in position. Now is the time. Future, can he survive this? Bunker will go down. No repair. Drop into the main. Future, he will defend the main. But what about the natural? Yeah, the natural should go down. Boys are pulled away. Does evacuate. And PiLi containing Future to one base. Does contain. Warping extra zealots. More zealots on the way. Future trying to maintain the low ground. And this is what PiLi wants. He wants to fight here on the low ground. He commits. Does commit in. Blinks on forward. Gets some medevac. Widow mines they do on Burrow. No friendly fire. Better shots. That's still another 9 SCV kills. And again, the force field is brutal. Future just kind of moves down to low ground. It gets trapped into the main. PiLi pulls away. Warp it into the main base, pulling Future apart. The double prism, let's go. Oh no. Future does catch the Immortal, but the Zealots are wreaking havoc in the main. Popping up, denying mining time. Getting a couple of SCV kills. PiLi just pulling Future apart. Zealots are still wreaking havoc. Still popping up. PiLi, he is running out of Stalkers, unfortunately. He's running out of steam a little bit here. But he just keeps going. Just keeps committing. And behind this gets a fourth. Gets a fourth base, gets another expansion, keeps on probing, taking up into Colossus. He doesn't have to kill, he's done enough. He's done enough damage. And behind this, there's no third CC, right? There's no third base, there's no extra mules, no extra SCVs. I would say that PiLi's maybe overextending a little bit here. Trades well. It's okay. Picks up a couple of Marines. Not the most efficient trade, but it's, you know, it's fine. Behind this, he's on 4 bases, drowning in minerals, building up his upgrades. Now, the one thing that I would be concerned by here is that PiLi just has to calm down for a moment, has to focus on building up his army, not to overextend. Future's moving out, and I'm hoping that PiLi doesn't get caught with the Colossus. This is an expensive scout, or expensive unit to have on the Zelnaga, not gonna lie. Oh. Speaking of. Okay, gets a couple of free shots off. And likewise back at home. Does have a second Colossus. Yeah, PiLi, he's fine. He's fine. It's all good, Pat. It's all good. DTs across the map. Turrets are being thrown down. Another Dark Templar warps in. And Future's all in at this point. He's completely all in. He's down to 20 SCVs, barely an economy. It's all or nothing. And there's still a chance. If he can catch out the Colossus on their own, if he can isolate them, if he can force mistakes out of PiLi, yeah, there is a chance. But really, that's what he's relying on. He's relying on PiLi to make some mistakes. I mean, so far, PiLi out of position. Doesn't see the army. The Colossus is on its own, but we're heading into the main. Diving into the main instead. PiLi, he does react in time. Yeah, he's here. He's ready. Yeah, he's ready for it. GG gets call, and PiLiPiLi, he will tie the series 1-1. We have a series. Whew, GG. We do have a series. We have a back and forth. Again, PiLi going for the double prism play, but even before that, winding it back, if you remember, if you recall, Future, he was so assertive initially with Reaper Hellion, which didn't really pay for itself, and he followed that up with Banshee tank production, with really early tank play, really early Banshee production as well, and he rallied everything across the map so quickly, so early on. The goal there was ideally to catch his opponent off guard, catch them maybe being too greedy, maybe being passive, skipping warp-ins. As you saw, PiLi was active with the army instead. He saw the move out and he shut it down. So really nice play there by PiLi to shut down the early tank push, the Banshees, and from there gain momentum and snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. And styling with the double prism. Does style. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Match Arena Esports, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can take a lead. It is Future. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Genesis Gaming, tying up the series 1-1. And let's go, making a series out of this. It is PiLiPiLi. Momentum is on his side. Meanwhile, hello. What's going on? As Future does move out with his initial SCV, and he does go for a pseudo proxy Rax. I say pseudo, it's technically it's on Future's side of the map, but it is, you know, further out, so the rush distance by ground is going to be shorter. I would imagine this is ideal for proxy Reaper, but only with one Rax. No second SCV. Just the one. PiLi does move in. I'm sure that Future, he's going to be hoping that PiLi overreacts. As PiLi, he will come in for the scout, he will confirm that the Rax is missing, and we can see that it's not too committed. Does move in. Does get the scouts. Reproduction's underway. We could maybe try to sneak this SCV into the natural and try to get a bunker up to support the Reaper. Ooh, as PiLi, he does open up Zealots. Okay. Gate into Cybercore into Zealot. This will delay the Nexus. And already Future is getting damage done. PiLi comes in with the rescouts. Yo, we go for the eBay block as well. Okay, so no bunker, just the eBay. And so far, a nice start here from Future. As PiLi's base is going to be even further delayed. Future diving into the main. PiLi, he shouldn't lose too much here. The Stalker has arrived. But it's all about delaying the expansion. Behind this, going for the factory. Ooh, going straight tech lab, by the way. No reactor. Straight into the tech lab. But with this, we can go for early tank production or early cyclone production. More likely. So tech lab is on the way. We don't waste any time with any Hellions or Widow Mines this time. And at least PiLi does get eyes on the tech lab, but doesn't quite confirm what exactly is going on. Starport's on the way. Twilight Council out of PiLi, working towards Blink. Standard opener, or standard tech choice. Maybe a better way of putting it. And I'm curious to see if we go for the early medevac drop or if we go for an add-on swap. Ooh, we have the answer. Add-on swap. Okay. So Cyclone into Tech Lab into an add-on swap. As the starport is going to float in. From here we can commit into Banshee play. Cyclone does get the lock on. Catching out a Stalker. Clutch shield battery. But there's only so much a shield battery can do. Doesn't need more warp ins. And it is going to be Cloak Banshee. So he commits into Cloak. And again, this is so far unscouted. There is no sentry. No sentry, no hallucination. PiLi does play safe, though. He does go for the Robo before expanding. So 2-gate blink into the Robo into a safety observer. So very safe play. Which means he will have the tools to defend. There's a chance that the observer is going to be out of position, but of course you can always try to recall it back home if we have the energy for it. Right, Bay is on the way. Going for the double gas before expand. Very safe here. So two base play, two base Colossus before the third. I say safe. The downside here, of course, is going to be the economy is going to be lackluster for PiLiPiLi. Banshee into the natural. There are 3 observers. Jesus. 3 observers on the map. Banshee is forced back. Doesn't reveal cloak yet. Interesting. 1 Banshee is back at home. Sorry, 2 Banshees at home. 1 across the map instead. And he's ready. From here, we're building up. 2 more racks is getting up to a 4-rack setup. Just 4 for the time being. Now, we haven't really seen a lot of macro from Future today. We have potential to throw in another racks, to avoid add-ons, and to just commit on 2 bases. Speaking of, another racks is on the way. So he's getting up to a 5-rack setup, if not mistaken. Yeah, getting up to 5 racks. Banshee, they do hit the natural. They can one-shot. 5 probes going down. Say 5, 6, 7, 8 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. PiLiPiLi's economy is crippled. That might be enough to trigger Future, by the way. To be like, you know what? I've done enough. Let's just send it back. As he still has to wait for his upgrades. Still waiting for Stim, waiting for combat shields, waiting for the upgrades. And then he can send it. He'll have the option, does he pull the boys or does he get a 3rd CC? I'm leaning towards the boys being pulled, not gonna lie. He's killed 13 probes already. It's a hefty amount of damage. Here comes the unsiege, here comes the push. Still gearing up. Hallucination does somewhat get eyes on the army. Again, PiLi's trying to figure out as well, like, is he going all in or not? PiLi trying to piece it all together. The observer has to be careful as there is a Raven with the main army as well. Here we go. Here comes the move out. Scan gets eyes on the observer. Future is pushing. Behind this, just rallying across. And PiLi, he's in position. He's somewhat ready. He's not able to slow this down ahead of time. Not able to engage. Again, that's going to be 4 tanks. Does blink in. Oh, can he get a tank? Not quite, but he does force a siege. That's what's important here. Does force a siege. Pulls away. Missile goes off. Future does rotate. So does PiLi. PiLi having a hard time keeping up though, and he's zoned away. Yeah, he's just completely zoned away. Tanks do siege. PiLi, he has to commit. No, tank, the Colossus goes down. He loses 1, loses both. And that's going to be it. That's going to be game. GG gets called as Future does outposition, and Future, he will take a 2-1 lead. Whew, GG. Again, PiLi, he just wasn't able to buy enough time, wasn't able to slow it down, and likewise, he just wasn't able to stop the rotation towards the left-hand side in between the 3rd and the natural base. And yeah, once Future he got sieged up, once he got in position, I mean, PiLi, he could not engage, he could not move in. GG. GG, well played with that. Oh, Future does take a 2-1 lead here, and we'll see if he can claim the series. We'll see if PiLi can bounce back. But again, it was just really, I want to say overly safe play out of PiLi this game, where he was just refusing to expand. He was staying on 2 bases that much longer, getting into all the observers, getting into the Colossus, which I think would have been okay. But the biggest problem here, remember, he opened up with a faster robo. He had 3 observers, and he still lost 13 drones, or 13 probes. Like, that's the issue here, is that he invested so heavily into being safe, into getting all this detection, into preparing for something like Cloak Banshee, but he still sustained damage. He still lost 13 probes. That allowed Future to snowball out of control there with that move out, with that push. And with that, he broke through, and GG. GG, we're now getting into Tokamak. And I'm hoping that we can make it to the ace match here, but the pressure is on, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Match Arena Esports. One game away from advancing on to the grand finals. It is Future. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Orange Protoss player representing Genesis Gaming. Pressure is on. One more loss, he's out. One more win, and he can force the ace match. Let's go. It is PiLiPiLi. Bring us to game 5, Bobby. Let's go. So we are going to be opening up, and we'll see how our players do adjust. Again, Future, he did go for a bit of a cheeky build earlier. If you recall, he did go for a fake proxy, and he was able to delay. I mean, in general, PiLi just had a really uncomfortable start and uncomfortable game on lane lines. But this time, the Rax is back at home. This time there is no proxy. This time there is no proxy. PiLi will confirm. Back off, we expand. Is going to be an economic opener this time. Single gas opener out of Future, going for the faster CC. And with that should prompt PiLi to likewise do something similar here to be more economic. Take a faster third, I would hope. And settle in. Of course, it's always dangerous to be greedy or to be economic against Future, just because of how aggressive he typically is. He can be a hard player to read. Like, hey, even last game, you saw the non-stop attempted scouting out of PiLi. He was going for non-stop hallucinations, trying to figure out, is he all in, is he not? Is he coming? Is he defending? So far, once again, Twilight Council. Once again, Twilight Council opener out of PiLi. Meanwhile, Future going for his own 1-1-1 setup. This time, Reactor on the factory. This time, no fast tech lab. Remember, last game, we saw the fast tech lab into add-on swap into fast cloak Banshee. This time, none of the sort. So now going for the Reactored Hellion. This looks like Reactored Hellion into drop play, into a metavac. This could be for another set of Hellions or into Widow Mines instead. If you recall, this is what Future went for against Gerald, where he went for a quadruple mine drop and he was able to kill 15 probes. It was insane damage. Meanwhile, as we're talking about what PiLi's up to, what Future's up to, PiLi across the map, not going blink. I assumed it was going to be a blink opener. No, Twilight Council into DTs. That cheeky build here by PiLi. Hellions are moving out across the map, and we'll see if they can get past the wall. So far, that is a full wall here. Stalker's in position. There's no way in. There's no way in, not yet. There is no Reaper either. Future did skip Reapers, and he's waiting for his medevac, waiting for his drop to scout, to figure out what exactly is going on. So again, there's going to be that quad mine drop. Again, last time we saw this, he killed 15 probes against Gerald. We'll see if PiLi does react in time. Prism moves out. Uh-oh. They will pass by each other. Yeah, they do spot each other. They are aware. Future, currently, he has no scan. Ooh, the Hellions, they just run in. The army's out of position. The Hellions have run into the main. Shield battery's not ready. And the mine drop does commit. That's what Sin does burrow. Oof, brutal connection. 7 probes going to be going down. And he's still not done. 10 probes going to be falling. Here come the DTs, though. And there is a scan. There is going to be one scan available. More probes falling. Oh, the turrets are denied. And he has to take advantage of that scan. There it is. There's the only scan. One scan does. He gets a surround. He surrounds the army. He surrounds the DTs. And with that, he will clean everything up. One scan is all he needs. And across the map, he will kill everything. 21 probe kills. Insane damage. There was potential with the Dark Templar, but yeah, GG gets called. One scan was all it took, and Future, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, there was potential with the Dark Templar, but you saw Future kind of lure in the Dark Templar into one consolidated area. He got a full surround with the SCVs, and with that, he shut down the Dark Templar. Likewise, across the map, unfortunately, as there was just so much happening at once, PiLiPiLi, he struggled to defend against the Mine Drop. He struggled to wall up against the Hellions as well, and everything was on fire. Everything was on fire then and there. GG, well played. Future, he will claim the series, but a shout out to PiLiPiLi. Shout out to PiLiPiLi for making a series out of this, for, of course, in a way, stepping out of retirement, competing once again, and taking part and being a part of the community. I think that's like probably the most important part here. And what's amazing about these events is that they're all able to come together, all able to celebrate and enjoy StarCraft together, interact, and yeah, have fun. GG. GG, well played. PiLiPiLi, he does bow out, but hey, he made it to the semis. So very well done nonetheless. And that leads us into the rest of the bracket. What's been going on? What's been happening? Oh. Here we go, as we do have some results coming in. Looks like Epic did take down Dolan 3-0, and we have one series left. We have Gerald versus Epic in the upper semifinals. I do need a moment to set that up, but my condolences to Dolan. Looks like Dolan did go down. Did go down in the series, but let's catch up on the mainstream. What's been going on? Here we go. Well, the clean feed, I should say. The spy cam. But yes, congratulations here to Future. He's waiting in the grand finals for his next opponent. Waiting for his next opponent, waiting for either Gerald or Epic. Here we go. There we go, just setting up. Just setting up. So as we're jumping in mid-series, apparently Epic's up 1-0. Epic, he's up 1-0 versus Gerald. Crazy result already. We did miss out on it. If you happen to be watching the other stream, watching Dave Testa's stream, then I would appreciate some updates, letting us know what did occur in game 1 between Gerald and Epic. But we're here to continue the series, to conclude the series, and to follow it into future. Or into the future. There you go. There you go. So we have 2 series left. 2 series left in the broadcast. Let's go. Oh, my grapes. Oh, no. Oh, the grapes. Gerald and Future playing already? Yes. As in, we're jumping into game 2. We're jumping into game 2. Who's Dave casting with this time? Oh my god. Looks like he's with Tempo. Oh, let's go. I say he's it looks like Tempo is with the StarCraft historian. Ah, those are the days. Great to see Tempo once again. Great to see him. Este Tempo. Here we go. We're jumping in. We're jumping into game number 2. It's going to be on PiLiPiLi. Going to be on PiLiPiLi. Again, Gerald, he's favored to make it to the finals here. He's what? Top 2 seed of the tournament. But can he even make it past the semis? We're here to find out, because spawning in the bottom right hand corner of PiLiPiLi, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Epic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Yes, we are jumping in mid-series. Yes, Epic is already up 1-0. But despite that, I would still say that Gerald is favored But we'll see. You know, jet lag, you know, did he eat too much food? Remember, he did have some food before the playoffs. Did indulge. We'll see what this takes us. And again, if you were tuning into game one, I'd love to know what the hell happened. Aye. But now double gas opener out of Epic, going for a faster factory. This can lead into reactor Reaper Hellion. It can lead into a faster Tech Lab, into a faster Cyclone, into add-on swap, into Cloak Banshee. Can lead into early tank production, into a tank drop. There are options here for Epic. We'll see where he takes us. We'll keep an eye on those add-ons. Especially tuning into Pylon. Pylon, of course, is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on Pylon. So we'll see how aggressive our two players are going to be. It does go both ways. Bear that in mind. It does go both ways. Gerald, he can be aggressive himself as well. So we are going to be settling in. So far, there's that factory. It's going to be Reaper first into Tech Lab. I'm assuming Tech Lab into add-on swap, into Cyclone. If we deviate, we'll try to take notes. Ooh, meanwhile, Gerald does hide the probe, and he will keep it hidden from the Reaper. So we'll avoid the Reaper. With this, he can go back in for a secondary scout, or he can hide a pylon. It's going for the scout. Remember, Gerald, he was denied entry into the main, so he's not fully aware of what's going on. Reaper has arrived. A Stalker does keep up. And Gerald, he does confirm the CC on low ground, even it looks to delay. As the Reaper does race back home. We'll force down another SCV. We can see here add-on swap into Cyclone, not into tank. Meanwhile, Reactor on the racks, not a second Tech Lab. So we're not rushing into Banshee. Rushing in, Stalker Rise. Ooh, takes down the building SCV. That's a big delay. It's a big delay here. But the Cyclone should shut this down. Cyclone has arrived, and Epic can go back to building. Ooh, there's a bit of miscontrol here by Gerald. He does overextend, does miss rally. Throws away in depth. Doesn't sound like a lot, but every little bit counts here this early on. Behind this, working towards Blink. Twilight Council, not into DTs this time, which is what we saw at PiLiPiLi. This time we're going for Blink. Gateways are being thrown down. We have a 3-gate setup here by Gerald. So 3-gate Blink, very safe. Ooh, Scout is denied. Epic, nice moves. Oh, does get out position though. He does miss a hallucination. And the hallucination does confirm the Widow Mines. Yeah, he does see the mine drop. Not too committed, only 2 Widow Mines, but the hallucination will chase and is aware. I mean, so is Gerald. Looks like the... Ooh, my apologies. I will try to fix up the Nightbot. Oh, as drop does get into the main. Sorry, just a little bit distracted. Getting 3 probe kills, not bad. I believe the medevac was sniped. And so far, no major damage, as the Widow Mines are going to be cleaned up. But I'll try to fix the Nightbot command after the game. My apologies. From here, Gerald shuts down the initial mine drop. Does move out, looking to contain his opponent. Remember, he's not moving out to find damage to pick away at the... Well, I mean, I say that, no bunker. No bunker on the low ground. But there is a tank, thankfully. But he's moving out just to poke in, just to contain, while he expands. Oh, and he will pick up a Widow Mine. Not bad. Gets a Widow Mine. Gets 1, gets 2 Marines, gets 3 Marines. As Epic, he attempts to move out. Nice punish. Epic behind this, working towards Stim. Let's go to this 3-1-1 setup. Hallucination trying to get a read on what's going on. Looking for a 3rd CC or extra maxes. And Epic, he's moving out. And he pulls up. Boy, let's go. This is an interesting one. This is earlier than normal. Does pull the boys. But the stalkers are here. They're in position. They will delay. And likewise, they will catch out some of these SCVs. And they're not quite able to surround. Medevac goes down as well. Massive pickup. But Epic is going for the kill. He's going for the throw. He knows what he wants. He ignores the stalkers. Going for the production. Bunkers are on the way. Storm has begun here for Gerald. Does recall back home. That's going to be 1 and 2 gateways going down. There's only 2 gateways left. Again, it was only a 5 gate setup. So 3 gateways. 3 gateways remaining. Oh, catching another tank. Yeah, rough rally here from Epic. Getting torn apart. Losing a free tank. Meanwhile, these tanks are a little bit far behind. Yeah, they're a little bit far back. Just now getting within range of the natural. And it's all about just buying time. Just buying time for Storm. Never mind, he just goes for it. Yeah, there's the Unsiege. Gerald, I don't know if he can break this. Yeah, the bunkers, they stand strong. Zealots go down. And Epic, he's doing it. He's pulling it up. He's busting on through. Takes down the Zealots. Gerald, I thought it was gonna wait for Storm. And there's 1 High Templar. There's the first Storm on 2 Marines. Yeah, Gerald getting desperate. Here come reinforcements. Gerald catching out another medevac. I mean, these are nice pickups. Don't get me wrong. Gets another medevac. These are good pickups, and he will lose the natural. And Epic, we gotta keep going. Another okay, we gotta calm down. Epic, we gotta calm down. We gotta re-rally, okay? Aye. These MVP stalkers getting 2 medevacs. Getting a tank as well, but GG gets called. It's still too much, and Epic, he will overwhelm. He will take a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Un momento as I quickly try to update Nightbot. But GG, well played. Again, the all-in did catch Gerald off guard. Again, I was a little bit surprised that Gerald pulled the trigger when he did. If you remember, I'm referring to when he committed to the surround with his Chargels, with his Archons. And he did that without Storm. Like Storm was seconds away. I think it was like around halfway done at the time. But did go for it. And was not worth it. Oh, Nightbot should be updated. Exclamation mark B. Yeah, we're good. GG, well played. I see someone asking in the chat, is Epic even good? Yeah. What are you talking about? He's epic. Aye. GG, well played. Maybe jet lag. I mean, Gerald, he was looking solid during the groups. He was looking solid, but I will for sure, right? Like whether it's jet lag or whether it's as a reminder, because of this event, it's a 1-day event. We've been casting for what, 9 hours. Like stamina is a thing, right? Like stamina is also a thing where or endurance, right? Pacing yourself, for sure, which is applicable to all players, might I add. But can also be a factor. Regardless, Epic doing well for himself. And Epic 1 game away from claiming the series. Uno más is all he needs. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Persephone, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss player himself, currently down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. Remember, he was favored to at least make it to the finals, and he's so close to getting there. But the pressure is on. For Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Sidestone Gaming. It is Epic. Here we go. Don't think he can challenge Kuromaru. Maybe he can. But you don't have to be able to like challenge them to be a good player of any means. Epic proving himself to those that are maybe unfamiliar with the NA region or the NA scene. Let's go. But now double gas opener out of Epic. Does open up double gas with this once again. Faster factory. As a reminder, last game this led into a Widowmine drop. It led into reacted Hellion into Widowmine drop, and we'll see where this leads this time. Gerald, he is moving out. Likewise, Gerald, he will confirm. Gets eyes on the double gas. And we'll see how we adjust moving forward. Does open Reaper. Remember, last game was Reaper into Reactor. Ooh, this time Reaper into Tech Lab. Okay. So much more aggressive here. Much more tech heavy. Epic does adjust. You can see he's looking for the probe. Looking for it. Doesn't quite find it. Gerald, he does get away. Does manage to zip away. Ideally, Gerald, he does want to scout the follow-up add-on of choice. Is it a Reactor? Is it a Tech Lab? Probe is coming in. Epic still searching for the probe, by the way. Does come back just in time. Oh. And it looks like he will deny the scout. It's going to be close up. He goes up the ramp. And he sees. He does see the Tech Lab. Is aware. Back at home, setting up, going for the Twilight Council. Does go for the Council. Does go for Blink. And we have our Cyclone on the way. Now from here, we can go Cyclone into an add-on swap into Banshee. Or we can just commit here from Cyclone into Widowmines, into drop play. But he's aware that he doesn't have to worry about Hellions. He doesn't have to worry about reacted Reaper Hellions specifically. It's not a factor. First Reaper dips in. Go moving out towards the right-hand side. There's the Adelaide. There it is. Okay. So Cyclone, not into Widowmine. Cyclone into add-on swap into what should be Banshee play. Yeah, there we go. Banshees are on the horizon. And Gerald, he needs to rescout. Behind this Gerald, he does have a sentry, so he will have a hallucination. Adept shades in. The Adept does distract the Cyclone. It's going to go down. Here comes that hallucination. Again, now Gerald knows that there's an opening. Cyclone's on the right-hand side. Does move in. Does get a full scout. So he does get eyes on the Tech Labs. From here, technically, I mean, I was going to say this could be Raven, but you don't really rush into Raven this early. So he's more or less aware. What he confirms, more importantly, is no cloak, right? He sees no research, no cloak. Does go for the rescout. Yep, there we go. He confirms the Banshee. So Gerald, he's fully aware of what he's up against. The tank production and the Banshee play. And this can lead into a very early push with vanilla Marines. And the real backbone to this army, the real threats are going to be the tanks and the Banshees. And here we go. The boys are being pulled. A couple of them. Does pull the boys. Does commit. And we'll see if Gerald can catch either the tank or the Banshee. Yo, loving the use of the healing pad. Let's go. Does heal up. Does dive in. He wants a tank and he gets it. Yeah, the tank does go down for a cost. That's 3 Stalkers. 4 Stalkers even. 4 Stalkers go down. So that was a trade. But as you mentioned, like, these tanks are crucial to this push. And he will find it. He tries to find another tank. And he will. Not bad. Once again, does intercept. Takes out another tank. Epic is out of 0 tanks. Just the Banshee. Again, there should be 2 tanks with this. There should be 2 tanks. And now he's going to get surrounded. So as they can come in from behind. Banshees, they add quite a bit of DPS. Shield barrier goes down. Takes down the shield battery. Bunker's almost done, but we're running out of units here. Yeah, Stalkers are coming from behind, and Gerald, he will completely swallow up this army. Takes down the tanks, the Banshees, the everything, the bunker as well. Oof. And there's no escape. There is no cloak. Losing everything. Brutal loss here for Epic. And there's not much left behind this. I mean, yes, he does have 2 more tanks, but he was so committed. This was an expensive loss for Epic. Was expensive, was brutal. Gerald now moving in. Does he go for the dive? Oh, blinking into the main. He just avoids the tanks, gets another. Takes down a tank, denies stim. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal pickup. Stim goes down. Doesn't quite get the tech lab. Has Rico back home. And she has arrived. Gerald, he's expanding, getting a 3rd base. At the same time, does push in, getting another tank. Just pulling Epic apart. Epic, he has been popping off so far in this series, but here in Game 3, is struggling. He's lost how many? He's lost 4 tanks so far. 4 tanks. 3 Banshees. Losing far too much. And at this point, he's going to go for a 2-base all-in. Like, there's no shot. There's no macroing out of this. Getting up to 5 Raxes. He has to restart Stim. Ah, that was another pickup as well. That will delay his push. Now, technically, if Gerald is too greedy, right? If he's too greedy, if he overextends and gets a 4th base and splits up his army and leaves part of his army idle, like, if he makes mistakes, then sure, like, Epic, he can bring this back. Whereas Gerald, he gets another tank. It's crazy. Gets another tank. Trading out only Zealots. That is worth it. But for the most part, Gerald, he's secure. Storm is done. Storm is done. He's getting a 4th expansion. Does spot the move out. Does spot the move out. Spotter Pylon is being thrown down. We'll bring in more Zealots, more Head Templar, more Storms. And here it is. It's all or nothing for Epic. Stim is complete. And we pull the boys. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing here. The boys are being pulled. Either Epic kills Gerald or he dies trying. One way or another, the game is about to end. Oh, catching out all these Marines. Tanks are on siege. Tanks that laid to siege. Catching out 2 already. Going for the Liberator. Storms are coming in. Storms of the SCVs. And Zealots, they just overwhelmed. They just overwhelmed the ground army. A lot of Stalkers did fall to the Liberator, but that's still so many Storms. GG gets called. There's nothing left. And Gerald, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. Whew. GG. Hey. GG, well played. Does fight back. Again, Gerald was able to scout everything, shut it all down. So crucial that early on he was able to pick off a tank, pick off another tank as well. He got both tanks before the army got across the map. And that was almost game then and there. Like, that was just a brutal start for Epic. And the series continues. The series does continue. We go. So we are stepping in, and our next game is going to be on ley lines. Stepping into ley lines here. One of the more standard maps in the map pool, not as small, not as short as Persephone or Pylon. Not as large as Maganatha or Tokamak. Right down the middle. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, he has begun his comeback. Momentum is on his side and needs one more win to force the ace match. Representing Streamer Zone from Poland, It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Storm Gaming. Still one game away from claiming the entire series and advancing on to those finals to face off against Future. It is Epic. We go. Epic just turning it on, just going full Super Saiyan here in the finals. Catching us a little bit off guard here. Again, we did expect to see Gerald up against Future and have a bit of an easier time coming into those finals, but Epic does stand in his way, does pose a threat, showing that, hey, NA, yo, they got some talent. They got some gamers. Let's go. Yo, you think you can just fly across the ocean, step into Cheeseadelphia, and make it pass without dealing with the cheese? Nah. Let's go. Oh, the 2-base all-ins. But has Gerald acclimated? Has he adapted? I'm assuming Epic all-in game 1. I don't know that. We didn't get to see game 1. In my mind, he did. Behind this double gas. Once again, double gas opener out of Epic, going for the faster factory. Once again, we're keeping an eye open for the add-on of choice. Last game, we did see a faster tech lab into Cyclone, into fast Banshee play, which was hidden, which was unscattered, if I recall correctly. The tech lab, I mean. Oh, no, it eventually got seen by the hallucination and by the probe. This time reactor. Okay, this time reactor first. This could be reactor Reaper Hellion into a more aggressive start early on. If it is reactor Reaper, then we'll see how many Reapers we commit to. Otherwise, this could be reactor Marine into Tech Lab into Starport. Oh, speaking of, hello. Tech Lab and Starport on the way. Yep, reactor Marine, as we mentioned. So the reason why you would reactor Marine here is because you're preserving your gas for this, for the Tech Lab, for the Starport, for the more tech-heavy follow-up. The downside is that you have less of a presence early on. As the Reaper is going to be shut down. Once again, a Twilight Council out of Gerald. We don't really expect to see Gerald deviate into like a Robo Opener or Stargate or Twilight Council into 4-gate Blink or Twilight Council into DTs. Like, Gerald, he's not really that kind of player. He can mix in some cheese and some aggression every now and then, but it's more of a rare sight from Gerald. A little bit more rare. Also, I should have emphasized this as well. Do you see what I see? 1-1-1. No expansion. I was talking about 2 base all-ins earlier. 1 base all-in, baby. Let's go. We're sending it across the map already. Hallucination does dive in. Now he knows. Now he sees the 1-1-1. Sees no expansion, no CC. It's all or nothing for Epic. He's sending it across the map. All right, what does he have? Okay, he has a Cyclone. He has a Medevac. He does have the tank alongside the Medevac as well. Back at home, we need shield batteries. Shield batteries are on the way. Need shield batteries, force fields, stalkers, as much as we can get. As the game is about to end. So it should have clicked in my mind earlier when I saw the Starport, so that's my bad. just didn't register. It's like, oh, he has no expansion pad. Yeah. Nice force field, slows down the tank. Yeah, the tank is pinned back. Lock on the Stalker. 1 Stalker falls. Does get a Stalker. Likewise, running out of SCVs. That's 5 SCVs falling. The tank does get within range. Can he focus it down in time? He can. Oh, okay, well, can he? No repairs. Yeah, no repairs. Whew, the tank does fall. If we had 5 SCVs, he would have held. Yeah, he had no workers to repair. Or not enough. Boys are being pulled. He might still break through, though. Still has a Cyclone. Yeah, Loken is brutal. There's 1 Stalker left. The shield battery, no, not in time. Still 1 more Stalker. Boys are going down. Loken gets wasted on a probe. And here comes a warp in. Yeah, 3 Stalkers at a time. Takes down 15 probes. That's not good enough. He needs more damage. He's running out of steam. He needs that tank. Oh, wait, that Loken was crazy. That was insane. Epic, he did good damage, but he needs more. He needs more damage here. Takes down a gateway. The Stalker count is building up. Still very tense, very clutch. Yo, the Viking arrives. Does land. Takes down a gateway. Down to 3. Sorry, down to 2. 2 gateways left. Ooh, does go for the dive. Takes down the tank. Just barely takes down the Cyclone as well. Yeah, very nice pickoffs. Very nice. And I believe Gerald, he may have just done it. Vanilla Marines, what are they going to do? Nothing. As boys, they do make it. They're a little bit late. They're late for the earlier repair. Warping in Zealots. Gerald's getting desperate. Another tank has arrived. Once again, does target down the tank. Where are the repairs? Where are the repairs? No, not quite. No repairs. Instead, they were buffering for the Zealots. Epic, he does kite back. Takes down the Zealots. Still 3 Stalkers left. Oof. Yeah, 3 Stalkers remaining. What do we have on the way? More boys. Another tank. Oh, the Viking. Get out of here. Oh my god, Viking goes down. Repairs not in time. And Gerald, he holds. Gerald, he does hold. Whew. That was close. That was very intense. And there's definitely a world out there where Epic would have pulled that off. Like, that was so close, especially with that first tank. Gerald, he does bypass the army, catching reinforcements. Epic moving in. But there should be enough Stalkers. At this point, yeah, there's more than enough. There's no buffer. There's nothing to stop this. GG gets called, and Gerald, he will survive the 1 base all in. And we're going to the ace match. Whew, GG. Hi. GG, well played. With that, Gerald, he does survive. He does survive the all in. He does make it through into game 5. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to the final game of the series. How will this story end? Let's go. Just catching up. Did you sleep some lights? I did sleep for 1 hour after Sea Duckling Open. So in between, so before this cast, which was 9 hours ago, I got 1 hour sleep because we were adminning Sea Duckling Open, and before that, I slept for 2 hours. No, okay, sorry. I slept for 2 hours in between Sea Duckling Open and this cast, and before that I slept 1 hour in between KSL and Sea Duckling Open. For those that are unaware, yesterday we were live with KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, so from that, bam, straight into Sea Duckling Open, and then straight into this. In between all of that, I slept 3 hours. 3 hours. We're good to go. We're good to go. It is 10 a.m. here in Australia. It's 10 a.m. in the morning. Let's go. After this cast, I'm going straight to bed, by the way. I'm gonna pass the hell out. Hopefully, because we have another cast. We're going to be covering Sparkling Tuna Cup. That's going to be in 10 hours, I think. In 10 hours' time, we're going to be live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. Around 10 or so hours from this message. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We made it here to game 5, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, surviving all the cheese and making it here to the ace match. Can he go all the way? Can he make it to the finals? It is a Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Storm Gaming. It is Epic. Let's go. Dedication is real. Yeah, of course, Mappy, of course. Oh, the casting. My sleep schedule is all over the place, but basically what dictates my sleep schedule is casting. Like, depending on what we're casting and when we're casting, I try to adjust on the fly. Do my best. Do my best. And hey, this is all without coffee as well. But I do have some tea, though. I do have some tea. I'm more of a tea person. Let's go. As for the first time in a long time, do you see what I see? One gas. Single gas opener racks into a CC on the low ground. Economic start out of Epic. Okay. We've had enough of the double gas openers. Ooh, Gerald, he's here to delay. He's hit the pylon block. Epic forced to throw down another SCV to eventually expand. As we're up to 500 minerals. Ooh, that's a big delay here for Epic, so a nice start for Gerald. Behind this, going for his own setup here. Just stay in the opener. Stay in the opener out of Gerald. And gate expanded to Cybercore. Sorry, gate cyber expand even. And we'll see where Epic takes this. But now he's just scouting nearby. Checking the third location for a proxy gateway. Likewise, Epic, he did skip the SCV scouts, and of course he skipped the Reaper as well. So Epic, he has zero vision as to what's going on. Which is common in TVP, to be fair. Like, it's much more common to just skip your early scouts. There isn't too much that Protoss really do in the early game. As you mentioned, like, very often we just see standard openers. The biggest thing that can, of course, threaten you is a proxy gateway. Is that proxy? For like a 3-gate opener. Behind this, we do have our 1-1-1 setup, starports in the main. Stalker has arrived and will delay the SCV. Oh. Sorry, it does delay the CC, I should say, by zoning back the SCV. So a nice delay once again from Gerald. He already delayed the CC once before, now once again. And he can trade nicely against the Marines. Nice kiting, nice control. The CC does complete, and behind this, going for an early drop. Okay, medevac is in production. We have the early Cyclone instead. Going for the tech level in the Cyclone. And we're getting ready to move out. Getting ready to break out across the map. Meanwhile, Hallucination into the main. Does get eyes on the lack of add-on on the starport. Does get eyes on the medevac, and also confirms no reactor on the factory either. So with that, he knows it's not going to be a committed mine drop. Or Banshee, or Raven. Just crossing off what it could be, what it couldn't be. So drop is moving out. Just purely Marine drop. Speaking of, yep, Gerald, he's hit intercept. Did see the medevac earlier. Does have the Zelnaga. And Epic is being shut down. Bleeding out Marines. Has to get the hell out of here. Does boost away. Ooh, bit of a miss rally. Rally's in a worker. And Epic, he is contained. Like, this is maybe the most comfortable that we're going to see from Gerald. Like, we've had a shaky back and forth, a best of 5 so far, and all of that did come down to the early game aggression from Epic. But here, Gerald now is just calming down, getting to a third base, working towards charge. From here, going to a forge into +1, into delayed splash damage. Gerald just containing Epic, and this is Gerald at his best. There we go, gateway explosion. Trying to break out. Behind this, rallying out tanks, rallying Marines, and there we go. He does pull the boys. We're coming to the all-in. We're going for the all-in, and Gerald, has he been lured in? I mean, again, he took a base. He's saturating his expansion. He does have a 1 safety shield battery, but he's working towards charge. Gateways are still on the way. He doesn't see. He doesn't know. Again, this all-in is designed to try to catch a Protoss off guard, to make it look like a standard macro game, but he sees. He knows. And he has sentries. He has force fields. That does catch out the SCVs. Oh, we can save him. Does save them. Does pull away. You can see Gerald repositioning, trying to get behind the army. Once again to catch reinforcements. We've seen this so many times already. His tanks are on the high ground. Marines getting called out. He goes to dive. Gets one, gets both tanks. Yeah, full surround. Zealous collapse on the army. And Gerald, he's shutting this down. He's shutting this down completely here. There's barely any Marines left. Takes down the medevacs. And that's going to be all she wrote. 14 SCV kills. Takes out all the medevacs. Takes out the tanks as well. And We're going to the finals. We're going to the finals. It was a shaky start. Remember, Epic, he was up 2-0. He was up 2-0 in this series, and I still feel like Game 4 could have gone Epic's way as well. Or am I thinking of Game 3? The game where he missed the repair. Those on ley lines. With that, the final tank goes down. And Epic just does not have enough. A crazy reverse sweep here out of Gerald. GG gets called. Good luck. And Gerald, he will pull off the reverse sweep. 3 games in a row. Gerald, he will make it to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Gerald. The comeback, papi. Oh my god, 3 games in a row. He was up against the wall. Things were looking dire. And again, I do believe that Epic could have still brought him down, even in one of the previous games. It was still very close, still very clutch, very tense, very stressful games there for Gerald, I'm sure. But in the end, he does take it. GG. Ah, he's smiling, papi. Oh, hold on. GG, well played. There was a big smile on his face. He just went down. I think they're bringing him on the casting couch to have a bit of an interview with him. But GG, Gerald, he will take it. And with that, we have our grand finals. It's going to be a TVP between Gerald and Future in a best of 7, I believe. I believe it's a best of 7. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. We'll claim it. Again, a crazy comeback, and a shout to Epic as well. Again, I feel like a lot of people, myself included, thought that Gerald would have more or less kind of an easier path into the finals, right? In towards Future, I should say. But no, Epic, he stood in his way. Epic, he was able to make a series out of it. He was able to almost claim it himself, almost force the TVT finals instead. So really impressive play there by Epic. In the end, went down, but not a bad performance whatsoever. GG, well played. With that, Epic, he does bow out, and now we have our grand finals. Let's go. As I'm sure our players, they need a moment. And you can see them there on the left-hand side. You can see Gerald now going back onto the stage, and we do have a Future alongside him. Looks like they're doing their vetoes. Looks like they're doing their vetoes together. I'm getting ready for that grand finals. I'm just catching up. The boys have been busy this round, and they will continue to be busy, by the way. We expect more boys to be pulled in the finals, 100%. We expect it to happen. But here we go. From here, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, yeah, repping at it. Let's go. Really great job by Epic. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have the grand finals. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we will have the finals. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, the grand finales here of the Cheeseadelphia 2025 playoffs. We have made it all the way. It's been an intense tournament. It's been 9.5 hours. 9.5 hours of NA StarCraft, and now we have made it to our top 2 players, and we are jumping right on into our grand finals, our best of 7. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Matchwino Esports. It is Future. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. He traveled all the way from Polonia, from Poland, to compete in this tournament. He's made it to the grand finals, representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Who will be our champion? Who will claim it? Who's it going to be? Will it be Gerald? Will it be Future? Will it be someone from the Americas or someone from Europa? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Let's go again. Future, he was the only player to knock down Gerald in the group stage. Meanwhile, we did see Gerald bleed in the semi-finals. Epic did show that, and maybe Future has concocted some ideas, some builds ready for the finals. Again, the players had a very short, very impromptu interview at the venue, and they were being asked, about the scoreline, about their history, specifically about what happened during the group stage, and how confident they are coming into this. Future, he did say that he had some cheeky builds in the group stage, and he has some more cheekier builds. He has some cheese up his sleeve, which of course is fitting for Cheeseadelphia. But so far, economic opener. So far, single gas racks expand out of Future. Meanwhile, Gerald going for his own gate cyber expand as well. So standard opener out of Gerald, standard opener out of Future. So far, everything's looking normal, at least so far. So far, so good. As we are setting into the finals, we can see Future is scouting for the proxy gateway, just making sure everything's on the up and up. Does check the third locations. And again, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves here. Again, it's been a full day of StarCraft. I do recommend the VODs. We had a lot of fun and entertaining matches throughout the course of the broadcast, with the group stage, with the playoffs as well. And again, it's been great to see, just to catch up with everyone, not just the players, but also with all the other content creators. Nish, the StarCraft 2 observers there. We have the SC Historian. We have Tempo. We have Dave Testa. We've got not just the players, but we also have some other personalities. I saw Christopher Fista was there, and potentially some others as well. So it's great to see the community come together here for an offline event like this. Again, offline events are quite rare. And even then, like when it comes to DreamHack Dallas, there's definitely, a little bit to be desired in regards to the stage, in regards to the broadcast. The casters were remote, and we are remote as well. But live at the event, Tempo and Dave, they're casting, they are bringing it all together as well. So we do have a little bit more of a community vibe going on. Interviews, true. So I do appreciate it. Behind this too, so I see second racks. The second racks is on the way, so we have a factory into a second racks. This can lead into a third racks, into a 2-base all-in. We're keeping an eye on Future. Adept does try to shade. Adept is punished though, and Future does shut him down. All right, before I get ahead of myself, someone's asking about Joe in the chat. Yes, Joe, he is the person behind Cheeseadelphia. Without Joe, this event would not be possible. Shout out to Joe, shout out to Nerd Street Gamer, shout out to those working behind the scenes, of course, to make this event a reality. All right, Protostegosaurus, he's also there. Protostegosaurus also at the event, I believe, is observing for the main stream, for the offline stream. But yes, without Joe, it wouldn't be possible. And how could I forget the star of the show, Beefy? Ah, true. That's the most important part. Oh my god. Beefy, he was also there 2 years in a row. 2 years in there. Just making sure that, we were taken care of, making sure that that the spy cam feed always had someone to look at. Beefy. Oh god. Much love. But now we are settling in. We do have our initial, oh, hello, 4-gate blink, much more aggressive this time out of Gerald. Okay, so your typical 3-gate, 4-gate instead. This means we are going to be committing a little bit harder. We have extra warp-ins to work with. Meanwhile, what do we have here? 3 racks before starport. Very aggressive here from Future. Basically, what's happening here, we delayed the starport, which means we delay medevacs, we delay anything in the air in favor of faster stim. Faster reactors, more marine production earlier on. This can lead into an all-in, so we'll see if Future does pull the boys with this, as it's going to be a hefty marine and tank count early on for that stim timing. Otherwise, Future, you can still expand with this. You can still expand. Meanwhile, there it is. 2 more axes. 2 more axes, a 4th and 5th rack. So we have a 5 rack set up on 2 bases. I believe these should not have add-ons on them. So we are going to commit. So hyper aggression here from Future. Hallucination Scout is denied. Back across the map, Gerald claiming his 3rd. Now, there are a couple of things that are happening here, which concerns me. It was 4-gate blink, no robo. So this wasn't 4-gate blink aggression, it was 4-gate blink to be safe, which means his 3rd base is late. The 3rd base of Gerald has been delayed here, so the economy is going to be a little bit later. Everything else was delayed as well. The Temple Archives, Forge, Charge, +1, is headed towards all things Protoss, of course, but Future, I believe, is going to hit first. As he does break out. He's got 2 tanks with his army so far. 3rd tank is on the way. Gerald, he's here to try to catch some of those reinforcements, and he wants a tank. Ooh, does get it. Yeah, no control there. No reaction, no save from that medevac. Tank does go down. Massive pickup already. Can he get another? Can he get the tank? Can he get the medevac? Meanwhile, the boys are being pulled. 2 base all in here from Future. Stalker's trying to catch reinforcements. Storm is only halfway done. Again, Storm is not ready. Storm is delayed. Charge likewise, not quite done either. Ooh, stims in, takes down the High Templar. Takes down the Templar, takes down the Pylon, and Gerald, he's in trouble. He's in danger here. The gateways are depowered. He's got how many gateways left? 2? Only 2 gates. Only 2 gates, orbing in 2 units at a time. Storm is still not yet done. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they do catch some reinforcements, but now there's 2 tanks on low ground. The natural waste is going to fall. But from here, Future, he has to keep going. He has to keep on going. He will kill the natural. What about the 3rd? Ooh, do you have a recall? Setting up for the surround. Storm is done. Storm is ready. Storm is ready. There's 1 Storm on the right-hand side. Over towards the left, another Storm as well. So we have flanking Storms. Meanwhile, Future still committing. Still commits, kills the natural base. This is still not enough. Ooh, does bait out. Still no, the High Templar, no! The High Templar gets sniped. Brutal pickup. Now 1. Only 1 High Templar left. Gateways are still on the way. Gerald, he's banking on resources because he just kind of warp in. Remember, he only had 2 gates. Only 2 gateways. There we go. He stims. He wins. The main base is exposed. There's nothing here, and the gateways are being depowered. Yeah, tanks on the high ground. Army's out of position. And Future, he's done it. He has outpositioned Gerald. 1 tank goes down. Only the 1. And Gerald just can't spend his money. He cannot spend his money. He cannot warp in. Storm on the tank of all things. GG gets called. And Future, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Future will take a lead in the series, going for an economic opener, but then into a 5-rack setup on 2 bases. Remember, he delayed his starport, he delayed his medevacs in favor of early marine and tank production. More importantly, welcome to Pylon. Again, Pylon has a short rush distance by ground, so a very aggressive move out. Takes very little time to get across the map, and Gerald, he was caught with his pants down. The hallucination scouts were being denied time and time again. Likewise, this time he wasn't able to pick away as much as he wanted. He got 1 tank, but only the 1. Only the 1 tank. With that, GG, well played. Whew, and we spoke about it, right? So Gerald, he went for a 4-gate blink. That is true, but remember, behind it, he went not just 4-gate blink, but he had delayed everything else as a result. Delayed the 3rd, more importantly, delayed charge, delayed storm. Everything was a little bit later here in favor of extra gateways, in favor of extra stalkers. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And game 2 is going to be on Maganatha. Oh, okay, so we go from one of the smaller maps in the map pool to one of the larger maps instead. Maganatha, of course, being the largest map of the map pool, longest rush distance by ground, a lot of bases, but also very spread out bases as well. Now, the question becomes, this is a prediction for the chat. Do you think we're ever going to see a macro game between these 2 players? Are we ever going to get to maxed out armies? That's my condition. I'll be honest, I don't think we will. I'll be honest. Like 4 base versus 4 base. Do we get there? If we do, this would be the map for it. Like this map and Tokamak. Like that would be it. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Magic Arena Sports, leading the series 1-0. It is Future. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss himself, representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if he bounce back. We'll see if he make a series out of this. It is Gerald. Here we go. I know no Terran that wants to play late game TVP. We're going for the proxy, by the way. We're going for the proxy. Are there any Terrans that want to play late game TVP? I don't think there's any that want to, but there are some that are willing to. Specifically that kind of verbiage. Like, I want to say there are players like Kior, especially nowadays. Like Kior a month ago, 2 months ago, he was a little more aggressive. Nowadays, Kior, he's mellowed out a little bit. Beyond as well, where they're more willing to play out a longer game. But I agree. I don't think anyone wants that. Maybe Piotr, maybe Spirit. If anyone, if anyone wants to late game TVP, it'd probably be Spirit. But even then, I don't know. I don't know if it's that crazy. 2x Marine. Hello. We have gas. Wait, what? Wait, what? We're mining gas back at home. We are going for a 2x Marine bunker rush. Despite the gas income. This is gonna throw Gerald off. It's throwing me off. it's working. It is what it is. Because what's the gas for? We're just massing Marine. As bunkers are on the way, Zealot does pop out. Boys are being pulled. And can we deny the bunkers? Can we shut them down? Nice pull away with the SCV. Does pull away. Another worker under fire. Nice control here. The Zealot does go down. One SCV will fall, but there's a third SCV. Yeah, probes are going down, and with good enough control, oh, gets us around, gets one, gets one, but one bunker does complete. Marines, they jump into the bunker does finish, and Gerald's in trouble. Gerald, he's in trouble here. The pylon is exposed. He's focusing down the pylon, sorry, focusing on the shield battery. Oh, Marine has to back up. Marine does back up, Marine does retreat, and behind this, we are working towards the factory, towards the follow-up. There we go, does juggle back. The SCV's here to repair. Lucico trying to catch reinforcements. Trying to. Pylon goes down. And can he kill the natural base? I mean, the repairs are brutal here. Yeah, Stalker is going to get surrounded. Gerald, he commits in. Does try to. Oh, once again, getting caught out. Thankfully, this bunker isn't done. Otherwise, I mean, that... Oh, God. The stutter stepping is brutal. And the Stalkers are being hunted down. There's one Stalker left, barely any HP. And back in the main base is just one gateway. There's only one gateway. Like, there's no production. There's no production. There's no warp gates. There's no nothing. Does catch a couple of units, though. Okay. Does catch a couple of reinforcements. Bunker does complete. Oh, but a brutal catch. Yeah, brutal catch here. Down to one Stalker. One Stalker left. And again, this expansion should go down. And remember, behind this, we have gas. Behind, God, he catches the Stalker. Yeah, just brutal positioning there. And behind this, Cyclone is on the way, and that will seal the deal. Like, what do you do against a Cyclone? What can you do? There's no blink, there's no charge, there's no sentry, there's no excess Stalkers. Oof. And Future, he's repping NA well. Pappy, welcome to Cheeseadelphia. Let's go as the base goes down. Supply blocking Gerald. Again, he's stuck on one base, stuck on trying to throw down his gateways, getting him to a 3-gate setup. Behind this Future, he expands, claims the natural. Does claim the natural, and again, Gerald, he cannot break out. From here, he can commit into a 1-base all-in, of course, but the problem here is that Future, he should be secure back at home. He's getting there, building up more Cyclones. Future is looking for proxies, looking for ninja bases. Understandable. Making sure nothing crazy is going on. Scout does confirm that Blink is on the way. And Future, he salvages, he backs up. This is the correct thing to do. Technically, he could try to force his way into the main, but there's no need. Like, there's no need to force it. Just back up, claim your natural, macro up, get further ahead. Stim is on the way, getting to medevac production, floating back his Raxes. And again, just a very strong start here from Future. I'm like, did Gerald do more of the same in the first game? This game is very different to game one. Game one was a 2-base all-in. This was a proxy Truax bunker rush. So just different, very different game states. Very different, yeah, just very different tempos. But again, I don't blame Gerald for not recognizing what's happening. And again, he just had a really rough defense early on, bleeding out all those stalkers. Like, the bunker got up. If it was denied, then Gerald would have held, but bunker did finish. Here, Gerald working towards Storm. Now, there is a chance for Gerald to recover in this game. With Storm, like, they can hit hard. It can be quite efficient, quite valuable. But it is looking bleak here for Gerald. If he can somehow pop up with like a Storm drop on the main army or in the mineral line. The Future is getting ready for it. Focusing on Marauder production. Marauders are amassing. Raven harassed across the map. Does move out. And in general, I do really like this build of choice from Future, specifically on Maganatha. If you recall, we spoke about this at the start of the series. Gerald, he's at his best, he's at his most comfortable, and I favor Gerald in the mid-game. In a more standard mid-game scenario. And we have seen Gerald pop up against players like Cure, against players like Bjorn. Oh god. If he's allowed to get up to a 3-base setup, and even 4-base setup. But here, against the NA boys, against Epic, against Future, against Dolan, it's been non-stop 2-base all-ins. It's just been non-stop. Like, Gerald, he just wants to play some StarCraft. He's like, I just want to get a third. I just want to make some probes. And all the Terrans are like, no. Who do we look like? A Korean Terran? No. We commit, Pat. We go full NA. Welcome to Cheeseadelphia. Shushu does rally out. Oh, Storm is ready. Marauders ace him in. And again, they can tank a Storm. There's 2 Storms left. 2 Storms remaining. Likewise, getting on top of the tank. The first tank does go down. Not bad. Takes down the first tank, takes down the second. Massive Storm. Oh my god, the Storms are nice. The Storms are solid. But I believe that was the final Storm. We're about to have one more. About to have one more Storm. Once again, does him in. Storm is almost available. Again, especially this choke point Storms, like, they're getting so much value here. And God, he's hoping the Future overextends. There we go, another Storm. And he's got one more. He's got one more. And again, as we mentioned previously, Future should not try to break this. Like, the correct thing to do, just back off, calm down, get a third. Like, a way to throw a lead is to A, move into Storm. So Future just has to calm down, Papi, calm down. Future is ahead, but that doesn't mean you can just kill a Protoss. No. One can cannot merely kill a Protoss. One can merely not just stim in. No, you gotta respect it. Gotta calm down, get a third, get a 4th base, max out. Like, let's take it slow. Oh, Storm goes zone. Again, it's mainly Marauders tanking those Storms and staying in front of the army. He snipes one, he snipes 2. Nice snipes. Takes down most of the High Templar. There's one High Templar left. And again, the Templar, the only thing keeping Geralt alive. And he does break through. He's done it. Takes down the final Templar. And now it's only a Gateway army. And again, without Storms, GG gets called. And Future takes a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Future does take a 2-0 lead here. And we'll see where we load into in our next game. Again, I was winding it back here, but these larger maps are where I do favor Gerald, maps like Tokamak, maps like Maganatha, if he can get there, if he can stabilize on 2, 3, 4 bases. But that's a big if. And up next, we're going to be loading into a much smaller map. Up next, we're going to be loading into Torches. Oh boy, Torches is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. Again, we do have, you can expand towards your opponent. The goal bases as well. The natural base is more accessible. It's a very wide ramp coming into the natural. So we're expecting more aggressive builds, by the way. Whether it's on 1 base or 2 base, yet to be determined. We'll find out. We will find out. Torches is wild. Torches is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. But remember, best of 7, so vetoes are limited. I'm pretty sure Lost Fantasy was vetoed. I'm not too certain about the second veto. But each player had 1 veto. Only 1. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Torches, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss down in the series, and he can still work with this. Again, it's a best of 7, so plenty more games ahead of us, but we do need to start that comeback sooner rather than later. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the American Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Matcherino Esports, leading the series 2-0. It is Future. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Is Future Korean? He was in Korea last year, but he's not Korean. Future is American. Once again, I guess, you know, a little bit of a fun fact. I'm sure you've already heard this already. We've spoken about it. We brought it up like 3 or 4 times already. But Future was in Korea last year. He was actually in a team house. I say team house. Basically, the NA boys rented an Airbnb in Korea. When I say NA boys, I mean Estrella, Trigger, Future, and Clem. And this was in the month leading up to EWC. Leading up to the Esports World Cup, they boot camped together, and it paid off because Clem won. Like he's our rating world champion, and he has players like Estrella, Trigger, and Future to thank for that, as they were all working and training together in Korea, just kind of providing that kind of team house environment. If you recall, it was right after that where everyone went back home, and they left Trigger behind. They pulled a Kevin, and Trigger, he was left behind, and Trigger, he stayed in Korea for the entire year. He only just recently came back for Dallas. Recently returned from Korea, but he was there for like 10 months. So Trigger, he was left behind. But yeah, Future was a part of that. Future was a part of that. Of course, then came the off-season of EWC, and Future did take a break from the game. But now he's back. Now he is back. And we'll see how we open up. So far, Economic Opener. Racks expand Economic Opener out of Future, going for the faster CC, safety bunk on the high ground. Meanwhile, Gerald's going for a standard opener himself. Nothing crazy yet. We have our tech of choice going for a Twilight Council opener, and welcome one and all to Torches. Torches has a short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air, more importantly. True. Much shorter by air. And there are also some unique quirks as well. Speaking of, these gold patches leading into these center expansions, leading into these gold bases. So you can expand towards your opponent, even take the gold and snowball from there. It's been quite trendy in certain matchups. For example, in TBZ, for Terran players to take this as their third base and to expand towards their opponent and to just 8 racks from there with the boosted economy. Ooh, as the first Hellion does go down. Nice pick up here by Gerald. Yeah, despite the bunker being done, not fooled. But able to hold on. Behind this, going Reactor to Hellion into Reactor to Widowmine production. Widowmines they will borrow. They will set up. Zoning back the second Stalker. Boys are being pulled. And Future is fighting hard here for his own natural. Ooh, losing an SCV. Losing 1 SCV. Oh. But he will barely take down the Stalker. Does bring it down. It was a 1 Stalker for and 1 Adept for 2 Marines, 1 Hellion, and 1 SCV, but more importantly, lost mining time, right? Mining time was denied for quite some time here on the low ground. Behind this, getting ready for some drop play, getting ready for what should be a Widow Mine drop. And so far, everything's looking as it should be. It is a more committed mine drop, but the mine drop is delayed because of all that disruption. So, delayed mine drop. If you recall, Gerald, he did see the Widow Mine, so he knows that a drop is coming his way. Back at home, he's in position. You can see here, warping in those Stalkers, 3 Stalkers in the main. Likewise, 1 Stalker here at the natural. So he's aware of what's coming. He's getting ready. In total, going to be 3 Gape Link, I believe. Yes, 3 Gape Link. 3 Gape Link Stalkers into a 3rd base. Meanwhile, that is a Rax explosion. Getting up to 4 Raxes. This Rax behind the mineral line is very suspect. Very suspicious. 5th Rax as well. 5 Raxes on 2 bases with 2 of them hidden. You know what that means? The beginning of a 2-base all-in. Future, he may pull the boys with this. It's still a ways away. He still has to wait for his upgrades. Still waiting for Stim. Still waiting for those upgrades. And again, everything is later than usual here. So Gerald, he has more time. He does deflect. Chasing down the medevac. Oh. We'll try to delay. Oh! Pivots back around. Okay. Does pivot back. Drop does hit the main. Does force a recall. And that's going to be good enough. Does force a recall. Behind this, not going for Storm, going for Colossus instead. Okay. This is a little bit out of meta. You could argue this is safer, though. We saw in the last game, I mean, we've seen in the series so far, whenever we go into High Templar, Future has been so quick to try to dive in, to focus on those High Templars. They're so vulnerable. Colossus less so. Less vulnerable, I mean. Ooh, oh my god, Jesus. As the mine shot does come in. Here comes the mine drop. And doesn't get much done, killing 2 probes and delaying mining time. Nice defense here from Gerald. He defends well. And we have a game. Kind of. I mean, we still have the all-in to contend with. Like, remember, we're going up to 5 Raxes. No add-ons here on the 4th and 5th Rax. We're rallying across the map. We spoke about Stim. Stim is halfway done, so we are pushing pre-Stim. Oh, trying to bait out the army. Hoping to lure Geralt in. Oh, he's getting curious. Uh-oh. Jesus. Yeah, okay, he doesn't face check. Doesn't face check. Leaves 1 Stalker behind to scout. And again, we're still waiting for Stim. Oh, medevac goes down. Here come the boys. And it's all or nothing for Future. 2 base all in, but he's pushing into a Colossus. There's going to be 2. There's going to be 2 Colossus. And force fields. The boys have arrived. Does scan. Does with the Colossus. Likewise, trying to commit in. Leading out a couple of SCVs. Tanks they will siege. In between the bases. And Future can try to rotate. Oh my god. Geralt does overextend. Big overextension. That's a lot of boys going up. Yeah, the army is very low. The army is very low in HP. And he's going for the 3rd. Going for the 3rd base. Again, Geralt, he's cut up. He's contained on 2 bases. The 3rd should fall. The probes are safe though. Nice movement. And Stalkers are coming in from behind. Trying to catch reinforcements. And they do get a handful of Marines. Oh, what's going on? where are we going? Yeah, tanks, they do siege. Charge will say try to collapse in, but the choke point is brutal here. Yeah, brutal choke point. Stalkers, they commit across the map. And Future is going for the kill. He's pushing into 3 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossus. Another tank goes down. Future rallying into the army. Does kill the 3rd. Does kill the 3rd. Edging ever closer here to the Robo. At the same time, Future, he just abandons the natural. He's ran out of SCVs. And this is still very tense, very close. Once again, trying to bait the army in. Yeah, it does fire that first Colossus. 1 tank goes down. And Geralt, he's holding. Oh, guys, this way. I'm sorry, too soon. Oh, loses 1. Loses 1, and we'll lose 2. 1 Colossus left. 1 Colossus remaining. At the same time, Stalkers are still across the map. But Future, he may have lost too much here. He lost so many Marines. He lost so many, lost too many. He unsieges, he falls back. And Gerald, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has held. Dragging the army back home, building up another Colossus. He saved all of his probes. I spoke too soon. That's the probes I found. But not the biggest of losses here. Like, Gerald, it's fine. He can afford to lose them. It's okay. As Gerald, he has built up an army, which is more than I can say for future here. He's bringing everything together. If Future can fight while sieged up, a different story. If he can catch out this army. Oh. Laid to siege. Yeah, laid to siege. First 2-3 tanks going to be going down. And that's all he had. All he had were those tanks. And with that, we have a series. We have a back and forth. Future gets shut down. And Gerald, he will overwhelm. Taking out all the medevacs. Shuts down the white army. GG gets called. And Gerald, he puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. Oh boy. GG, well played. With that, Gerald, he does put a point on the board. He does fight back. Again, he was able to catch the army, slow it down. Again, it's a really nice movement out of Gerald to get behind the army, to catch Marines, to catch tanks. Again, if you remember, Future, he was rallying into the reinforcements or into that harassing force from Gerald. He bled out a lot of units in doing so. And likewise, even though he killed the third, it didn't really matter. Didn't really matter. It wasn't about the third, it was about the natural. It was about the main. And Gerald, he did buy enough time. Did buy enough time in the end. Ooh, and with that, GG, well played. We're now getting into game number 4. And what I'm happy about here is that it is not one-sided. Regardless of scoreline, regardless of who wins, it's not going to be a 4-0 in either direction. We do have a back and forth. Let's go. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. We have the Polish Protoss. Oh, representing Streamer Zone. Fighting back, putting a point on the board and making a series out of this. Momentum is on his side. It is Gerald. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from the land of the Americas, representing Machuino Esports. It is Future. Let's go. Someone asking in the chats, curious why they didn't just boot camp in the Americas. Is the instant really that much better? As Guru did respond, it is more about the ladder and the practice partners available to you. Being able to practice on like 0 latency against players like Cure, Bjorn, Maru, Shin, Solar, Hero. Like the amount of players that are available in Korea that you have access to if you go there is beneficial. It's very beneficial. And so now, I'm going to be settling in. Someone asking in chat, is air out of meta or does Gerald just refuse to play it? For the most part it is. You can still open SkyToss, sorry, I say Sky. You can still open Stargate on larger maps like this. Hey, welcome to Tokamak, Maganatha. On these larger maps, it is a little bit safer to do so. But if we're talking about the smaller maps like Pylon, like Torches, like Ultra Love as well, it is more risky because it is more difficult to defend against all-ins. And you've seen this series so far, Future has done nothing but all-in. So it is very difficult because what are you going to do? You're going to have like, what, Phoenixes early on, you're going to lift up one Marine at a time or lift up a tank at a time and then be targeted down. Like, it's more valuable to invest into Stalkers, into splash damage, into charge early on to survive against these all-ins. So because of how the meta has shifted into these more aggressive builds, Stargate play has fallen out of favor, just because it's considered to be greedier. Stargate play is good if you're playing a standard game. If you're getting into the mid game, then Stargate openers do a great job at giving you map control, at denying drop play, and containing the Terran player on 2 bases. But if they want to stay on 2 bases anyway, then it doesn't matter, right? Like if you're like, hey, I'm gonna contain you, they're like, I mean, I wasn't gonna expand. like Future's like, Papi, I wasn't gonna get a 3rd CC anyway. Like, I'm good. So yeah, it's because of how the meta has shifted over the past couple of months, Stargate play has fallen out of favor. It's still viable, but on larger maps, right? or if you believe that your opponent is going to play standard. Meanwhile, one base all in. We were like, for example, we were talking about how like, oh, like these two base plays, these two base all ins, one base all in, baby, let's go, let's go. As we're going for the 1-1-1 into concussive shell marauders, okay, with Hellion support. Ooh, and with that does catch out the stalker, massive pickup here. Gerald, he face checks, he does lose a stalker as a result. It may not sound like a lot, but this early on, this is your army. You have one gate. Every stalker, every unit counts, and losing one already is brutal. And here comes Future. Here he comes. He's rallying everything across the map. Back at home, we need shield batteries, we need sentries, we need force fields, we need a defensive setup. There's the NG overcharge. Force fields are available, and we're going for a Marauder Hellbat all in on one base. Armory is on the way. He's crazy. We saw something similar to this in the group stage, if you remember, going proxy Marauder Hellion, which did work well, which did actually defeat Gerald. This is different though. This is back at home, and this is, oh, more committed. Boys are being pulled. Now these boys, they have two purposes. They can tank, but they can also repair the Hellbats. So they're going to be able to repair as well. I mean, so can the medevac, like, true. There's going to be a lot of healing potentially, and of course, a lot to buffer. Army moves in. Hellbats, they morph in as well in the face of Gerald. Baiting out those force fields. From here, he can pull away. He just pulls away. He buys time. The boys have yet to be revealed. And now they have. Now they've arrived. And they can mineral run. They can mineral past. Does force his way in. The wall is not a wall. Yeah, the sentry is targeted. Sentry goes down. Going for the obsessive pylon. Yeah, pylon does fall. Depowers the gateways. How many gates? One gateway left. Only one unit can be walked in at a time. Just one gateway. Likewise, going for the low ground. Does focus on the other pylon. Depowers the robo. And Gerald, he's in trouble. He's in trouble here. Again, down to one gateway. The boys have to be pulled, but the boys are being pulled into Hellbats. What can the boys do? The boys, get out of here. Liberation has arrived, and again, his wing condition, the final pylon. There's one pylon left. That's the final pylon. And it's going to go down. There's no saving it. Future, he is here. He's now takes down the pylon. Zero production. Oh, no. We got backup pylons. True. Backup pylons are on the way. Okay, they're back online. They are back online. Clutch moves here out of Gerald. Repowering. Boys are being pulled. Oh, God. The boys are being pulled. Again, Gerald getting desperate. What else can he do? Repowers the shield batteries. Hey, these pylons, they're finishing. Okay. Pylons are finishing, but he's still down to two stalkers. And there's no economy. There's no mining. You can see Liberator on the low ground. And no economy here in the main. And he's done it. He has done it. He overwhelms. He overpowers. There's nothing left. We're down to two stalkers. Two stalkers and a handful of probes. I mean, it's a lot of probes. Oh, they're across. He's crazy. He's across the map. Oh my God. He walked across the map. Oh. Nice control there. Nice control with the medevac. Does pull away. Gets into the mineral line. And with that, he has done it. He has broken through. Who needs two bases when all you need is one? All you need is one, baby. Let's go. Takes out the stalker. Meanwhile, the boys, they bust into the main. Workers, look away. As we're going for the base trade, but the reality here is that there's no economy, there's no production, there's nothing left here for Gerald, and Future can lift. He can just lift up from here. I mean, the probes are fighting well, to be fair. Like, they're doing a lot. And they kill all the SEVs. They go for the Hellion. And yeah, the probes are lining up, and again, Gerald just accepting his fate here, down to a handful of workers. We have 4 probes left in the game. And Future, he's here to extend his lead. As a reminder, best of 7, so there's still one more game potentially ahead of this. Oh, he's got 2 stalkers. Oh, he warped it. Let's go. He's got 2 stalkers. He will kill this Hellion. True. Okay. Okay. Kills the Hellion. But we are coping a little bit here, because again, the reality is that we can always lift. We can always lift these buildings, and these buildings here cannot. A couple of boys are racing back home. These 2 stalkers have potentially, yeah, GG gets called, and Future, he will take the lead here, up 3-1 in the finals. GG, well played. Does take a lead. And now we're getting into potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we get more out of our two players. But the pressure is on, and hopefully Gerald isn't too affected by this. You know, hopefully Gerald, he can just take a moment to take a breath. Like, now would be the time. Now would be the time here to even ask for a break. To ask for like a moment or two here to just take a moment to calm down. To centralize ourselves. Center ourselves even. Here we go. We go. And all in for future? No way. Full NA back. I see angry in the chat. I've never seen this before. I never thought it would work. Oh no, what are we doing? We're inspiring other European Terrans. They're like, hold on, these NA boys, they're onto something. Oh no. No, hide this VOD from the EU Terrans. They're getting ideas. They're getting ideas. It's Stark. I don't real games. Real games. These are real games. These are real games. Now, when it comes to, for those that are curious, for those who haven't been tuning into, sorry, just catching up in the chat. Just catching up in the chat. When it comes to the meta of TVP, for those of you that have been watching TVP in recent weeks, maybe the past month or so, Protoss players have been playing very, very defensive. They have been playing because of the rise in popularity of this. We have seen a lot more, say, 3-gate blink into a robo on 2 bases. We've seen 3-gate charge as well. If you've been watching players like Hero, players like Showtime, players like MaxPax, a lot of the meta has shifted once again. Because Terran players are being more aggressive, Protoss players have been playing safer and safer. Even more than what we've been seeing from Gerald, I would say. I would go as far as to say. But we're seeing a lot more safer and defensive play in recent months, or in the past month. It's been like a recent adjustment. Where, for example, we've seen Australia have a lot of success at rushing into Storm, so going into early Storm. Again, we've seen Hero have success with going into early Charge. We've seen players like Creator and Classic have success with going for Robo openers instead of Twilight Council openers for early access to Immortals and early access to Colossus. So there have been adaptations when it comes to the meta, when it comes to how games have been played. But the pressure's on Gerald. The pressure is on. Again, he's on that main stage. He's in the finals. It's been a full day of StarCraft. 10 hours of non-stop StarCraft. Can he bring it back? Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, currently down heavily here in the series. He has to fight back here and now to extend this series, to keep his life alive, to keep this tournament going. For Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, the American Terran representing Matchuino Esports, leading the series 3-1. It is Future. Here we go. Here we go. As we are settling in, and we have a 2-gas opener, double gas opener here at a Future, double gas into a faster factory. With this, we can go from here into a reactor, into reactor repair Hellion. We can go into an early tech lab, into early Cyclone. We can go for an add-on swap into Banshee plays. So Future has options. He has options with what he wants to do with this extra gas. Should be expanding. Yeah, he's rallied. Okay. I say should be because I can't rule out 1-base all-ins anymore. We've seen 2 1-base all-ins already in the series. Like he is willing to commit on 1 base if need be. So that's also something I now have to consider. which is not typically the case. Like, one base all-ins are usually quite rare, but here in NA, send it. Second base is optional. True. And that's also something that I'm sure Gerald is unfamiliar with, right? It's like this committed of play. More so than usual. He's like, yo, Piotr doesn't do this. He's like, Piotr, what's going on? Piotr, he's not prepared me for this, papi. Yeah. And here we go. Reaper dips in. Getting a scatter. So far, standard opener out of Gerald. And we see Gerald delaying the expansion. We will have a tech of choice. It is going to be the early reactor. So it's going to be reactor on the racks, tech lab on the factory. No add-on swap, but this is hidden. This is further back. So an adept or a probe will not see this. Will not confirm. Now from here, we can go into a cyclone opener, into a cyclone job, and go for early tank drop as well. Cyclone. Okay, we have the cyclone. From this cyclone, we can go into, again, medevac, or we can go into an add-on swap into Banshee play. Until then, ooh, nice delay. Until then, though, nice delay here with the Stalker. It does take down the SCV. Ooh, and this will heavily delay the natural. Now, is this a good thing? We're like, yo, he's laying the natural base. He's going to slow down the economy of future. True. So does he just send it on one base? Does he? Oh, God. Add-on swap. Okay, so Cyclone into the add-on swap into what should be Banshee. The Cyclone has arrived, and the Cyclone should save the natural. Will zone away. Lock-on is going to be broken. Nice movement. Broken for a moment. Adept does go back in. Marines are in position. And can we delay once again? Oh. Does delay for a moment. Scout is denied. As we can see here, it isn't just add-on swap into Banshee, it's add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. So much more committed here. And what's scary is that if Gerald fails to scout this, then this can end the game. Straight up. Just like how if DTs walk in and if there's no scan, they can end the game. Similarly said here, if there's no form of detection, then Gerald's going to be in trouble. So far, 3-gate. 3-gate blink out of Gerald. Does have the sentry, does have access to the hallucination. Now, hallucination does, but I was about to say that the Cyclone ideally wants to catch the hallucination, but doesn't. Full scout. Whew, does get a scatter. And instantly Robo. Robo's on the way. Again, the Cyclone failed to catch hallucination, and Gerald knows. So the game will continue. Oh, okay. Game does continue. Banshee collapsing in. Does catch a Stalker, not bad. And again, Future, he knows he got scouted. He has the option to cancel Cloak. But it looks like he will let it finish. Cloak is done, so is Blink. Future heads towards the main. At the same time, oh, he does pull some of the boys. He's just committing. Let's go. He does commit. So Banshee into the main army through the center. Ooh. That's a greedy expansion here. We'll see if Gerald can hold on to it. I don't think he can. Yeah, brutal lock-on. Takes down the Stalker. From here, the tank will siege, and from here, Gerald, the base is denied. Oh, does go. Oh, he's crazy. Does go for the dive. Takes down the tank, but it's going to cost him so many Stalkers. Oh, this is not it. This was not it. He survives with 2 Stalkers, but last another tank has arrived. Gerald, he doesn't want to lose the third. He's fighting for it. He's fighting for the third base. Down to 3 Stalkers. He will not save it. No shot. That dive was not worth it for Gerald. He did misjudge. And now he's in danger. Now he's in a lot of danger. And so now moving in. Stalkers are coming from behind. And we do get the repair. Yeah, the mash repair on the tank. The natural is exposed. You got 3 Banshees. They pop off. They take down the sentry. They take down the Stalker. 1 Banshee falls. 1 Banshee goes down. And you can see the boys, they're hugging the tank. Just in case. Oh, here we go. He goes. He sends it. Does come in. Immortal goes down. The tank will fall. And it looks like this is going to be... Nah, it's not a hold. It's not a hold. More Banshees have arrived. More reinforcements move in. Do we have another tank? Yes, it's on the way. Two tanks on the way. Got 2 tanks rallying over. Does have the high ground. Behind this, 4 more Raxes on the way. Jesus. Future, he has not been spending his money. He has not been spending. Yeah, Future's macro has been slipping here. And Gerald, he's holding on. He's holding on. It was a shaky hold. It was shaky. It was very messy. Oh god. It was not Ronaldinho. Not at all. But he does get a third. Does get a backup third base. Whew, and the game will continue. Okay. we survive, Pappy. We survive. Let's go. Gets his third up and running. If he was contained on 2 bases, I mean, that could just be game, but he does get a third. Behind this, charge is complete. Now working towards splash damage. Temple Archives is on the way. Now, what I'm worried about here is I would imagine that Future's going to pull the boys. That would make the most sense, is for him to wait for his stim, wait for upgrades, and then pull the boys. Now, how does this line up against Storm? Because Storm is on the horizon. If Storm can finish, Gerald can hold. 100%. Can we get to Storm? Can we get there? And she's moving in. Oh. Trading with the Stalkers. Okay. Does force the Observer recalled. Observer does recall. Banshees there back up. Oh, getting caught out. Does get caught out. Behind this, Gerald fully saturating his third. A Storm is now on the way. He needs time. He needs time for Storm. And we're reaching that time. We're reaching the timing, I should say, of Future. Stim. Stim is almost done. Combat Shield's almost done. We do have Concussive Shell just now beginning. But the upgrades are all lined up. And Future, he will soon send it across the map. It's going to hit hard. Here comes the Unsiege. Here comes the push. This is spotted by the Observer. Observer is aware. Banshees towards the main. There is a cannon. And here come the boys. The boys are... Oh, even from the main. Jesus. Does pull the boys. Leaves a couple back at home. But it's all or nothing. Gerald getting a 4th. He is crazy. Getting a 4th base. Here come the Storms. Finishing up just in time. But the Marauders, they come in to snipe. Oh. And does get 1 High Templar. 1 Templar goes down. SCVs are a little premature. Banshee's going for +1. Forge is denied. Depowering gateways. This is huge. Gerald, he has a bank. He has 1,000 minerals. He can't spend his money. The gateways are depowered. Depowers the gateways. He needs the warp-ins. He needs the gates. Uh-oh. Does need those gateways. Once again, the pylons are still being targeted. Gerald, he needs to spend his money. He needs those gateways. So we're just buying our time. 1 Banshee falls. We have 10 gates in total. 2 of them are depowered, so down to 8. Ooh, oh my god, flanking storm. Flanking storm coming in. Another storm on the right hand side. Massive storm. Oh my god, and brutal storms. Future gets caught out. And you can see a couple of storms will shut this down. Prism comes in from behind. Again, Storm is like the win condition for Gerald. Does come in for the surround. Storm comes in, and he will storm everything. And Gerald, he will clean up this army. Breaks through the tank line. Another storm as well. And with that, Gerald, he will hold, and the series will continue. Whew, let's go. As we're down, I say that we're down to a couple of Marauders here, but the Stalkers, they blink in. GG gets called, and Gerald, he will fight back. He'll put another point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Again, Future was on a timer. He was on a timer. The longer the game went on, the worse it was for Future, as he was being outscaled there by Gerald. And he got there. He got to his storms. Again, very tense game. Very tense. Very messy as well. But Gerald, he made it, Pappy. He made it. And momentum back in his favor. Back in his favor. Here we go. Meanwhile, Gerald, he's asking for a moment. Understandable. Completely understandable. He's like, Pappy, un momento. Okay. Okay, Pappy, okay. So Gerald, he does need a moment. Gonna step away for a bit. Whew. And then we'll be jumping in. Let's go. I mean, it's 2-1. The score is on the screen. You can see just under us. We have the current score line for the best of 7. That looked real scary from. It was really scary for more than a couple of moments. It was that was a tense game. Catching up, Happy, catching up. SCV's not on the repair so close. Yeah. I know you're referring to when he dove on the final tank. That was close. That was close. That was close. Here we go. No need to scout Storm in the current patch. That's not true. In this series, if you've been watching, Gerald, he has played Colossus. Like, he played Colossus on the other game that he won on Torches, right? On Torches. Did play Colossi. Like, in this very series, did play Colossus, not Storm. Just as a heads up. Like, players, they still do mix and match. Like, it isn't just Storm every game. I was being cheeky. Oh, okay. Okay. Here we go. Players are good to go. Okay, did ask for a moment to break, which is perfectly fine. And now we're jumping into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Still down in the series, still one more loss away from being knocked out, but momentum is on his side. He just took a game. Can he do it again? Can he bring us to the ace match? The pressure is still on. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the let's go. We have the American Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Match Arena Esports. One game away from claiming the series. It is Future. Here we go. As Future, he's moving out for, I believe, an eBay block. Not for a proxy. I mean, kind of a proxy. He's moving in for the eBay block. Meanwhile, the probe is already in the low ground, so quick scout by Gerald. He will spot the SCV, he will react, he will respond, and this eBay should not get much progression. So good reaction here from Gerald. The boys are pulled, and this eBay will be denied. Ooh, okay. So once again, a cheeky start here by Future, and he shouldn't really get much done with this. For those that are curious, if the probe was not on the low ground, then this eBay would have gotten much more progression. If that was the case, if the eBay had much more just production. Goes for the second block. What an animal. Oh my god. But if he had delayed this any further, if there was any more HP, then he would be forcing Gerald to expand at the third. And if Gerald expands elsewhere, then he's vulnerable. Then he's exposed because his bases are spread out, and the Terran player can abuse that by pushing towards the third or towards the main. But thankfully, Gerald, he scattered ahead of time, shut it down, but we're still proxy. Ooh, Proxy Factory. I believe this is a Proxy 1-1. Proxy Factory into Proxy Starport into a Hellion drop. That would make the most sense in my mind. Like, no shot Proxy Factory floats into the main, Widowmine in the main. No shot. No, that's the other option. It's been a while since we've seen a player float their building. I mean, the main base is large enough. It is large enough. No shot. No shot. It has to be the starport. It has to be the starport. I'm coping right now. Do we float in? Stalker's checking. Okay, Stalker's checking, kind of. Reaper will distract. He's where he's going. Let's go. He's floating in. He's an animal. He's an absolute what an animal. Let's go. Proxying in the main. The Stalker was distracted by the Reaper, by the way. The Reaper did a great job distracting, and we are making Hellions in the main base. They're banking up. Now, as a reminder, how many Hellions to one-shot a probe? 3. 3 Hellions. That is the ideal number. 3 Hellions to one-shot. Can he bank them up and build up 3 Hellions? We've got 1. And we're gonna count on stream. 1 Hellion. Can we get up to 2? Can we get up to 3? Oh boy. Meanwhile, oh god. Meanwhile, back at home, 3x. Jesus, going for a 3x follow-up. CC in the main. It does move in with 2 Hellions, so he goes a little bit faster. 2 Hellions, they 2-shot. As you can see, they do 2-shot. Workers, they're lining up. Oh my god, they do line up. Surrounds 1. Thankfully, does round 1 Hellion. That's still 8 probe kills. I don't know. Oh god, they line up once again. 11 probes go down, and we're not done. The Widowmine's going to be waddling in as well, and that's already worth it. For 2 Hellions, 11 probe kills is insane. As the Widowmine does waddle in. We'll zone away. And remember, we're not done. Behind this, we're working towards stim. We're working towards a very, very strong stim timing. Mindshot goes off on the hallucination. And with that, another Widowmine does waddle in, but should not get any damage done. Oh. There we go. Another hallucination. Another bait. Whew, okay. And now we're calming down for the time being. So Gerald, he did lose a lot of workers. 12 in total this game. 12 in total. That is brutal. Insane damage. So Gerald, he's crippled. He is crippled, which means this follow-up 2-base all-in, I'm assuming that we're going to commit into an all-in here, will hit even harder. Marines, they do sneak out on around the right-hand side. Hallucination will see everything in the main. Does confirm the stim timing. Future will keep these Marines hidden. We'll keep them hidden. Again, Gerald working towards Blink. God, it's been a long time since I've seen a player float a factory into the base. I think the last time I saw that was on not Eternal Empire, Gressman. That's it, Gressman. That's like what, 2-3 map pools ago. It's been a while, but I do remember. I think Gumiho did it on Gressman. I want to say players like Gumiho, players like Ryung. Because they poke in, they pick up a depot. Doesn't mind shot with the probe in the gas. Oh, there you go. Meanwhile, he sends in, does catch the sentry. Ooh, sentry goes down. He wants the minerals, he wants the probes. Yeah, 1, 2, barely getting up to only 2 workers so far. Going for the Stalker, not quite worth it. Yeah, not quite worth it. Stalker does survive. And this dive didn't really achieve too much. Does get the sentry, does get 3 probes, but that was a big commitment. That was 10 Marines. 10 Marines went down. And Future, for the first time this... Pappy, that's a 3rd CC. Oh my god. It's crazy. He gets a 3rd base. He's expanding. Now, if he didn't throw away those Marines, I do think that he could have just sent it across the map and pulled the boys, but because he did lose a big portion of his army already, he's that much weaker. And again, Future, he re-hotkeeyed his command center button. Let's go. He's expanding. Unless, I mean, this could be a fake out. Like, it is not uncommon to like have a fake, just throw down a 3rd CC and then pull the boys anyway. Like that happens. Does happen. So not confirmed macro game yet. He's getting +1 though. is working into +1. And Gerald keeping up with the movement of the Medivacs. Very nicely done, and he will catch them. Does blink in. Oh, not quite. There we go, does blink away instead. Medivacs, they hold their own. So that Medivac does go down. Nice pick up. Here comes the move out. And again, for the most part, Future, he doesn't really have enough to keep on going. Not against a Colossus. There we go, Colossus has arrived. As we mentioned, like, Storm has been very prevalent throughout the meta, but still common to see Colossus as well. Not for the first time this series. So getting into a Colossus heavy composition. Scan. Dropping into the main. Okay, let's go. Does drop in. Ooh, going for the pylon. Rule delay, extend the lance. Does delay. Likewise, kites back. Ooh, there are plenty of League Stalkers though. And he does punish, taking down 3 of them. Stalkers get punished. We have a split push here across the map on the right hand side. Gerald is being pulled apart. Again, he reacted with everything in the main. And now the third base is exposed. Does recall. Does recall. A handful of zealots. When he wants a Colossus, he wants him! Yeah, he collapses in and comes in with a surround. He sims on forward. He wants a Colossus. He's so close. He gets 1. Takes down 1. Barely doesn't get the other though. Whew. Again, reinforces just in time. And Gerald holds. Gerald, he holds on. Miss rally into the army. That was close. If it wasn't for that third Colossus popping out when it did, that could have been game then and there. But Gerald, he's holding. He's holding the line. Behind this Future, for the first time this series, he's expanding. He's getting a third. Let's go. The macro. After, of course, the proxy factory in the main. Bear that in mind. Like this. There was still plenty of cheese in this game. Plenty. He had to get it out of his system first. He had to unleash before expanding. Behind this, working towards, of course, Viking production now that he's aware of the Colossus. So Vikings are building up. Ghost Academy is done. We have Ghost on the way as well, getting ready for those EMPs. And what I will say, after the other game, Future still has a lead. Like, he still has a better economy. We have 3 base versus 3 base. Typically, in this kind of game state, as Future gets a 3rd, Gerald should have a 4th. He should have a 4th base, but because of all that early game damage, because of all the tech that he's been investing into, now taking up into Storm as well, being safe, it means that he is falling behind economically. And that is why Future has a supply lead, right? Because of that economy. And now has a greater army. Future still is at the advantage. No saying that Gerald can't recover. He can, totally. He can take a better fight. He can catch the army with a Storm. With Disruptors are on the way. Let's go. Getting into Disruptors. So he can still take a fight. This Future is moving in. He does rotate. If he can deny the 4th, that's the least that he wants. And he will force a cancel. Just containing Gerald. Takes down the 4th. There's a scan. Spots a Disruptor. Goes to lead the charge. Disruptor goes down. Does overextend. Massive pickup. Takes down the Disruptor. Vikings likewise going to town here on the Colossus. Gets 1. But only 1. Only 1 Colossus. Future dropping into the main. Oh, he thinks about it. Again, the scan here did see the army movement. So we did see Gerald rotating. Future pulling back around. Does pull back. He's spotted by the pylon. Gerald, he knows. And again, all the Future has to do is deny the 4th. Just deny the 4th base over and over again. Oh. Has to respect the army. Does pull away. Once again, has to free spread. Remember, there are storms. And the base is denied. So Future, he'll be the first to max out. Again, he's just starving Gerald out. Gerald, he needs a 4th desperately. But he can't get 1. And once Future maxes, then he can come into a fight. Like, properly. He's almost there. He's almost maxed out. Rotating over, he's checking for the fourth. There is none. Now he does confirm. No fourth base. Here he rotates back around. And he wants that fourth. There he goes off. The army is looking very exposed. EMP doesn't connect. The Nova will. Getting one, getting two ghosts. Two ghosts go down. Nice pickup. EMP's on the Colossus. EMP on one High Templar, but there's still one Storm. There's still one Storm remaining. Decent Nova. Storm goes up, and there's a couple more left. Couple more Storms. The Vikings, they did snipe one Colossus. I believe there's one Colossus remaining. Backup Colossus on the way. Future pulling back, getting his own fourth. But Gerald, he saves the base. He does save it. He does hold on. Okay, so now Gerald, he has an economy. He has an economy. He's on 4 bases. He can now afford a second Robo, now into double Colossus production. Into double Disruptors. Meanwhile, the Viking count is only on 6. Not too heavy. So Colossus are still viable. And once the Viking count gets too high, that's when you have to rush into Disruptors and get out of Colossus. As Zelte move in. Buy some time. And now both armies are maxed. Both armies are maxed out. Now, unfortunately, Gerald, he hasn't had map control. That's the big difference here, as we would typically see from Gerald. He hasn't had map control. He doesn't have that overwhelming economy. Future has been fighting hard. Oh, Storm coming in. Oh, miss rally. Oh, does get a good Storm, though. Okay. Does get a good Storm. Does cost him 2 High Templar, but how's okay. How many High Templar does he have left? 7. That's Jesus. that's a lot of Templar. Have some flanking Templar towards the left hand side. Sell around by moving in. And now we can start taking up. Now we can start taking fusion cores on the way. That should be 4 Liberators working towards Liberator range. As army rotates. Baiting out some Storms. EMP connects. There's still more High Templar. Gerald, he has to respond to this. As another EMP lands. No more. Oh god, does land another Storm. Does graze the army. Denies the warp in. Another Colossus does get caught out, but so do all the Vikings. Viking count is reset. At the same time, Future, he does push in the right hand side, does force a recall. Gerald is keeping up. So far, so good. He is keeping up with Future. EMP on the Archon. But he has to respect those Disruptors. And Future, he bleeds out a lot of supply here. Bleeds out quite a lot. Has to pull away. Overstimmed. Oof, brutal Storms. They have a flanking army, but he's being overwhelmed. And Gerald, he can just keep pushing. He can keep going. Gerald has momentum. Future's in trouble. Oof, Nova's, they shut him down. And the army's overstimmed. Yeah, the army just crumbles here. Gerald, he has done it. He's maxed out. He's been so much more efficient here. Just tasting down Future. And yo, wait, are we going to the ace match? Are we going? Are we sending it? Takes down the CC. And unfortunately, Future regains pre-disruptor. So disruptor? Liberator. Did not get into those Liberators. Didn't have those zones ready. Likewise, caught out in the open once again, getting caught out as well. Here come the Novas. Oh, does connect. Takes down some Marauders. Likewise, rotating in between the bases. Gerald, he's still maxed out. Still maxed. Just bullying back the bio again. We're just stuck on Marine Marauder. And it's all going to crumble here. Gerald just came to the production, takes out all the Vikings, takes out all the Ghosts. GG gets called, and Gerald, he will tie the series up 3-3. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. Oh my god, GG, well played. Again, Future, he did well for himself early on. He was able to get a lead early on with the proxy factory. Likewise, he did a great job denying the fourth base for the first 2 times, but we didn't mention a big deciding factor, big deciding moment was when Gerald took his fourth. Once he got his fourth base up running, then he could actually max out himself. If you remember, Future, he did have a misread. If you remember, he denied the fourth base on the right-hand side, then he rotated to the left, but Gerald expanded on the right again. Did expand on the right hand side for a second time, then it got up and running. Future, he failed to cancel, he failed to deny it. With that, then Gerald was back in the game. He was back in the game. He got his fourth up and running. And we saw that Future, he was working towards Liberators, towards the Fusion Core, but he didn't quite get there in time. With that, the Grand Army got bullied. And GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to the ace match, to game 7. Papi. And this is all that we could ask for, Papi. An ace match, a game 7. We made it, Papi. We made it. We got there. Hi. Looks like our players are asking for a moment. Asking for a moment. Oh, macro, crazy. These are 3rd TCs, so he has more boys to pull. Not that was the problem. True. Had to pull more boys. And these guys know you need to get to bed. I'll be fine, Papi. I'll be fine. I say that at this point, our next cast is going to be in 8 hours and 20 minutes. So it's going to be in around 8 hours, maybe, by the time we finish here. Maybe 7 hours. Maybe. Of course, I'd have to try to force myself to sleep. But it'll be okay. It'll be okay. This is where we play 40 minutes into a draw. Oh, no. Not like this. It's possible. It's possible. Meanwhile, again, the players, they did ask for a moment here, which is understandable. We've gone the distance. We've gone the distance back. Aye. Going all the way to the ace match. The real prize here is, of course, after the finals, they all got to get some Korean barbecue together, right? They have to. Tradition. Thank you for your dedication for casting SE2, buddy. Thank you. We do our best. Again, we cast more than anyone else out there. More than anyone else. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. A little bit, Papi. Yo, meanwhile, shout out to Dave Testa for the raid. Hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully all is good. as Dave, he was covering the events live. So it's all good, Pat. It's all good. Audio died for live folks. Oh, I see. But big shout to Dave. Big shout to Dave again. Dave has been there at the event, not just casting, but also conducting interviews, interacting with everyone else live at the venue as well. Of course, not just Dave, with Tempo, with Protostegosaurus, with the Starkiller historian, all kind of like coming together as a community, of course. Nish was there, Christopher Fista, and all the other players. So hope you guys have a great time. I do apologize. I'm sorry to hear that there are some audio issues, but regardless, hope you all are having a great time at the venue nonetheless. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. So much love to Dave. Much love. So here we go. As we're just setting up. Oh, they dropped a mixer. Oh, I see. We're gonna shout to Dave as well. Not just that, for also for also being Gerald's roommate as well. Of course, Gerald did mention, or it was mentioned, of course, that they're gonna be roommates together. Of course, allowing and helping to allow for Gerald to travel abroad, to travel to the Americas. Let's go. Gerald, he was letting us know that apparently he had been wanting to go to Cheeseadelphia for years at this point, but of course COVID happened and there were other complications where he couldn't quite travel. Finally able to go to Cheese for the first time, to make it to the finals as well. To make it to the finals. We go. Oh, also, be careful in the chat. There's someone saying that they cut off the electricity. That is not true. Not at all. Not at all. Alright, here we go. Alright, jumping in, and it all ends here. It all ends on ley lines as we're getting into the ace match here. Again, it's been an intense tournament. It's been how long? Yo, 11 hours. 11 hours of StarCraft. Aye. We're jumping into the finals, jumping into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on ley lines. Let's jump on in. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. And clawing his way back from the brink within an intense series already, it is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, we have the blue Terran representing Maturino Esports. It is Future. Here we go with Future having a wild build in that last game, going for the proxy factory, floating into the main as well. Crazy chaos already. I mean, throughout the entire series, we got what he wanted. We even had a macro game. Crazy. For the first time in the series, Future even got a third. We had a maxed out army versus a maxed out army. I'll be honest, if you remember at the start of the series, I didn't believe we'd see that. I made a bet that we would not see 200 supply versus 200 supply, but we got there. We got to that maxed out game state. We got everything. We got macro, we got cheese, more cheese, and more cheese, which is fitting for Cheeseadelphia. Of course. But now we're getting into our final game. So far, economic opener, single gas opener out of Future, going for a faster CC on the low ground. Likewise, Gerald going for his early scout, going for a standard opener himself. We're calming down. No proxy, no early gases, no early shenanigans. Not yet. Not this time. Of course, just because the openers are standard, just because the openers are economic, doesn't mean that we're not going to pull the boys at some point. I'm sure we will. I hope so. So now Gerald is on the low ground. It will delay the expansion for a moment. It does delay. Here it does delay, being as annoying as possible. Marine pops out. I believe Future, yeah, no SCV Scout. No SCV Scout, no Reaper either. Is going to be playing blind. We'll check the nearby locations for a proxy gateway, but outside of that, is focusing on himself, on his own build, on his own setup. Likewise, safety bunker on the low ground to make sure the natural base is secure, to make sure it is not delayed. And we're calming down. We're settling in. Have we gotten all the cheese out of our system? Is it all gone? No shot. Hello, SCV. As SCV does move out across the map. Back at home, we do have the reactor first. So reactor on that rack, since add-on swap into Hellion into proxy starport. Let's go. Setting up for the proxy starport into reactor Hellion. Drop into the main. Okay, we are setting up. Technically, this could also be a Liberator. We could go Reactor Hellion, 4 Hellions towards the natural, then Liberator into the main base. There are different variations of this, but we're leaning more towards a drop into that main with a medevac. So we're leaning towards. Oh, no, there it is. Hey, Liberator, okay. Good thing we brought it up. This is the alternate route you can go for, so no drop, going for Liberator instead, so he's going for multiple aggression. It is going to be Hellion towards the natural and Liberator into the main instead, and so far, unscouted. So far, Gerald, he's unaware. Hallucinations zooming across the map. With this, he should confirm the lack of tech, the lack of production. Oh. And he should be aware that the starport is missing. Yes, something is wrong. Hellions, they break out across the map. Gerald, he does fully wall up. Nicely done. Does get the full wall. Liberator into the main. And Gerald, he's ready. Whether it's drop, whether it's Liberator, he's prepared. And does confirm the Liberator. So Gerald, he sees all, he knows all. Future trying to focus on the pylon. Shield battery is done though. And Gerald holds. He holds, he shuts down the aggression. Now, what's important here is that Future, he gets no damage, but at the same time, he doesn't lose anything. Doesn't lose any Liberators, doesn't lose any Hellions. He's still building up back at home, building a second Liberator, and getting into tank production. Tanks are amassing. Starport does float back home. Future, he does hide over on the right-hand side, but it looks like he is going to be found. He's going to be scouted. Okay. Again, tense moments here for Gerald, but he's keeping up. Time and time again. Now finally does expand, gets his third base, going for his bay as well. Working towards Colossus. He's getting there. He's getting there. Likewise, once again, Hellions, they do pipe past the main army. Gerald's ready. Gerald in position. He's keeping up with the Hellions, or at least keeping Gerald busy as well. Bear that in mind. He's stuck at home. Future's working towards Stim. Stim is on the way. eBay for +1. Building up his bio army. No major damage yet, but there's always potential with all these Hellions. Always is potential. And right now it's just on Gerald to just calm down, turtle up, build up on 3 bases, and survive. As he does catch the Observer. Observer goes down. Future getting ready for his own move out. Likewise working towards Stim. Stim, combat shields, the upgrades are almost done. And we will soon send that across the map. with Liberators. It's going to be on Gerald to scout this ahead of time. Does move out with the Stalkers. And ideally, he does want to slow this down. As Future, he does move out. Doesn't pull the boys. He does make it past the halfway mark. Oh, does siege. Does siege. These Liberators are going to add a little complications to this army as well. That's this is a hefty push. 2 tanks, 2 Liberators. Commits across the map. The Colossus have arrived. And how do we set up? Future, he rotates over towards the third base. Oh, bit of a miss rally. Does miss a rotation. Okay, we're trying to keep up. Future, he does siege within range of the Nexus. It's within range. Gerald, he cannot push into this. Not like this. Once again, coming in from behind, catching reinforcements. Marines and Marauders are going down, but he cannot save the expansion. Yeah, the base will fall. And he does not get the tank. Oh, can he? Barely not. Yeah, barely doesn't get it. 7 HP. Tank barely survives. Oh, the Stalkers, they come in. They go for the dive. They don't quite get the tank. Once again, Gerald just trying to catch reinforcements. Forcing back the rally. Third base is fallen. Gerald, he's supply blocked. Uh-oh. It's supply blocked. Gerald still set up for the surround. Still set up. Colossus moving in. And he's at least containing Future. Behind this is expanding. Rebuilding his third. And Future is not gaining ground. We now have a Disruptor. Oh, we're still supply block though. Oh, that's a brutal supply block. Once again, pushing forward. Trying to reposition. Slowly gaining ground. Likewise, Gerald, he's waiting for the unsiege before he can commit in. Not quite able to. Tanks do punish. Future leapfrogging forward, edging ever closer here to the natural. He's almost there. Yeah, he's almost there. Oh, gets a Colossus. Oh, barely not. Barely not. Zealots, they collapse in. Disruptor has arrived. And Shoals hand over. It's not going to quite connect here. Yeah, Future, he has too much. This was not the fight to take. Never goes off. Decent connection. But Future, he is doing it. He's pushing on through. It does wedge himself in between the third and the natural. Gets a Colossus, gets one, gets a second. 1 Colossus left. Down to only 1. And the space is so exposed. It's so vulnerable. Future, he does stem in. Takes down the expansion. Gerald taking it slow. Does take it slow. Future, he expanded. He's crazy. He expanded. Getting a third. Did take another expansion. Nexus will eventually go down. Vikings, they don't quite get the Colossus. Not quite. There's a brutal volley though. There's a lot of hull damage. And technically, Future, he's expanding. Ooh, nice catch. Tank goes down. Massive pickup. But doesn't quite connect. But once he takes down the third, do we back off from here? It's still so tense. As Gerald, he's still once again supply blocked. He cannot warp in. Vikings, they try to get a volley off. Not quite able to. Yeah, the boys are saturating. Future rotates once again towards the third. I mean, that's all he needs. Just deny the third base over and over again. He's gotten it twice. Can he get it for a third time? Once again, zoning back the army. Oh. Does punish the Stalkers. Baited him into the blink. Did bait him in. Yeah, Zealot Rama can force back some reinforcements. Does it the mineral line. Nice snipe. Gets a tank. Oh, God. Gets a tank. Gets shot for it, though. SCV's a force back. But Future, he does not back off. And once again, he wants the third. He wants it. Back at Hermie defends. Reclaims his own third base. And Gerald, he evacuates. He evacuates once again. He just cannot hold on to that third. He's trying to. So to hit that, if they hit back in. They get back in, hitting the third. Likewise, the Nexus goes down. Brutal pickup. Colossus will fall. And Gerald, he can't quite keep up. Not anymore. He's just being starved out. He just cannot expand. He cannot mine. He cannot keep up. Not like this. Not like this. He just wants a third. That's all he wants. Oh. Decent splits, but the ghosts go down. Catching out the ghosts, denying the EMPs. Another Colossus falls. To get a decent storm. Another storm with the Bio Army. Not the worst fight here, but Gerald, he can't afford these losses. Yeah, he cannot afford it. Vikings, they land. There's still one more storm in the chamber. Up to 2. Okay. 2 more storms. Forcing back Future. Has to retreat, has to respect the army. And again, that was a good fight, but Future he can rebuild. Can rebuild. Making 3 more ghosts behind this. He's got his third base up and running. He's ahead economically. Rotating once again. Gerald just wants to expand. Taking the third. Future is not fully aware of where the base has been taken. He's not fully aware. Rotates over. Reminding me of Incorporeal. No expansion. But he could try to keep pushing. Oh. And tanks through siege. Gerald, he commits in. Not quite worth it. Yeah, brutal EMPs here. EMPs on the ghosts. 1 storm zone's away. There's still a lot of storms left over. There's still a couple of storms. But he has no dive potential. He's just buying time. Just buying what little time he has left. Once again, zones away. But Future, he's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. And Gerald just could never expand, could never saturate. Decent storm. That was his final storm. That was his final storm. Now down to just disruptors. Once again, the splits. Oh my god. Future, calm down. The splits are on point, at least against the disruptor. Against the Nova. And nice moves. Likewise, Gerald, he does reclaim his third. But he's pinned against the wall. Finally, the tanks get within range of the production. Gateways are falling left and right. Brutal EMP on the High Templar. There's no storms. Oh, there's the energy overcharge. Does overcharge. Decent Nova once again. But Future getting a 4th. Just getting another expansion, getting a 4th base. Tanks moving in. That was the final storm. And now he sees the base. Now he's aware. Again, the one thing keeping Gerald in this game, the 3rd expansion. Taking it for the 5th time? Ay, ay, ay. And he's trying to break out. Does go for the break. Runs into the tank line. The concave is brutal. And Future, he's done it. He's done it. He can stim on in. This time, there is no storm. Just one storm towards the end. Nova goes up as well. Gerald, he's buying a lot of time with this. But he still cannot deal with the main army. Yeah, I mean, the army is overstimmed, true. One storm could do a lot here. But down goes the 3rd. Down goes the 3rd base once again. Just can never expand. Can never take his 3rd base. Future getting a 4th behind this. Up 2 bases. And Future's gonna calm down. He's gonna back up. Regroup, rebuild. You know what, let's not take a storm to the face. Okay. Does pull away. Just waiting for those ghosts, waiting for EMPs. Once he has them, he can push out once again. As he's got another round on the way. And again, Gerald did an amazing job making it here to the ace match, to Game 7. He was up against the wall for so long in this series. And even here, technically, there is a chance. Like, if Future overextends, if he pushes too far in, if he takes a bad fight into Storm, into Disruptor, then Gerald, he can technically take a fight. But that is only if Future makes mistakes. As Future is maxed out, and he shouldn't be resting on his laurels here. Backed off, he maxed out. Now it's time to move in once again. Oh. So notice they don't quite connect. Still around by a set. Future still moving in. The brutal EMPs. Catching out the High Templar. Oh. Does get a Storm off. Let's go Storm. The base is denied. Once in, we're going straight for the natural. There are how many? There are 4 High Templar so far. Nova's coming in. Nova's don't quite connect. Yeah, at this point, there's no need to split. We can just send it, Pappy. We can aim, we can stim, and we can win. Dies on 4, takes down the Colossus. And despite Gerald's best efforts here, fighting for 18 minutes, trying to get a 3rd expansion. He did eventually get one, but too little too late. Too little too late. GG, congratulations. As a Future, he will claim the series 4-3, becoming this Cheeseadelphia's 2025 champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Future. An intense, crazy back and forth with some insane builds, by the way, with non-stop 2 base all-ins, 1 base all-ins, proxies, cheese, proxy into the main base as well, and even some macro. Even a little bit of macro as well between the 2 players. We got a little bit of everything, and in the end, Future does barely take it. But a shout out to Gerald, as Gerald, he again traveled far and wide to make it to this event. Again, he was over, I mean, traveling all the way from Poland. You don't really often see that, especially for an event like Cheeseadelphia. So Gerald, he had the passion to keep going, to travel, to be a part of this, and did well for himself, making it all the way to the finals. GG, well played. Congratulations to Future, but a shout out to Gerald as well, as again, did make it to those finals. Whew. Despite the jet lag, despite the travel, despite staying with Dave Testa of all things. I mean, who knows what that entails? Cap, like. Despite all of that, and of course playing and competing for 12 hours or for 11 hours, despite all of that, did make it here to those finals. Does claim 2nd place, and there's no shame in that either. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Shout out to our top 2, and not just our top 2, but shout out to all the competitors that we had here tonight, of course. Shout out to Epic, who made it to the semifinals, PiLiPiLi as well. We had a great turnout, returning players, and not just returning players, but also returning community members as well. We did name them earlier, but players or members like Nish, members like the SC Historian, we had Protostegosaurus, we had Dave Testa, we had Tempo as well. It's been a while since I've seen, like, you know, this kind of turnout, not just players, but again, community member as well, at a Cheeseadelphia. Again, we don't know when the next one would be. I know that there was even some concern that we might not even have a Cheeseadelphia this year, but Joe, he stepped up. Joe stepped up. Shout out to Joe, of course. Without him, Cheeseadelphia would not be possible. Without him, there wouldn't be StarCraft in Philadelphia right now. So a massive shout out to Joe. Much love, much support. To Joe, to Nerd Street Gamers, and to all those working behind the scenes as well. Much love, much love. GG, well played. Oh my god, and I hope you all enjoyed the broadcast as well. I know that there were some technical issues when it came to the offline venue stream. I know there were some issues there, but again, regardless, I hope everyone enjoyed their time there together, and I hope they continue to enjoy their time there together as well. I mentioned before, but what do we expect? Some KBBQ Pappy. I'm sure everyone's gonna head out together and enjoy the rest of their evening. I'm sure. GG. GG, well played. I'm sure everyone's gonna Rumor is Joe wants another cheese next year. There you go. I mean, I'm sure he does. Again, so much passion out of Joe. So much passion. Oh my god. The passion is real. Yeah. But with that, and of course, if there is another Cheeseadelphia next year or even this year, we'll be there for it. We'll be there for it, of course, as we have been for the past couple of Cheeseadelphias last year and potentially even the year before that. They all kind of blend together. Even though, you know, we're casting from afar, you know, literally the other side of the world. We're here in Australia. It is midday, by the way. We started casting at midnight, at 1 a.m. in the morning. Now it's midday. Now it's time to bed. But of course, we'll be there for it. Of course, as always, you know, we have our own ties to the NA scene, a lot of friends, a lot of quote-unquote family there, with Dolan, of course, the ex-CranKy Duckling, now on Detonate. Where a lot of the players are near and dear to our hearts here on the CranKy Ducklings. As always, Pappy, as always. GG, well played. Oh, sorry, I should set up the... fix up the scoreline, of course. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the morning. Again, we had a triple broadcast. We had KSL into Sea Duckling Open into Cheeseadelphia. And what's up next here on the CranKy Ducklings? It is going to be Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our weekly open tournament that we do host on a weekly basis, of course. That is going to be in 8 hours time. 8 hours time. I'm going to go pass out. I'm going to go pass the hell out, get some sleep, get some rest, and we'll be back, of course, for the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Of course. When it comes to other things happening in StarCraft, of course, we do have a Home Story Cup, you know, almost like the Cheeseadelphia equivalent in Europe. Home Story Cup is going to be at the end of the month. That's going to be on the weekend of the 27th, 28th, or 29th of June is going to be Home Story Cup. Likewise, we have the Esports World Cup Global Qualifier this weekend as well on the 21st and 22nd. So a lot of StarCraft is going on. We also have Ozcraft. That's going to be the same weekend of Home Story Cup. I know that there were some people asking about Ozcraft. It's like, hey, are you going to be a part of Ozcraft? Unfortunately not. I would love to do both, but for those that recall, we have been the B stream for Home Story Cup for the past couple of years, and we're probably going to be the B stream again, and I would love to do both, but I have to sleep at some point. I have to pick and choose between Ozcraft and Home Story Cup. It's a rough decision. I guess I haven't fully settled on it yet, but yeah, it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that both events are happening on the same weekend. This is where we have to clone a light and cast everything, Pappy. I would if I could. 100%, I would if I could. So unfortunately, we have to pick and choose. But yes, that's going to be on the same weekend. And of course, next month is going to be the... also this weekend coming up is going to be the offline event in Brazil. Just all the offline events. We just had Cheeseadelphia in the Americas. We have Home Story Cup in Germany, of course, at the end of the month. And we have the Brazilian Starkiller circuit that's going to be this weekend. That's going to be a big event happening in Sao Paulo, featuring the best players in all of Brazil. We're going to be covering that, or at least we should be covering that as well. Speaking of events clashing, that is going to be clashing with the Esports World Cup qualifiers. We haven't double-checked the times yet. I don't think times are public for EWC, but if we can, we do want to, of course, prioritize the Brazilian scene. For those who do not know, we have been covering and casting a lot of Brazilian StarCraft here on the channel as well. Bom dia, fala galera. We do cover a lot of Brazilian StarCraft here, so... we would want to be a part of that offline event broadcast as well, as we typically are. Meanwhile, big shout out to Mason Jar 149 in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much, Pappy. Thank you so much. We do appreciate the support. We do appreciate the gifted subs in the chat. Thank you so much. And again, much love to all those working behind the scenes at Cheeseadelphia. Are we done? I think we're wrapping up for now. We're wrapping up. If you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want to tune into the VODs of this event of Cheeseadelphia, and even, you know what, even last year's Cheeseadelphia, !YouTube or ! socials in the chat, you'll get a link to our social medias. If you want to catch up with all the memes featuring, oh, how could I forget Beefy? True, Beefy as well was a big part of, he's the biggest part of Cheeseadelphia. Our Beefy. Big part of the previous stream, and of course featured here in this year's Cheeseadelphia as well. So much love to BP. Much love as always. Did not go to bed. Not one wing taken while he had played ladder. True. Shout out to BP. But yes, if you want to follow us on all the socials on Discord, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all things CranKy Ducklings, that you can follow us there on our links. Again, we do stream on a daily basis. We cast more than anyone else out there. That's what we do. We have the quantity and we have a little bit of the quality as well. We sacrifice our sleep for all the StarCraft, regardless of region, regardless of time zone. Let's go. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. So we'll see you guys next time. And again, here's to more Cheeseadelphias to come. I'm sure this one was very successful. Again, it was great to see everyone coming together, and I'm sure future Cheeseadelphias will have even more players, even more participation, even more support. I'm sure. GG, well played. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. See you next time. Ciao. Ciao. See you next time.